I just spent 100 to buy a pack of cigarettes. And then 200 was credited to my bank account. All thanks to Awakening, the unlimited cashback system. No matter how much I spend, the system will cash back to me in double. Spending 1 yuan can earn me 2. I incredulously picked up my phone and saw the extra 200 in my account. The speed is unmatched, the money credited as soon as I spent it. While others' money decreases as they spend, mine increases. What kind of job is this? So I asked the boss for 2 more packs of cigarettes. As expected, another 400 appeared in my account. And so, I asked the boss of the convenience store for cigarettes many times. As I asked for more, the convenience store's cigarettes quickly sold out. At this point, the boss, somewhat angry, said, "Kid, are you deliberately messing with me? How much do you want to buy in the end? Can't you say it all at once? Do you have to play this doubling game with me?" Ignoring the boss's complaints, I looked at the balance of over 10,000 in my bank account and burst into laughter. I then threw 2 packs of cigarettes to the boss, turned around, and headed to the mall, thinking about replacing my old shoes from 82. A female sales assistant from a shoe store in the mall came over. "Sir." I glanced at the sales assistant and asked directly, "Do you have shoes priced at 10,000 here? If you do, please bring me a size 48 pair." Upon hearing this, the female salesperson couldn't help but pause, giving me a once-over, "Right? Is there a problem? Do you think I can't afford it or what?" Being scrutinized like this by the female salesperson, I feel a bit uncomfortable. No, sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away." The female salesperson responded and immediately went to get the shoes. Soon, the female salesperson brought the shoes over. "Sir, this pair of shoes is from our store." She originally wanted to introduce them to me. I interrupted her and said, "Let's just swipe the card." After speaking, I handed her the card. The female salesperson paused again. It was her first time seeing someone buy shoes like this. The price of these shoes hadn't even been mentioned, and I swiped the card directly. Swiping for shoes that cost over 10,000 yuan just like that. What kind of magical customer is this? I directly said, "Hurry up, don't delay me from spending money." I quickly took off the shoes and put them directly on my feet. At that moment, a text message from the bank card also arrived. Seeing the money, I couldn't help but smile. Next, I pointed to the worn-out shoes on the ground and asked them to take care of it for me. After speaking, I turned and walked out of the shoe store, buying all the clothes, pants, and even several pairs of the underwear I had worn for 30 years. After the shopping spree, everything inside and out had been changed. Walking on the street, the head-turning rate was simply off the charts. Even some bold girls came up directly to ask for my contact information. After walking just 50 meters, more than 10 girls came up to greet me proactively. I disdainfully refused directly. Who am I? I'm someone destined to become the richest person in the world. How can you ordinary folks match up to me? After a day of shopping, with over 300,000 in my account, I walked straight into a 5-star hotel. At the hotel entrance, a waiter greeted me with a smile. "Sir, welcome to Padang Grand Hotel. Are you here to check in or dine?" Seeing their courteous demeanor, I smiled slightly and said, "I'm here for dinner." Led by the waiter, I quickly arrived at a table by the window. Looking at the waiter who hadn't left, I was puzzled. Why hasn't he left yet? At this moment, a fat man at the next table exclaimed loudly, "Where did this bumpkin come from? Do you want to tip someone? I really don't understand how someone like you, a bumpkin, could enter our 5-star hotel." After disdainfully saying he came to eat, he directly pulled out a stack of cash from his wallet. He held the money up towards the waiter. "Here, I'll tip this bumpkin's tip for you." After this gesture, he turned directly towards me, with a very proud look in his eyes. Do you really think those waiters rush to serve customers because their service attitude is good? It's because they have tips to earn. At this, the waiter's face lit up immediately, and he prepared to hurry over right away. This is my first time here, so naturally, I'm not familiar with the rules. But the attitude of this fat man is extremely uncomfortable. So I immediately spoke up and said I would handle it myself, no need for others to worry. I didn't expect you to have such a temper. Fine, you handle it yourself. I'm curious to see how much you can give. The fat man also got angry, threw a stack of bills on the table, and coldly said to me. The waiter's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Aren't you blocking his income? Although you said you would handle it, how much can you give? Can you give more than the fat man? I smirked and didn't say much. Show me your payment code. My words stunned the waiter. Don't people usually tip with cash? How do I scan this? Although he was puzzled, he still did as I asked. Soon, a crisp sound confirmed the transfer of 20,000. In an instant, the waiter, the fat man, and the other customers were all stunned. He actually tipped 20,000. While dining here is indeed expensive, a few thousand would have been sufficient. Suddenly, the other customers looked at me differently. After all, I seemed wealthy. "Thank you, boss," the waiter said excitedly, expressing gratitude towards me. The fat man's face immediately turned extremely ugly, a blatant slap in the face. Even at this moment, the fat on his face was trembling, he was very angry, and he immediately began to speak sarcastically. Someone was willing to tip 20,000, so the bill should at least be 100,000 or 80,000. Otherwise, it would probably disrespect that person's status as a tycoon. After saying this, he directly gestured to the heavily powdered woman sitting next to him. The woman immediately spoke up, saying that since they were tycoons, not spending 100,000 or 80,000 on a meal wouldn't be worthy of being called a tycoon, they would only be called country bumpkins. As soon as the woman finished speaking, coincidentally, the waiter arrived at my table and asked, "Sir, what would you like to order?" I didn't bother with the menu. I raised an eyebrow and said, 100,000 or 80,000, you two remember that. I'll order a 400,000 bottle of the most expensive red wine in your hotel. How much is it per bottle? "Sir, the most expensive red wine in our hotel is priced at 218,000, replied the waiter. Without hesitation, I waved my hand and said, "Bring me a bottle of that, and also prepare a table of good dishes, according to the 188,000 standard." As soon as I said this, the entire hotel immediately erupted with gasps of shock. Oh my goodness, not only did he order a bottle worth 218,000, but he also directly ordered dishes according to the 188,000 standard. How much of a tycoon must he be? A meal costing 400,000 yuan. Suddenly, the way people looked at me underwent a qualitative shift. Even the bold ones lifted their eyebrows and began to flirt openly. Even the woman next to the chubby guy couldn't help but bat her eyelashes. The waiter was utterly shocked. His hand holding the menu trembled, and he stammered, "Sir, are you sure?" I just smiled and nodded. Why doubt my words? The waiter exclaimed, "No, sir, there's a policy at our hotel. If the total bill exceeds 300,000 yuan, we collect half up front." As soon as the waiter finished speaking, the chubby guy at the next table burst into laughter. "Kid, this is 400,000 yuan. I'd like to see if you can afford it and how you'll manage to carry it. I advise you to cut your losses, apologize nicely, maybe the hotel will forgive you." I calmly said, "How do you know I can't pay?" "Swipe the card." Then I handed the card to the waiter's face. "I'll cover it all." At my words, the chubby guy widened his eyes in disbelief, his face utterly incredulous. The waiter dared not take my card. He respectfully said, "Sir, please wait a moment," then turned and left. When he returned, he was accompanied by a man in his 40s, dressed in a standard black suit and pants. As he approached me, the man wore a broad smile on his face, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. "Hello, sir, I'm Li Chang, the manager of the hotel. Here's the deal, sir. You only need to pay 400,000, and the hotel will cover the remaining thousands." Upon hearing this, I couldn't believe it. How can that be? Suddenly I'm shortchanged by 6,000? That's an even bigger loss for me. I immediately pointed out, 6,000 yuan. Don't shortchange me, you're already cutting it close. You guys have it tough too. Upon hearing my words, Li Chang was taken aback. I urged him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swipe the card, don't delay my spending." Li Chang quickly took the bank card, glanced at me repeatedly, unsure of how much to charge. Normally, he would readily agree to save customers money, but today he encountered an oddball. Since the man seemed like a wealthy young master who cared about face, shortchanging him would be like slapping him in the face. In the end, Li Chang made a decision. He swiped the card for 406,000 and, after entering the password, the payment went through. Li Chang then handed back the card with a respectful expression. He quickly beckoned the waiter and left together. After they departed, I raised the receipt in my hand and waved it toward the chubby man at the neighboring table. Upon seeing the chubby man, my demeanor instantly soured, my expression turning extremely unpleasant. Especially in front of the other customers, under their clown-like gazes, he wished he could just find a hole to crawl into. This is utterly embarrassing, right at my doorstep. I immediately covered my chubby face and hurriedly ran out. Soon, a dazzling array of American dishes was placed in front of me. Being already hungry, I devoured the food as if I hadn't eaten for centuries. This left the surrounding diners utterly stunned. Especially Li Chang, who was serving next to me, his eyes widened in disbelief. How can this super playboy behave like a beggar in the city? I thoroughly enjoyed this meal, and then I had the hotel manager arrange a presidential suite for me. I also ordered 2 bottles of rum antique Conti priced at 218,000 each, which added up to nearly 800,000. Standing by the French windows, I couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of wealth once again. So I took out my phone, feeling rather self-absorbed, and took a picture to post on my Moments. While posting on Moments, I happened to see a post that completely stunned me. My first love, Confrontation, posted a fundraiser, pleading for kind-hearted people to help. She wants to keep my father, who raised me for 20 years, alive. I clicked into it, and as expected, Confrontation's father is seriously ill. The surgery costs are well over $1 million. Honestly, seeing this, I felt a bit down, especially when I thought of Confrontation, her sweet face filled with worry. I checked out her crowdfunding campaign. The goal is a total of $1 million, but right now there's just over 50,000. It's quite a gap. I'm considering whether to make up the difference for her. According to the system's requirements, this money definitely can't be refunded. After all, it's not being spent on oneself. To be honest, I'm a bit torn. You see, that's a solid 950,000. Currently, I've only got around 1.58 million in my account. True, Confrontation is my first love goddess, but we haven't even practiced together, let alone had many conversations. Well, let's consider it saving a life. Better to do good deeds. I've made up my mind. Meanwhile, in the other hospital room, Confrontation looks utterly exhausted, gazing at the man lying in the bed. What should she do? He's been running this charity fundraiser for a long time, but in the end, he only raised just over 50,000. He had no choice but to post it on his Moments, hoping to raise more. But it's far from enough. After all, his dad's surgery costs a whopping $1 million. Where on earth is he going to find the remaining 950,000? However, at that moment, a series of notification sounds suddenly rang out. He hurriedly took out his phone to check, only to find they were all notifications of transfers. To be honest, I was feeling a bit frustrated at this point. Originally, I wanted to transfer the full 950,000 to Confrontation all at once, but as it turned out, the maximum per transaction couldn't exceed 50,000, so I had to make multiple transfers instead. Confrontation looked at one transaction after another, and his heart trembled for a moment, as if pierced by loyalty. It's precisely because of me that he's managed to hold on until now. Otherwise, he would have agreed to someone else's offer long ago. After all, someone was willing to cover the 1 million yuan surgery fee for his father, but the condition was that he had to become someone else's daughter. Seeing him on the verge of collapse, I actually transferred money to him. He didn't know whether to feel aggrieved or happy, but Confrontation truly cried. Compared to Confrontation's tears, I'm practically overjoyed at this point. Because when I finished transferring the last 50,000 to Confrontation, the sound of the system rang in my mind. Host, for your outstanding display of traditional Chinese virtues, the system will activate a tenfold bonus for you, effective for 2 hours. Of course, amidst my joy, there's still a hint of unhappiness. 2 hours may not be long enough. Now, there's only 638,000 left in my card. It's obviously a waste of time to spend it at physical stores, so I have to rely on online shopping. Without further ado, I immediately opened my phone and hastily installed the hottest app right now. Before installation, I confidently topped up 10,000 yuan for myself. Why top up first? Because I need to save time, so I chose to use data. Also, I'm afraid of attracting attention from relevant authorities. Soon, I opened the installed live streaming app and directly topped up 640,000 yuan in it. Then, I happily continued with my purchases. Unexpectedly, a warning popped up. Warning to the host, today's cashback limit has been reached. If the host continues to spend, the system will no longer provide cashback. Please consider this carefully. My expression changed instantly. I never expected there would be a cashback limit. I immediately asked the system. When I first registered, didn't you say I could receive unlimited cashback? How come it's reached the limit now? The unlimited cashback of this system means that the host can receive cashback every day, but it doesn't mean it's unlimited every single day. Although it's disappointing, I accepted this reality. Fortunately, the daily cashback limit now is 400 million, which is still quite substantial. Of course, this limit will increase with system upgrades, which satisfies me somewhat. The reason I say somewhat satisfied is because now I can do nothing and rely solely on earning cashback from the system. I can earn 4 times as much every day. Isn't this amazing? However, there's one thing I need to urgently resolve, the bank card limit. It's really annoying. Next step, I'll have to increase the limit. In the hospital at this moment, Confrontation has been struggling for a long time. She doesn't know whether she should accept this money. A severe cough is heard, coming from Confrontation's father. It's evident her body is becoming weaker. Just take it as a loan from me, Confrontation. I'll find a way to repay you. After a deep breath, Confrontation made her decision. As I watched him not taking the money, I immediately messaged Confrontation, you don't need to feel pressured about this money. Nothing else matters now, the priority is to get uncle treated. If it's not enough, then message me. In the end, when Fei-Qin didn't know what to say, it was just a silent scene. After dealing with this matter, I directly exited the chat interface. What I didn't know was that when Fei-Qin still wanted to meet me, to thank me in person again. However, there was still a hint of disappointment in Fei-Qin's heart. As she looked at my reply, she stood still in a daze. At the headquarters of the live streaming software, the manager of the recharge department, Qin Huihuang, with an unpleasant expression, at this time, he would have already gone home on a normal day. But today, it's almost 7 o'clock, he had just been reprimanded by his superiors. Because in the past month, the number of recharges has significantly decreased compared to the previous month. In the high-level meeting, he was scolded by the boss, pointing fingers at him. His face became extremely unpleasant. At that moment, a knocking sound was heard outside. A woman in professional attire rushed in anxiously, and urgently shouted to Qin Huihuang, "There's an emergency." Qin Huihuang, who was already angry, scolded, "Why are you shouting? Is your house on fire? Or did your husband run away? Can't you have some manners?" Shouting and screaming in the office during work hours, how improper. The woman at this moment was also dumbfounded, never expecting to upset the manager to this extent. He stood in place, unsure of what to say. After a scolding, Qin Huihuang's mood improved significantly, and he immediately looked towards Xiao Chen. "Speak, what do you have to say?" The woman was stunned by Qin Huihuang's reprimand, and instinctively replied, "Nothing." His instinct triggered Qin Huihuang's displeasure, leading to another round of scolding. "You have nothing to do, why are you yelling? Do you have too much free time?" No, manager, it's like this. Just after 5 p.m., someone directly deposited 2 billion on our platform. 2 billion? With these words, Qin Huihuang immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. This amount is simply unbelievable. Since the platform was established, such a huge deposit has never occurred before. After a while, Qin Huihuang calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chun with anticipation and asked, "Xiao Chun, is what you said true?" "It's true, but manager, what I find curious is that there has been no activity after this deposit." However, at this moment, Qin Huihuang completely ignored Xiao Chen's doubts. Immediately, with a look of joy, he said to Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, you are truly my lucky star. Come, I will treat you to a feast." As I look at the 2 billion virtual currency, I initially thought of requesting a refund from the platform. However, upon careful consideration, I realized the platform had actually done me a huge favor. I'll keep it, maybe it will come in handy later. There are still 400 million in my bank account. The next day, I rubbed my eyes and immediately got out of bed without hesitation. After all, there are 4 billion waiting for me to earn today. How can I be bound by the bed? I am a hard-working person. Today, I must work hard to spend money. Otherwise, how can I earn the 4 billion from the system? The first thing after getting up is to withdraw money. Soon, I arrived at the bank counter. I handed over my bank card directly, asking to check my spending limit. The customer service at the counter paused, then, looking at my regular bank card, asked me casually, "How much do you want to withdraw?" Seeing this, I politely asked him to check and withdraw as much as possible. However, as soon as the customer service heard this, he became displeased. The next moment, he immediately said to me impatiently, "What do you mean by withdraw as much as possible? Let me tell you, if you want to withdraw a specific amount, just say it. Please don't waste other people's time." Looking back at the people behind me, there was no one there, not even a few in the entire hall. Immediately, my brows furrowed, and I coldly said, "Withdraw 1 billion for me." The customer service was first stunned, then he looked at me with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. "You want to withdraw 1 billion? Am I hearing correctly?" "You heard me right, I want to withdraw 1 billion. I said directly. The customer service finally chuckled. While laughing, he also turned to another person beside him and said, "Did you hear that? He said he wants to increase his limit to 1 billion, with just an ordinary card. He even dreams of raising it to 1 billion. It's so ridiculous." Seeing their icy faces, my heart was instantly filled with rage. I'd rather keep a bit of anger than resort to violence. Despite my efforts to keep smiling, anger surfaced on my face. "Do you have any manners? Why are you resorting to insults? Do you have any manners? You should be ashamed. As a customer service representative, not only is your attitude lacking, but you also mock customers. Your level of professionalism is astonishing. I wonder how you even got hired here." This really set the customer off. He started yelling at me, "How I came in here is none of your business. My card is just an ordinary one. Why on earth would I be asking for a billion limit increase? Who do you think you're intimidating? And you're being rude to a woman? If you're really capable, why not get a VIP card instead of using a regular one? What kind of people are these? At this moment, a man in his 30s walked into the hall, his expression constantly changing. As soon as he entered the hall, he came straight to my window and coldly asked, "What's going on?" This guy, claiming to be a supervisor, handed me a regular card and demanded I raise the transfer limit to 1 billion. When I refused, he started cursing at me. As soon as he heard this, the man in his 30s face darkened instantly. He immediately looked at me. "Sir, what our customer service said is correct. Your card is indeed a regular bank card and cannot have its spending limit increased." Upon hearing this, I immediately showed great interest. "Are you kidding me? Even a regular card can increase the spending limit directly, though not by much. Now they're outright saying it's not possible. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being blunt." My lips turned cold. "I won't request a limit increase. Please withdraw all the money from my card." Immediately upon hearing this, the manager and the customer service representative exchanged glances and then chuckled. "But it's just an ordinary card. How much money could possibly be in there? If you want to withdraw, go ahead and do it." The manager directly instructed the customer service representative, "Quickly withdraw for him." At this moment, the customer service representative wore a sly smile on his face, thinking, "He's still pretending. Does he think there are multiple consciousnesses in his card?" The next moment, he swiped my bank card directly, and immediately, he was dumbfounded, then started shouting towards the manager. At this point, the manager, who had thought the matter was already resolved and was about to leave, suddenly heard someone calling him. He became impatient. "What's wrong, manager?" "His card indeed has." The customer service representative hesitated, not making it clear at all. Seeing his expression, the manager immediately became displeased and loudly asked the customer service representative, "What's the matter? Can't you make it clear?" Upon being yelled at by his manager, the customer service representative was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately said, "Manager, there's a total of 4 billion in his card." As soon as these words were spoken, the manager's eyes widened suddenly. "What did you say? 4 billion? In the next moment, he immediately turned his head. Looking at me, I was at that moment, smiling ambiguously, and said with a playful tone, "Hurry up. Get it all out for me, I'm in a hurry." Upon hearing this, the manager wiped his forehead nervously and said, "Sir," his face turned red, looking very uncomfortable. It's like something stuck in his throat. He couldn't manage to say a complete sentence. After some time, he finally managed to say, "Sir, can you not withdraw so much this time?" I smiled. "I'll withdraw as much money as I want. Do I need your opinion?" In an instant, both the manager and the trembling body shivered, evidently frightened. "I'm telling you, hurry up and get my money. Don't waste my time, it's precious. You can't afford to delay. Didn't you look down on me just now? Will I give you face?" I continued mercilessly. My words made the manager break out in a cold sweat. How could they have so much money here? Even 1 billion is very difficult. Under normal circumstances, to withdraw a large amount of money, you need to make an appointment in advance. But that's under normal circumstances. After all, it's the customer's own money, they have complete control. If the customer insists on withdrawing, we have to comply. If these 4 billion are really withdrawn from here, then this manager's career is over. It was all you in an instant. He started roaring at that customer service representative, and after he finished roaring, immediately afterwards, he turned to me and apologized. "Sir, what happened just now was actually a misunderstanding. I apologize to you, truly sorry." Then he yelled at the internal customer service again, "What are you waiting for? Quickly increase the limit for our most esteemed customer." The customer service representative panicked, and he immediately began to increase my limit. "No need, your store is too grand for my meager amount of money. There's really no need for it to be here. After all, this is just an ordinary card of mine." Upon hearing this, the manager was on the verge of tears. What kind of situation is this? If I'm determined to take my business elsewhere, he won't need to work here anymore. He hurriedly apologized to me again. "I'm sorry, sir. You're a person of great magnanimity. Please don't hold it against me." This time, he even bent his entire body at a 90-degree angle. In the manager's office at that moment, Manager Lee Changming saw the scene on the surveillance camera and immediately shouted. He then ran straight out. The next moment, the anxious voice of the manager echoed in the hall, "Mr. Su, I'm truly very sorry." Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, then immediately saw a middle-aged chubby man rushing towards me quickly. After he ran over, he deeply bowed to me. "Mr. Su, I'm really very sorry." Seeing this, I was somewhat surprised. Who is this person? How does he know my surname? "Mr. Su, I'm the branch manager Lee Changming." Seeing my confusion, Lee Changming quickly introduced himself. Then he continued directly, "Mr. Sue, I apologize deeply for the unpleasant experience you had at our bank. However, I hope you can understand. At that moment, I really didn't want to let it go just like that, especially since I was quite upset. Mr. Lee Changming hesitated a bit at this, and I instantly understood my thoughts. The next moment, he solemnly said, Mr. Sue, rest assured, I will never hire those two. At the same time, to express our sincerity to Mr. Sue, our bank is willing to upgrade your card directly to a black gold card. Since that's the case, alright then. I nodded immediately. Seeing Manager Lee Changming, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he personally handled my business. When I walked out, it was already 11 o'clock. Then I went straight to the sports car exhibition center and headed directly to the Koenigsegg booth. The Koenigsegg booth was spacious, with a brand new sports car right in the center. I couldn't help but admire it. I fell in love with it at first sight. Immediately, without hesitation, I walked up to the staff nearby and said firmly, I want this car of yours. The staff at the booth couldn't help but exclaim, and even the bystanders nearby were stunned. At this moment, a young anchor named Zhang Xiaolong had just finished discussing who would ultimately own this most expensive car. My voice resounded in his ears, and he let out a surprised cry. According to his understanding, this sports car wouldn't sell. After all, buying this one would cost 50 million. At this point, the staff also realized and stuttered to me, Sir, you've got some nerve. I nodded, feeling a bit strange. I'll take it, I said. Is there a problem with that? Because of my words, Zhang Xiaoning's livestream suddenly erupted into chaos. Is someone really buying that car? Suddenly, everyone was mentioning Zhang Xiaoning to ask about the situation. Zhang Xiaoning snapped back to reality and said, someone said they're interested, but I doubt they'll actually buy it. After all, it's so expensive. As Zhang Xiaoning said this, a hint of panic flashed across her face because she wasn't certain either. That's why the host said this. Are you worried that others won't buy it because it's expensive? Or because you simply don't want others to buy it? After all, if someone buys it, you'll have to kiss them. Just look at how red our host's face is. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoning's fans were basically teasing her about it. This made Zhang Xiaoning even redder, her blush resembling a red blanket. There's no helping it. Who told him to agree to the fans' condition in the heat of the moment yesterday? If someone buys this car, he'll have to go kiss them. At this moment, the staff stared at me, took a deep breath, and said, Sir, do you have any Koenigsegg cars under your name? I was stunned and didn't think much, just went straight back to the door. Well, sir, I'm sorry, but you probably can't buy this car from us. Our condition this time is, if a customer wants to buy this car from us, then they must have 3 other models of our cars under their name. Upon hearing this, I fell into thought. Seems like this is quite a hassle. Seeing me lost in thought, the staff immediately asked, Sir, are you still interested in buying? But before he could finish, I pointed to the 3 cars beside me and said, I'll take those 3 for sure. As soon as I said that, there was an audible gasp in the air. Even the netizens in the live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, what a wealthy person. He's so rich. You know, those are Koenigseggs. The cheapest one costs over 10 million yuan, and now he's buying 4 in one go. He's really rich. I gotta see what this guy looks like. If he's handsome, I'm definitely not asking for a dowry. You still want a dowry? Let me tell you, even if this guy is an old man, I'd still marry him. After all, I love him, not his money. After a while, the staff finally spoke up, Sir, do you really want all 3 of these? Why wouldn't I? I said as I took out my card and handed it to the staff. Go ahead and process it for me. Don't you doubt my spending power. I looked at this girl speechlessly for a moment. Is she really that distrustful? I've clearly said I'll take it. Right after, I added, yes, process the previous 3 for me first. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll process them for you right away. Seeing that I really intended to buy 4 cars, the staff immediately became extremely respectful. Without delay, they took my card. As they took it, upon a quick glance, it was a black card. This person is a true VIP. After all, anyone with a black card has a net worth of at least hundreds of millions. Seeing the staff momentarily dazed, I urged, don't just stand there, hurry up. I'm in a rush, don't delay me from spending money. Upon hearing this, the staff was even more startled and quickly turned to process the transaction. After he left, I looked at Zhang Xiaoning beside me and asked, Miss, is something wrong? She kept lowering her head and blushing intermittently. What's going on with her? Could it be that I'm so charming now? As the saying goes, money can make you handsome. And since I was already quite handsome, now that I have money, I must be even more handsome. Zhang Xiaoning, still in a daze, looked at me. I greeted her, and in an instant, a hint of panic flashed across her face. After the panic, her face turned red again. Not only that, there were stars twinkling in her eyes. She's practically seeing her long-awaited idol, the one she admires so much. He's so handsome, it's like a deer dancing in her heart. At that moment, a staff member approached with the contract. "Sir, everything's prepared on my end. The total for the 3 cars is 65 million. Upon hearing this, I merely uttered a faint word. With just one swipe, the staff member took a deep breath. He had never seen someone so extravagant before. "Sir, please enter your password." After entering the password, the system's voice chimed in. "The host has spent 65 million this time, successfully earning a rebate of 130 million. Please check it in time." Looking at the text message notification on my phone, I chuckled. The balance in my account had surpassed the 500 million mark. Now, I have the qualification to buy that one directly, right? I looked at the staff member at the display. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it for you." Immediately after, I swiped another 50 million. Just then, the voice of the system rang in my mind again. Ding! Detecting the host's extravagance, purchasing 4 supercars. Therefore, a special reward is granted. Host's divine level design. Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. I hadn't expected the system to provide such thoughtful service. The next second, my mind was flooded with information, all about the driving skills of professional racers. At that moment, the staff member from the display came to me again. "Sir, all the cars you purchased have been processed. Do you need us to arrange delivery?" I nodded. "I'll drive the Koenigsegg myself. Please deliver the other 3. As for where to deliver them, please wait for my call later." Upon hearing this, that staff member directly and respectfully handed over the car keys and their name, indicating they are ready to serve me at any time, 24/7. I couldn't help but be amazed upon hearing this. Money is indeed advantageous. Without hesitation, I took the car keys, their business card, and then said, "I'll be leaving now, I'll contact you later." Just as I was about to leave, a figure quickly approached me, and with a smack, a cherry-like mouth directly kissed me. My mind went blank instantly, and an incredulous expression appeared on my face. I was kissed out of the blue. Just as I was dumbfounded, he quickly ran away like a wisp of smoke. Soon, Zhang Xiaoming rushed into the women's restroom, panting heavily, continuously splashing his flushed cheeks with water, yet his heart kept pounding relentlessly. At that moment, I was also dumbfounded, almost unable to believe I was kissed out of the blue. "Hey, big sis, why did you run so fast? At least leave your number for me. After all, I'm the one who's at a loss here." Without much thought, I drove directly to the sales office of the luxury villa. Just as I was about to park my car, to my surprise, a Ferrari suddenly zoomed past with a whoosh. Before I could react, the Ferrari calmly parked in the spot where I was about to park. Seeing this bunch, I was stunned. Damn, my parking spot was taken. At that moment, the security guard directing my parking wore a helpless expression, apologetically glancing at me. He was just a bit slow in directing, afraid that a mistake might damage my car. He couldn't afford the consequences. But never did I imagine someone would snatch my spot. I didn't mind and just told him it was okay. Just then, 2 people got out of the parked Ferrari, didn't even glance at me, and walked away. Seeing them, I felt a bit angry. Helplessly, I parked my car elsewhere too. With a grim expression, I headed towards Building 1 sales office. As soon as I entered the sales office, a saleswoman beamed from afar, so welcoming. Seeing this, my previous irritation vanished instantly. But the next moment, my brows furrowed immediately. Because those 3 saleswomen weren't welcoming me, but that chubby guy. In an instant, the 3 saleswomen approached the chubby man, flattering him, ignoring me completely. Facing the seduction of the 3 saleswomen, the chubby man just nodded slowly, looking rather smug. But that didn't deter the fiery enthusiasm of the 3 saleswomen. "How many properties is Brother Lou planning to buy this time? Brother Lou, is this your sister-in-law? She's so beautiful, Brother Lou. You can't show favoritism this time. Yesterday, you bought 10 sets from Shelly, but both me and Xiaofan only got 5 sets. The chubby man waved his hand and patted the shoulder of the sales lady who spoke first. "Don't worry, I'm here today. I'm planning to buy another 30 sets at your one villa." As soon as he said this, the 3 sales ladies all screamed at once. Then, they all leaned towards the chubby man. In the midst of this scene, the girl who came with the chubby man seemed completely indifferent, as if she hadn't seen anything. Seeing this, I understood. This girl must be the chubby man's secretary. After all, there's a certain secretary vibe to her. Those who understand know. Although the secretary dares to be angry, she dares not to speak. "Later, I'll buy a villa here too," the chubby man spoke again. Immediately, the 3 sales ladies screamed again. They all went straight into the one villa sales hall. At this moment, a spirited young man walked up to me. "Sir, are you here to view the houses?" he asked politely, glancing at the badge on his chest that read No. 1 Villa. Property consultant, Chen-jun. Seeing his friendly demeanor, I replied politely, "Yes, I'm here to view the houses." "Alright, please follow me, sir," Chen-jun said, leading me towards the sand table. Then I spoke up and asked, "Who was the person in front of me just now?" He seemed very familiar with the real estate consultant here. "Sir, are you referring to him?" Chen-jun paused and pointed to the fat man from earlier. "Sir, don't you know him? He's Lu Hong, a well-known property speculator in our community. Mr. Jin came in with him just now. I thought you knew him. To be honest, I don't have a good impression of this guy. He flaunts his wealth at the drop of a hat and insists on having a girl accompany him to view houses." Chen-jun complained, and it was clear he was still a bit annoyed. Upon hearing Chen-jun's words, I glanced at Lu Hong and then nodded in agreement with Chen-jun. "Alright, take me to see your properties," I said calmly. Soon, Chen-jun led me to the sand table and gave some explanations. At this moment, 3 sales ladies came to the sand table directly. "Lu Gu, have you decided which villa you want to buy?" "Number 8. I think your villa No. 8 looks good." Lu Hong examined the sand table carefully before speaking. As soon as I heard this, I immediately said loudly to Chen-jun, "Villa No. 8 looks quite good, so I'll take it." Lu Hong naturally heard this and immediately became displeased. "Hey kid, Villa No. 8 is mine, so my advice to you is to look at others." He said it very matter-of-factly, as if what he wanted was unquestionably his. That's just how he is. Seeing this, I immediately laughed. "Sir, I don't like hearing that from you. What do you mean by saying Villa No. 8 is yours? Is it written in your name, or are you just claiming it?" Lu Hong was momentarily stunned, but then he got angry. "What do you mean, kid? You're trying to compete with me for Villa No. 8, huh?" I said with a half-smile, "Sir, you need to understand. You're here to buy a house, and so am I. It just so happens that you're interested in Villa No. 8, and coincidentally, so am I. So, I intend to." Before I could finish, Lu Hong interjected, "Shaoli, swipe the card." Not only that, he assertively handed his own card to Xueli. Xueli took the card with a smiling face. "Okay, brother Lu, I'll go handle it for you." Then, she looked at me disdainfully, turned around, and went to assist Lu Hong. "So, the total price of Villa No. 8 is 80 million, right? I'll offer 85 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. "Damn, there's actually such a move? Do you think this is an auction house? It's like highest bidder wins." Indeed, Lu Hong was completely stunned. After a long time, he finally looked at me and said, "Kid, are you out of your mind? This is the sales department, not some auction house. Offering 85 million? Are you kidding me?" He smirked. I chuckled. "Well, there's no rule saying the sales department can't have a little price flexibility, right? You've got a point there." I looked at Xueli as I spoke. At this moment, Xueli was already shaken by my words. After being a real estate consultant for so many years, this was truly the first time encountering such a situation. But with that handsome smile on my face, as refreshing as a breeze, she became somewhat enchanted. So, she immediately nodded. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong's expression instantly turned unpleasant. He shouted loudly, "Shaoli!" Xueli snapped back to reality, a hint of panic showing on his face. This was his important client, he couldn't afford to offend. He became cautious and asked, "What's wrong, brother Lu?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was speechless with anger. How could this woman be so infatuated? Doesn't she realize I'm her real big client? Is this how you treat your big client? He was truly furious and immediately scolded Xueli. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swipe the card for me." Seeing Lu Hong's anger, Xueli didn't dare to delay. He immediately prepared to swipe the card. However, at this moment, Chen-jun spoke up. "Xueli, didn't you see? My client bid 85 million for Villa No. 8. I'm selling Villa No. 8 to my client. Even if it's the manager, I believe he will agree with me. After all, this extra 5 million is significant. Besides, after being a real estate consultant for so many years, how could he not understand people's intentions? Obviously, I and this Lu Hong don't get along well." Seeing this, of course, I gave him an approving look directly. That's true, Xueli suddenly found herself in a difficult position. After all, what Chen-jun said was true, and with their manager involved, it became even more complicated. "Xueli, what do you mean? I'm in your hands. I'm a major client who bought 50 high-rise residential units from you. Doesn't that outweigh the 5 million? Lu Hong's brow furrowed instantly. There were already many people around watching Zhao Liang. Lu Hong was furious, he felt utterly embarrassed. I know he's a real estate tycoon, very famous in the industry. But now, to be humiliated like this, how's he going to show his face? So Lu Hong wants to reserve Villa No. 8, but he doesn't want to spend extra. This is why he's pressuring Shueli, to show everyone that he's the boss. At this moment, Lu Hong said, which also gave Shueli a good reason. He turned to Qinjun and said directly, Qinjun, this is our top client from Villa No. 1. He has already bought 50 residential units from us. That 5 million probably won't bother the manager. So, I'll take care of Lu Gu. I'm sure the manager won't blame me for this. Shueli's words satisfied Lu Hong. He's a major client, a wealthy man. Villa No. 8 felt like a piece of cake to him. Suddenly, he looked at me with a smug and disdainful expression. Shueli's words left Qinjun somewhat uncertain. He didn't know how to respond. At this moment, I added another 5 million. I'll take the No. 8 villa for 90 million. As soon as this was said, everyone around immediately gasped. Another 5 million added. Is this place an auction house? This guy is really wealthy. Not only wealthy, but also so arrogant. Clearly, the house was only selling for 80 million, but in the blink of an eye, he forcibly raised it to 90 million. This appreciation rate is unbelievable. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding spectators, Lu Hong's face turned red with anger. At this moment, he deeply felt that his dignity had been trampled on, laid on the ground by others, ready to be stepped on at any moment. He immediately stared at me fiercely, his eyes seeming to shoot fire. Kid, do you really want to confront me? Do you know who I am? I just took your parking spot. Is it necessary for you to be so aggressive? Everyone suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder he kept raising the price. It turns out it's because he stole his parking spot. It's really unimaginable for rich people. Just snatching a parking spot, and he throws out such arrogance. 10 million, that's just too cool. And he's so handsome too. I'm in love. Lu Hong's lungs almost exploded with anger at this moment, but he had no choice. Because at this moment, he had already thrown his dignity out the window. At this moment, a girl walked out. Hey, little bro, do you have a girlfriend now? I sighed deeply. I'm really sorry, but I already have a girlfriend now. My words made the girl pause for a moment, but then she shrugged and started talking nonchalantly. It's okay if you have it, do you mind having one more? I replied, I've got girlfriends to spare, they're all the way in France. I don't need one. My actions at this moment seemed like I was stealing the spotlight from Lu Hong. In the next moment, he loudly declared to Shaoli, I'll pay 1 billion for Villa No. 8. Go arrange it for me immediately. Lu Hong directly and arrogantly said in a loud voice, as if he were loaded. His words shocked the onlookers again. Each of them looked at Lu Hong in disbelief. Lu Hong enjoyed this moment, after all, he had just gained back his face. Lu Hong wasn't foolish. He had a plan. Not only did he want to regain the face he had lost earlier, but he also intended to set me up. If you're giving away money for free, why not give a bit more? After saying this, he shot me a provocative look. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Did you really think I wouldn't catch on? Sorry, buddy, you've been had. Everyone heard that, right? Our Mr. Lu here is willing to spend 1 billion directly to buy Villa No. 8. Since others like Villa No. 8 so much, how can I snatch it from them? Although he took my parking spot earlier, I was really mad, but hey, I don't hold grudges. So, since Mr. Lu likes Villa No. 8 so much, I'll give it to him. After saying this, I was stunned again. Shueli directly said, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go handle the house purchase procedure for our Mr. Lu. Our Mr. Lu, this is 20 million above market price. You've hit the jackpot. Your company might even reward you with a lot of money for this. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong was truly dumbfounded, with numerous question marks floating above his head. Something's not right, this shouldn't be happening like this. Suchin should have, after I called out 1 billion, immediately called out 1 billion too, or even more. How could he refuse? At this moment, Lu Hong's heart was simply indescribable. After hearing my words, Shueli immediately looked at Lu Hong nervously and said, Lu Gu, do you want to swipe 1 billion? At this moment, he really didn't know what to do. Selling to Lu Hong at 1 billion directly is not feasible. We still need to ask for his opinion. As for Lu Hong, upon hearing Shueli's question, his face turned into coal, and anger flared in his eyes. At this moment, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and loudly say, swipe 1 billion. Under the gaze of many, Shueli quickly handled everything for Lu Hong. After Lu Hong took the relevant documents for buying the villa from Shueli's hands, the next moment, he hummed and quickly left. This was clearly an 80 million thing, yet he unexpectedly spent 100 million directly, losing 20 million. He felt extremely distressed, so he didn't want to linger at this moment. Just as Lu Hong left, the voice of the system flashed through my mind. Detected that the host has provided warmth for the common people. The host receives an additional reward from the system, ownership of JK Media Company, Ltd. The relevant documents have been placed in the host's car for retrieval at any time. Hearing this, I was surprised. I hadn't expected the system to have such an operation. I did something like this myself. Yet, I received this additional reward. At this moment in the sales hall, I looked at villa number 3. Speaking of this villa, I should swipe the card. Chen Jun, with a respectful expression, took my card and went to prepare. Soon, Chen Jun came to me and said respectfully, Mr. Su, the procedures for purchasing villa number 3 have all been completed on my end. The property certificate will be delivered to you within 3 working days. You can move in now without any issues. Immediately after, I walked out of the sales hall for villa number 1 and arrived at the door of villa number 3. However, when I drove my car to villa number 3, I found a woman standing there. She was dressed in a standard black suit. As soon as I parked the car, she jogged over to the side of the car door and politely opened it for me. As I stepped out of the car, I looked at the woman and asked with some confusion, "Who are you?" Upon hearing my question, the woman immediately revealed a smile and then introduced herself, Mr. Su. Hello, I'm Wang Lan, the property manager here. I'm delighted that you're moving into our No. 1 villa. As soon as I heard this, I understood. Manager Wang, do you need something? Wang Lan nodded. Mr. Su, here are the keys specially delivered for you. I'll also assist you in registering your information. Understanding their intentions, I nodded directly. Let's go then. We walked through the garden and arrived at the villa gate. At this point, I could see clearly. After a brief operation at the door lock, they asked me to register fingerprints, irises, etc. After completing these tasks, Wang Lan spoke up. Mr. Su, I've already recorded your information. With that, they directly opened the villa gate, and suddenly, everything inside the villa appeared before my eyes in an instant. Various branded furniture, luxurious crystal chandeliers, my eyes were dazzled by it all for a moment. Seeing all this, it was jaw-dropping. Coming from the countryside, I felt like Chen Huanqing entering the city. Everything seemed so novel. And precisely because of this, after Wang Lan saw the expression on my face, he suddenly became somewhat suspicious. Wasn't he a super rich second generation? Why does he look like a bumpkin? But he can't just speculate about my intentions randomly. After all, the person who can directly spend 90 million to buy their villa No. 3 is not someone he can afford to offend. He then respectfully continued, Mr. Su, if you don't have any other matters here, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he took out his business card, offering it with both hands, and continued, if Mr. Su needs anything in the future, feel free to call me directly. We're available to serve you around the clock. I took the business card, nodded slightly, and as Wang Lan left, I sat alone on the genuine leather sofa in the lobby, looking at everything before me. It all felt somewhat surreal because not long ago, I was a broke loser who couldn't afford rent, but now, in the blink of an eye, I not only have my own car and house, but I also own a wholly owned company worth around 100 billion. However, it's a bit too lonely to have such a large villa all to myself. I should find some beautiful cleaning ladies to help tidy up my room. Otherwise, there won't be any warmth at all. Instantly, a hint of an uncontrollable evil smile appeared on my face. However, just then, a phone ring brought me back to reality abruptly. I picked up my phone and saw the caller ID. It was unexpectedly a call from the landlord. My mood worsened instantly. The landlord calling spells trouble. As soon as I answered the phone, I was greeted by the unmistakable laughter of the landlady, a laugh that could curdle milk. Xiao Xue, where are you now? It's been 2 days, and Lu Jia misses you terribly. Hearing this, I immediately retched. Lu Jia, the plump landlady, upon hearing this, immediately showed concern. Xiaoxiu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jia will come pick you up right away. Lu Jia, I'm fine. You don't need to bother coming over. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I was about to hang up because I knew exactly why landlord Lu Jia was calling. Sure enough, upon hearing the call, I immediately thought of Lu Jia's roar. Su Chen, do you still not understand what Su Chen's mother wants? Let me tell you, today's call is the last time I'll ask you, will you agree to be with me or not? I was about to refuse, but before I could speak, Lu Jia continued directly. Su Chen, if you were here right now, you would immediately agree to what I, Lu Jia, said. Lu Jia will directly gift you a car worth 100,000 and a house worth 1 million. So, think carefully before you answer. After all, the deadline I gave you is approaching. If you still don't agree, don't blame me, Lu Jia, for being heartless. Then I'll just leave. Finally, the plump woman snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto my face. How is this woman still not giving up? It seems being too handsome saved me from losing my temper. So, I patiently said to landlady Lu Jia, it's still the same thing. My teeth have always been good, so I can't swallow this. Now I have both the car and the house. As soon as I said this, landlady Lu across from me was stunned for a moment, but soon after, her laughter rang out directly through the phone. Su Chen, stop teasing landlady Lu. Do you think landlady Lu doesn't know your situation? You having a car and a house now? Don't play tricks. The next second, she immediately adopted a kindly tone. Do you youngsters know, landlady Lu said. You're thin-skinned, afraid of being laughed at. That's why you haven't agreed all along. I just found an excuse to stall you. It's not about me. I understand you. After all, you're still young. Su, rest assured, as long as you agree now. Landlady Lu not only promises to buy you a house and a car, but I won't let anyone know about our relationship either. Of course, the condition is that you must be available 24/7. I'm so helpless. How can this damned woman not believe in herself? Well, I guess anyone in her shoes wouldn't believe it either. After all, just 2 days ago, I was someone who couldn't even come up with 600. So, I immediately video called her and filmed the villa from every angle, leaving no blind spots. Seeing this, landlady Lu was simply stunned, unable to say a word. Then the car came again, with a fierce 360-degree shoot without any blind spots. At this moment, Sister Lu couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud bang, his phone immediately fell to the ground, followed by the sound of disconnection. After the landlord hung up the phone, I directly hired villa cleaners and a butler. Just at this moment, a resume jumped right in front of me. Qin Mashi, 23 years old, senior management talent, weekly salary of 200,000, monthly salary of 800,000. I murmured to myself immediately, this is too low. I must double it for him. Before talking about 2 million, I have to attract him first. Then I clicked on the contact information reserved by Qin Mashi without hesitation and immediately dialed the number. Meanwhile, in another residence, Imoshi's good friend Zhang Mohan said to him, Imoshi, I've told you before, don't fill in such a high salary. You just won't listen. Now, it's been a week. Have you received any calls? Not to mention receiving calls, I bet you haven't even received a single interview invitation. You've just graduated. Do you really think you can get such a high salary? Obviously, that's impossible. Zhang Mohan is really worried for his good friend, Qin Mashi. It's okay, Mohan. I believe there will definitely be companies willing to hire me. Qin Mashi smiled, though somewhat forced, as he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mohan felt a bit sorry. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Qin Mashi, but he didn't have a chance to say the comforting words. Qin Mashi's phone rang, and as he picked it up, the two of them exchanged glances. Zhang Mohan immediately urged, Mashi, answer it. It might be the notification for your interview. After taking a deep breath, Qin Mashi pressed the answer key. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end spoke, May I speak with Qin Mashi? I just saw your resume online and think you're perfect to be my personal butler. So, I hope you can come for an interview with me. Personal butler. Upon hearing these words, Qin Mashi's heart sank halfway, and simultaneously, a wave of anger surged within him. Sir, please get it straight. I'm looking for a proper job, not some personal butler position, he said, immediately considering hanging up. Now, Miss Qin, don't get worked up. I actually anticipated this situation earlier. Zhang Mohan intervened quickly as Qin Mashi hung up the phone. Are you out of your mind? I've already said I'm looking for a proper job, not some personal butler. Miss Qin, what I'm offering you is indeed a proper job, and furthermore, I can offer you a monthly salary of 2 million. Mr. Su, even if you offer me 2 million, or even 20 million, I won't become a butler. Qin Mashi, still furious, couldn't bear to listen anymore. After a roar, he prepared to hang up the phone immediately. At that moment, Zhang Mohan spoke up, hold on, he's asking you to be his personal butler. This is a job with a monthly salary of 2 million. Moreover, being a personal butler is also a proper job. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Mohan immediately spoke up. Qin Mashi was stunned, and then he realized. He immediately asked me, Mr. Su, is the monthly salary of 2 million you just mentioned true? Of course, Miss Qin, you can rest assured. Hiring you as my personal butler is just to help me manage daily chores. It's not what you think, Miss Qin. If that's the case, then I agree. Alright, the day after tomorrow morning, you can come directly to Villano 3 for orientation. After saying that, I hung up the phone and then opened the live streaming platform. At this moment, Qin Huihuan, the general manager of the live streaming platform, sat in his office with a worried expression. Looking at Chen Yanhong standing in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, has the account for Tenli Fragrance not made any purchases yet? Not even a penny has been spent. Hearing Qin Huihuan's inquiry, Chen Yanhong honestly replied. He was actually quite puzzled. Clearly, 2 billion has already been deposited. But why is there no activity at all? I'm not asking you to spend 128 million directly, but at least spend 100,000 or 800,000. There shouldn't be any problem. But it's been over a day, and not a single penny has been spent. This doesn't make sense. Suddenly, Chen Yanhong seemed to realize something. The next moment, he said directly, Manager, do you think Tenli Fragrance might have made an accidental deposit without intending to spend? But before he finished speaking, Qin Huihuan started shouting, Xiaochun, what do you mean? Have you ever seen 2 billion mistakenly charged on our platform? Qin Huihuan's ranting sounded like he was angry. Seeing this, Chen Yanhong was a bit confused. He had no idea why Qin Huihuan was so angry. You know, what he said is actually true. After all, encountering such situations before has happened many times. Chen Yanhong silently felt a bit wronged. Qin Huihuan isn't really angry, he's just afraid of this happening again. It's just a situation, but he doesn't want it. That's how things are. Seeing that such a wealthy client could help him meet his targets directly, if it were a mistaken charge, it would be so devastating. Xiao Chen, according to the big data statistics from Tenli Chuan Xiang, directly recommend things he likes to him. Make sure he starts spending before tomorrow morning when you come to work. Okay, I'll go handle it right away. Then he left directly. In the villa at Office No. 3, I lay on the bed, watching live broadcasts, drinking red wine. With a click on the same city, the next moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar face suddenly appeared before my eyes. How is it him? This nostalgic little elf, I've actually encountered him again. Wow, it's her? Su Chen's face showed a hint of disbelief, but then he smirked cunningly. This intriguing little fairy, I actually encountered her again? Without hesitation, Su Chen clicked in. Can't cure the addiction of missing you, all the extra time is in vain. Can't forget the addiction of missing you. A current popular song played, the girl sometimes melancholic, sometimes silent. Yes, this is a work. In Su Chen's view, her performance was quite on point. Of course, Su Chen is not a professional. Therefore, his opinion is not feasible at all. With a flip to the left, it can be seen that she has posted more than 50 works, and the work Su Chen saw at the moment was just released today. Today? Su Chen was stunned for a moment. But he didn't care that much, so he continued to watch. Among the 50-plus works, most were dance performances. The rest were some sceneries, funny stuff, and the number of her fans could only be considered average, or even few, as there were just over 30,000. After silently giving her a big thumbs up, Su Chen clicked on her account's profile picture. She was live streaming. So, of course, Su Chen had to see what this intriguing little fairy was live streaming. Welcome our 10 miles fragrance, baby, welcome. As soon as he clicked in, her voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Su Chen's smile became even more pronounced. Girl, didn't expect this, huh? We meet again, huh? Kissed me and ran, you're really a rogue. But honestly, I like rogues. Su Chen touched his cheek. Immediately, the scene at the car show came to mind. A girl came up, without a word, and smacked his cheek. Before he could react, the next moment, the girl ran away. Su Chen still didn't understand what that was all about. Yes, that woman Su Chen saw now was Zhang Xiaoning, the little female anchor who kissed Su Chen and ran. First, follow. This time, I won't let you, this rogue girl, run away. After muttering to himself, Su Chen immediately clicked to follow. Thank you for following 10 miles fragrance, thank you. With a click, Zhang Xiaoning's voice rang out in the live stream room. At this moment, she seemed a bit out of breath, with sweat on her face, as if she had just finished some exercise. Su Chen guessed she must have just finished dancing. After following and seeing Zhang Xiaoning wiping sweat, Su Chen smiled again. Rogue girl, I'll reward you with a lollipop, no need to thank me. As he spoke, Su Chen directly rewarded Zhang Xiaoning with a lollipop. Damo City, Douyin headquarters. Recharge department, manager's office. Manager. A shout came. The next moment, a figure ran straight into the manager's office. At this moment, Qin Huihan, sitting in the manager's chair, frowned slightly. Xiao Chen, what are you up to again? No, manager, I'm not up to anything. Chen Yan said helplessly. If you're not up to anything, why are you shouting so loudly? Qin Huihan said impatiently. "Oh, manager, it's like this," I shouted because 10 miles fragrance. "He made a purchase," Chen Yan explained. "What?" Qin Huihong was stunned when he heard this. Then, he couldn't help but stand up, staring straight at Chen Yan. "Xiaochun, are you sure about what you're saying?" "It's true, he really made a purchase." Chen Yanhong nodded very affirmatively. "Great, great." Suddenly, Qin Huihong was excited. He immediately pushed his manager's chair back, stood up, and paced back and forth, repeating, "Great, great, consumed, 10 miles of fragrance finally consumed, finally consumed." After pacing for a while, Qin Huihong looked at Chen Yanhong and asked, "How much did he spend?" Chen Yanhong hesitated. He spent 9 cents. After a long pause, Chen Yanhong finally said it. "Ah!" Qin Huihong exclaimed. He was dumbfounded. He never expected that. After all, that was a user who had recharged 2 billion RMB. And he only spent 9 cents? Unbelievable. Is he even a person? He's practically a miser. But then he realized it was good news. Because as long as he spent, no matter how much, it would prove that it wasn't a mistaken recharge. Qin Huihong was suddenly happy and immediately instructed, "Xiao Chen, keep an eye on 10 miles of fragrance. If there's any movement, you must inform me immediately, understood?" "Yes, manager. Thanks to 10 miles of fragrance for the lollipop, thank you." After Su Chen rewarded a lollipop, Zhang Xiaoning's voice came on. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoning announced, "It's already 10:30, so my dear fans, you know me, I'm going offline." "Yes, I'm going offline because I need to sleep. So, see you tomorrow, my dear fans. And for those who haven't followed me, hurry up and click follow the streamer so you won't get lost." "Alright, that's enough, bye." With that, the live broadcast ended. Ha! Su Chen was stunned. Damn, it's over just like that? To be honest, Su Chen didn't expect the broadcast to end so abruptly. He was prepared to watch this female rogue, but he only had a brief glimpse of Zhang Xiaoning's cherry lips before it ended. Su Chen was a bit frustrated. After all, those cherry lips had touched his face. "Forget it, if you're going to sleep, then I'll sleep too." Su Chen muttered to himself and then logged out of the app and went to sleep. At that moment, in the headquarters of Douyin in the capital city, in the manager's office of the recharge department, Qin Huihong widened his eyes. "What? You're saying he only spent 9 cents? "Yes, manager," Chen Yanhong replied. Upon hearing Chen Yanhong's response, Qin Huihong took a deep breath. "Alright, I got it. It's getting late tonight, so you can go home first." "Okay, manager, then I'll go home now." The next day, after Su Chen got up and freshened up, he went to the property management to pay a year's property and management fees of 1.2 million. Then, he drove his Koenigsegg CCXR to an old residential area. He came here to take his personal belongings because his previous rental house was here. Normally, Su Chen didn't have much to take, as he couldn't afford much before. But since he got the system, he had bought many good things. Watches, brand-name clothes, and more. Do you think he should come and take it all away? Besides, his previous things may not be valuable, but at least they are his own. Even if he doesn't want them, he still needs to dispose of them himself. In the old residential area, there is no dedicated parking garage, so those who own cars in the old residential area either park on the roadside inside the community or under the building where they live. It's very crowded. Su Chen understands this situation very well because he has been living in the old residential area for so long. Therefore, Su Chen did not drive his car into the community. Instead, he parked directly on the roadside outside the community. As he arrived early, he could see the convenience store downstairs in the building where he rented an apartment had just opened. Unexpectedly, the owner of the convenience store greeted Su Chen today. "Are you just back from work?" And he was even a bit enthusiastic. "Yeah." Su Chen was surprised. Is this becoming more friendly? To be honest, Su Chen found it strange because the convenience store owner had never even glanced at him when he passed by before. He was quite snobbish. But today? It was really strange. However, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it at the moment because he was about to leave. So he simply responded to the convenience store owner's words, kind of, and then went upstairs directly. "If you run out of cigarettes, remember to come back to buy from me. If you buy them one by one, I can give you a discount of 10 yuan. But as soon as Su Chen took a few steps, the voice of the convenience store owner came again. Immediately, Su Chen's face turned dark. Unexpectedly, he was still so snobbish. This guy is really materialistic. Su Chen cursed silently and quickly went upstairs. Soon, Su Chen packed up his things and brought them down. Su Chen didn't have many things, and they all fit into a large bag. Carrying the bag, Su Chen quickly came downstairs and left the community. However, as soon as he stepped out of the community and before he could walk towards his Koenigsegg CCXR, he noticed something was wrong. At that moment, Shuchen saw 5 young men who didn't seem friendly, wandering around with weapons in their hands. What's going on? Seeing this, Shuchen frowned. But then, he calmly took out 7 packs of cigarettes from his bag, gave one to the old security guard at the entrance, left his bag there, opened 1 pack for himself, put the remaining 5 packs in his pocket, and then walked towards the 5 unfriendly young men. Hey, guys, what are you doing here? As he approached, Shuchen immediately smiled and greeted them. Kid, you. The 5 young men became alert instantly. One of them was about to warn Shuchen arrogantly, but before he could speak, Shuchen interrupted. Brothers, no need to be nervous. I'm just asking casually. Come on, have a smoke. Shuchen took out several cigarettes and handed them over. At first glance, Shuchen handed over the cigarette, which turned out to be Huazi, so their faces eased slightly. However, at this moment, they did not accept it. In fact, they looked a bit disdainful. Because Shuchen only brought one? Just 1 cigarette. What a useless thing. Seeing this, Shuchen smiled. He immediately took out 5 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and threw one to each of them. Come on, brothers, smoke up, don't be polite. At the same time, he also gave each of them a cigarette. This action immediately gained the favor of the 5 young men who didn't seem like good people. Thank you, brother. Thanks. In no time, they started thanking Shuchen directly. After all, it was Huazi. No problem, light up. Shuchen acted as if nothing had happened, and he even took out a lighter to light each of them up. Brother, you're very generous. Where are you from? Seeing this, the young men who didn't seem like good people immediately started chatting with Shuchen. Hey, brother, just this? No problem, it's on us, you can hang out with us from now on, but this cigarette. Exactly. When the young men who didn't seem like good people heard this, they immediately waved their hands, and the next moment, they let Shuchen join them. However, there was a condition. No problem, as long as the brothers are satisfied with the cigarettes. Shuchen immediately said arrogantly. It seemed as if he was very wealthy. Ha ha, good. Because of this, the young men who didn't seem like good people became very happy. Shuchen saw that the timing was right, so he immediately said, by the way, brothers, what are you doing here with weapons? You wouldn't be. As expected. One of the young men who didn't seem like a good person immediately spoke up. Oh, it's like this, brother, you see, the owner of this car offended someone he shouldn't have, so others asked us to come and teach the owner of this car a lesson. Before he could finish his sentence, another young man glared at him, ergo. In an instant, the young man who spoke immediately shivered and smiled awkwardly, hee Diaga. Then he stopped talking. Seeing this, Shuchen knew that this Diaga was probably the leader among the 5. In fact, it made sense, because when Shuchen was handing out cigarettes earlier, the other 4 young men all looked at this Diaga before accepting the cigarettes. The atmosphere immediately became somewhat awkward. Ha ha. Seeing this, Shuchen immediately laughed. Brothers, I'm sorry for being nosy. To show my apology, I'll go buy some cigarettes for you all. With that, Shuchen turned and walked away without hesitation. The face of the Dick brother had already darkened, indicating that he seemed to have discovered something. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Just as Shuchen had guessed. Shuchen had only taken a few steps when, in the next moment, the young man who had spoken earlier, Ma, also known as Ergo, had already arrived by the side of the Dick brother. Dick brother, why did you ask me to shut up just now? He asked, clearly puzzled. The Dick brother gave him a sharp look. Ergo, are you stupid? Didn't you hear this person come over and ask us about this matter twice? I guess this person is probably sent by the owner of the car to investigate, so how could you expose it? The Dick brother put on a look of great wisdom, as if he had already grasped the situation. Oh, I see now? Ergo was wrong. Ergo suddenly realized and immediately admitted his mistake. Then, he flattered, Dick brother, you are wise, I admire you. However, he soon realized something was amiss and said, Dick brother, if you say that person was sent by the car owner to investigate, why did you let him go? Aren't you afraid he will inform others? Ergo was puzzled again. Smack. This time, the Dick brother didn't have the patience to explain to Ergo like before. He just slapped him on the head, then scolded him, Ergo, are you really stupid or pretending to be? Can't you see the car owner's car is still here? Really? Ergo thought for a moment, that's right, the car owner's car is still here, so even if Shuchen goes to inform others, it's fine. In an instant, he flattered again, Dick brother, you are indeed smart. Of course, I am the smartest. Yes, yes. At that moment, the other 3 young men also praised him. Hearing this, the Dick brother showed a smug smile, nodded in satisfaction, and thought to himself, who am I? Just kidding, I am your Dick brother. Back in the rental housing area, standing inside the security booth at the entrance, Shuchen was lost in thought. He knew he couldn't handle these 5 young men alone, especially since they were armed. What should he do? This was a problem. Of course, Su Chen could solve this problem. After all, he could call the security bureau to handle it, or he could just leave in a car and come back later to pick up his car. But he was not willing to do that, because he wanted to know why these people were picking on him. He didn't seem to have offended anyone, so why were these people trying to teach him a lesson? What should he do? Honestly, Su Chen couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. Young man, here to pick up something? Did you find another place to live so quickly? At that moment, the old security guard who Su Chen had given a cigarette to earlier had disappeared for some reason, but now he returned to the security booth and saw Su Chen standing there. He immediately assumed Su Chen was looking for a rental place. Actually, it's not surprising that he would think like this. After all, Su Chen is carrying a big bag, which looks like he's looking to rent a place. No, this thing might need to stay here for a while, is that okay? Hearing the words of the old security guard, Su Chen snapped out of his thoughts. It's okay. The old security guard chuckled, indicating that it's okay, but mainly because Su Chen gave him a pack of cigarettes. He continued, young man, you can come to pick up your stuff here anytime, but I have to say, it's not easy to find a place to rent this season. Why don't you go to the internet cafe and ask around? I saw a place for rent there a couple of days ago, but I'm not sure if it's been taken yet. Internet cafe? Su Chen's eyes lit up at the old security guard's words. Thank you. Before the old security guard could finish his sentence, Su Chen thanked him and then headed straight to the internet cafe. Why is he running so fast? The old security guard watched Su Chen in a hurry and was puzzled, but then he muttered, could this young man be going to the internet cafe? Tisk tsk, the internet cafe is getting business again. The old security guard sighed. After all, he brought business to the internet cafe, but the owner didn't give him a commission. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the internet cafe. After all, he had been there before to play games. He knew his way around. At this time, although it was a bit early, the internet cafe was already crowded. Except for the female cashier, there were mostly men. Su Chen glanced at the female cashier. She looked pretty cute, but at that moment, she didn't even look at Su Chen. Unconcerned, Su Chen shouted into the internet cafe, is anyone willing to help out? 300 yuan per person. Is anyone willing to help out? 300 yuan per person. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy internet cafe suddenly quieted down. Help out? 300 yuan per person? What a good deal. They all knew that helping out didn't require any physical effort, just boosting the numbers. Usually, the price wouldn't be too high, mostly under 150 yuan. But now, someone was offering 300 yuan? It doubled the usual rate. Who would refuse such a good deal? I will. Me too. Count me in. The men in the internet cafe stood up one by one and quickly ran to the cashier. It was as if they were afraid of missing out on the opportunity. However, not everyone understood what helping out meant. Some didn't stand up because they didn't know what was going on. But tempted by the 300 yuan, they couldn't resist and grabbed one of the men running to the cashier to ask, hey, bro, what does helping out mean? Bro, if you don't even know what helping out means, how do you survive? The man they stopped looked down on them, but eventually explained, guys, let me tell you, helping out means someone is about to fight, but he couldn't call so many people, so he would directly pay someone to go and support him. To put it simply, it's about padding the numbers, but we don't have to do anything. Do you understand now? And because he explained it, at this moment, yes, 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 these people also shouted. Immediately, they ran towards the cashier. In an instant, dozens of men crowded around the cashier. The cashier girl was confused by this, but she couldn't say anything. After all, she was a bit scared. So at this moment, when she saw it, she actually pretended not to see it, and the next moment, she crouched under the cashier. At this moment, Su Chen glanced at the men running over, roughly counted, about 25 or so. After all, it was still early, so there weren't many people online. But Su Chen was satisfied. 25 against 5? Definitely a sure win. Are you all willing to go? So at this moment, Su Chen directly looked at the 25 people and spoke up. Yes, boss, 300 bucks per person, of course we're willing to go. Yes, yes. And these 25 people immediately responded. Good, very good, then let's all go together. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Immediately, the group walked out of the internet cafe. Mighty. The momentum was quite impressive. As they walked out of the internet cafe and reached downstairs, some of them went to pick up discarded wooden sticks on the roadside. It was clear that these people might have supported others before. That's why they picked up the wooden sticks. And because of this, others also followed suit. However, it must be said, it's unclear whether it was their luck or Su Chen's luck. Hey, Unexpectedly, each of them found a wooden stick in no time. Seeing this, Suchan smiled. It's really a stroke of luck. So at this moment, a group of 26 people. That was quite domineering. Majestic. It was like a scene from a movie that once swept the streets. If at this moment, they played Burning Blood again, it must be said, they really had that style. And because of this, at this moment, the old security guard at the entrance of the residential area was stunned when he saw this scene. Bang, he immediately closed the gate of the security booth. Bro, why hasn't the car arrived yet? After waiting for a while, at this moment, the group led by Bro was starting to get impatient, so Ergo spoke up. Bro, do you think? But at this moment, before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked. Bro. In an instant, he shouted loudly at Bro. In fact, not only Ergo shouted, but the other three young men also shouted. After waiting for so long, Bro was also getting restless. He was also feeling anxious. So at this moment, he sat down directly, then lowered his head and kept smoking. Unexpectedly, just as he lit a cigarette and before he could take a few puffs, he heard his brothers shouting. In an instant, he was very unhappy. The next moment, he immediately threw the cigarette on the ground, then stood up directly. I say, you guys. Originally, he was about to get angry. However, it was at this moment that he was suddenly shocked. Because at this moment, in his line of sight, he directly saw a row of dozens of people, each holding a piece of scrap wood, striding towards them. The scene. It was simply invincible. Gulp. He swallowed hard. His feet couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, the other party had a large number of people. Run. But immediately he made a decision. He shouted at his four brothers, and then he was ready to run. Unfortunately, before he could run, the next moment, he was surrounded. This time, Brother Dialga's face turned green. Hey, Dialga, where are you running? And at that moment, a familiar voice entered his ears. Then, a familiar face entered his sight. It's you. Dialga was speechless. It's you. To be honest, Dialga really didn't expect that the person who came would be Su Chen. So, he was shocked. It's me, Dialga, don't you recognize me? Su Chen looked at Dialga with a smile. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was filled with joy. Dialga really didn't know how to answer Su Chen at this moment. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, Brother, I'm sorry for what happened just now. We shouldn't have asked for your goods. Here, we return them to you. As soon as he said this, in an instant, yes, brother, it's our fault, we shouldn't have asked for your goods, we return them to you. Yes, we return them to you. Dialga's brothers also echoed. Obviously, they thought they had taken Su Chen's goods, so Su Chen came to retaliate against them. But was it true? Obviously not. Su Chen sighed, really finding it hard to deal with Dialga and his friend's strange thinking. Forget it, these guys are really weird, let's get to the point. Su Chen thought to himself, then looked directly at Dialga. I ask you, who ordered you to come and teach a lesson to the owner of this car? Ha! Dialga listened. He immediately glanced at his brothers. Obviously, they all saw as expected in each other's eyes. After all, they had already guessed it. At this moment, a wry smile appeared on Dialga's face. Then, he looked around. Finally, after shaking his head and sighing, he said, well, we were instructed by Chao Fangyo to come and teach a lesson to the owner of this car. Chao Fangyo said that the owner of this car caused him a loss of 20 million for no reason, so he asked us to come and retaliate against the owner of this car. So that's it. Su Chen understood immediately. It was Chao Fangyo. It seemed that he hadn't offended anyone else, but this Chao Fangyo held a grudge against him. Brother, to be honest, we didn't really intend to do anything to the owner of this car, we just wanted to warn him, really. Dialga spoke honestly. Although Chao Fangyo wanted them to beat up Su Chen, preferably leaving him disabled. But was that possible? Although Dialga and his friends couldn't recognize the brand of the car, they could tell that the owner of such a good car was not an ordinary person. There is no need to doubt the answer. This is an extraordinary person. The so-called having a policy at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. They just want to warn Su Chen. Otherwise, based on their previous behavior, they would have smashed the car long ago. Yes, what we are saying is true. We really just want to give a warning. We really didn't mean anything else. Exactly. So, can you let us go? Please. For a moment, the group of people quickly begged for mercy. They can only beg for mercy now. 5 against 25? There is no chance of winning at all. The group of people were in tears. What a mess. They regretted coming here. They should have left as soon as they saw the car, then this situation wouldn't have happened. At this moment, they truly regretted it. After all, looking at the situation, they were definitely going to get a beating. Alright, you can go. But at this moment, Su-chen spoke up. Ha! The group of people were stunned when they heard Su-chen's words. You're just letting us go like this? After a while, the group of people looked at Su-chen in disbelief and spoke up. Let us go, just let us go. Do you want to get beaten up? Su-chen had no intention of beating the group of people. Now that things were clear, why bother with them? Besides, he couldn't beat them. After all, the people he brought were just there to support him. They wouldn't lay a hand on anyone. It might even expose a flaw. So Su-chen impatiently said, go. Although the group of people found it hard to believe, since Su-chen let them go, if they didn't leave now, were they waiting to get beaten up? They ran off one by one. One of them even lost his shoe but didn't dare to stop and pick it up. Su-chen was dumbfounded. Am I really that scary? Villa no. 1. Villa no. 3. After settling the expenses of the people who supported him, Su-chen went back to the security room in the old residential area to get his things. After getting his personal belongings back, and with 3 cars he purchased not yet in the garage, and the house already bought, it was time to have the cars sent over from Koenigsegg. So Su-chen immediately called the staff member Wang Ziyue at the Koenigsegg booth. Mr. Su. As soon as the call was answered, a coquettish voice came from the other end, giving Su-chen goosebumps. Ahem. After clearing his throat twice, Su-chen said directly, arrange for those 3 cars to be sent to Villa No. 3 in Villa Area No. 1 immediately. Villa Area No. 1, Villa Area No. 3? Wang Ziyue was taken aback. Then she muttered to herself, wow, he really is a wealthy second generation. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Su-chen nodded and hung up the phone. Shortly after hanging up, Su-chen's stomach growled with hunger. Ha! Su-chen was surprised at first, but then he remembered he hadn't had breakfast yet. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. It was almost noon, time to eat. Su-chen got up, ready to go out for a meal, but then he thought again and sat back down. Why bother going out? It's troublesome. Besides, he had to wait at home for Koenigsegg to deliver his 3 cars, so, order takeout. Without further ado, Su-chen immediately opened the food delivery app. With his current status, he naturally couldn't order something that costs just a few tens of dollars. After all, it would be a joke if word got out. Living in a mansion and only ordering takeout that costs a few tens of dollars? How embarrassing. Of course, the most important thing is that he needs to make money today. So, he should order something expensive. Order something famous. The last time he ate at a 5-star hotel in Porto was not bad, but this time, Su-chen is not planning to order from there because it's not expensive enough. However, Su-chen doesn't know that the restaurant is famous and expensive. Helpless, Su-chen had to seek Dumas' help. He opened Dumas and directly searched in the search bar. What are the top restaurants in the fish market? Soon, Su-chen locked onto a restaurant. Noma Restaurant. This restaurant is very famous worldwide, and there happens to be one in the fish market. Hee. Su-chen looked and immediately smiled. It's this one. Su-chen said, and immediately entered Noma Restaurant in the takeout app. However, unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Yes, Su-chen couldn't find it. Ha! Su-chen was stunned. Could it be that they don't do takeout? It makes sense, after all, this is a world-famous restaurant. If they all did takeout, wouldn't that be lowering their value too much? But it's okay. I don't believe they have money and don't want to make more. Su-chen muttered to himself, then returned to Dumas and searched for Noma Restaurant's contact information. Then, Su-chen dialed the phone number according to the contact information. Doot! The phone rang once, and the other party answered, hello, this is Noma Restaurant in the fish market. How can I help you? It was a very pleasant female voice. Very polite and courteous. Upon hearing this, Su-chen also politely replied, hello, I would like to order takeout from your place. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party was obviously stunned. After all, it was silent. However, immediately after, a very polite voice came from the phone. I'm sorry, sir, our Noma Restaurant does not offer delivery service. If you want to eat food from our Noma Restaurant, please come to our Noma Restaurant, and we will warmly welcome you. To be honest, at this moment, the service staff at Noma Restaurant who answered the phone was also surprised because their Noma Restaurant simply does not offer delivery service. Not now, not before, not in the future. If she hadn't been professionally trained, she would probably have wanted to curse directly, are you crazy? Don't you know we are a world-class restaurant? Delivery? Why don't you fly to the sky? Hee. At this moment, upon hearing the other party's response, Su-chen immediately chuckled. He had already guessed this result. After all, the takeout platform didn't find Noma Restaurant. Therefore, Su-chen immediately said, well, I might order all your Noma Restaurant's signature dishes, so please let your manager talk to me. The other party's attitude was acceptable, so Shuchen's attitude naturally wouldn't be bad. He politely said, "Ah." When the service staff at Noma restaurant heard Shuchen's words, she was immediately surprised. "Order all our Noma restaurant's signature dishes? How much will that cost? It seems like the other party is a super rich person. We can't neglect this. We absolutely can't neglect this." Although she was unsure if her manager would agree to delivery, she didn't know how to respond to Shuchen at this moment, so she could only say, "Sir, please wait a moment, I will immediately call our manager for you." Okay. Noma restaurant. Manager's office. Lu Kailong is sitting in his office chair checking the goods purchase order. Manager Lu, Manager Lu. At this moment, an urgent shout came from outside his office. Hearing this, he suddenly looked up. "What's wrong, Xiaojie? Is there a problem with our dishes?" He also stood up. "Ha?" Xiaojie was stunned. The manager's reaction was too big? "Xiaojie," the waiter who answered the phone. "No, Manager Lu, there is no problem with our dishes," Xiaojie replied. "Oh, that's good, that's good." Lu Kailong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xiaojie's response. It's good that nothing happened. Actually, it's not that Lu Kailong overreacted, but in the past few days, there have been 3 incidents related to dishes, and as a manager, he has been reprimanded several times. When someone urgently shouted for him, he thought there was a problem with the dishes again, so his reaction was a bit exaggerated. But now he is relieved. After all, everything is fine. So, he immediately sat back in his office chair, but this time, he didn't forget to scold Xiaojie. "Xiaojie, you must not panic like this in the future. When we encounter problems, the first thing to do is to stay calm. Do you understand?" "Yes, Manager Lu, Xiaojie will never panic again." Upon hearing his manager's reprimand, Xiaojie immediately apologized. "Alright, I know you didn't mean it, so, I have something else to do, you can go." Lu Kailong dismissed Xiaojie. "Okay, Manager Lu, you go ahead." With that, Xiaojie prepared to leave. "Wait." However, at that moment, Lu Kailong called her back. "What's wrong? Manager Lu, do you have something to tell me?" Xiaojie was puzzled. "Xiaojie, didn't you have something to tell me? What is it?" Xiaojie's reaction left Lu Kailong speechless, but he still asked. "Oh, right." Upon hearing Lu Kailong's inquiry, Xiaojie slapped her forehead. "How could I forget?" Next, Xiaojie explained, "Manager, there is a person who called to order takeout from our Noma restaurant, and he wants to order all our signature dishes. He asked me to call you to answer the phone, so I..." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lu Kailong immediately stand up from his office chair and rush out of the office. Seeing this, Xiaojie was dumbfounded. "Manager Lu, didn't you just say to stay calm and not panic when something happens? What's the meaning of this now?" By the phone. "Hello, I'm Lu Kailong from Noma restaurant, how can I help you?" After rushing over, Lu Kailong immediately picked up the phone. Upon hearing this, Suchen nodded. "Hello, Manager Lu, I would like to order takeout from your Noma restaurant, is that possible?" The other party has always been polite, so Suchen naturally responded politely, "Right? Oh, is that so?" "Yes, this gentleman, our Noma restaurant does not originally offer takeout service, but I heard from our staff that you want to order our Noma restaurant's signature dishes, is that true?" Although Lu Kailong had heard from Xiaojie, he still needed to confirm. After all, this was breaking the norm, and he naturally wanted to be cautious. And precisely because of his confirmation, Suchen knew that money could make the devil push the mill, and this matter was already settled. "Yes." Suchen immediately replied. "Okay." Upon hearing Suchen's response, Lu Kailong suddenly became respectful. "I wonder how to address this gentleman? My surname is Su, can you take the order?" Suchen said. "Sure, why not? Mr. Su, could you please provide your address? So I can have it delivered to you," Lu Kailong respectfully replied. "Alright, then have someone deliver it to me at Villa 3, Villa Area 1 in the Villa District," Suchen said directly. After that, he was ready to hang up the phone, but Lu Kailong stopped him. "Mr. Su, please wait. What's the matter?" Suchen asked with a frown. "Ahem." Lu Kailong cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, Mr. Su, it's like this, since you are ordering takeout from our Noma restaurant, in order to ensure the interests of both parties, we need you to pay 90% of the total cost in advance. I hope Mr. Su can understand." After Lu Kailong finished speaking, he eagerly waited. He didn't know if Suchen would agree to his request, but he had to make this request because it would not only ensure that Noma restaurant would not suffer any losses, but also avoid unnecessary troubles. Although he understood very well that someone who could afford Villa 3 and Villa Area 1 must be very wealthy, he couldn't help but think that not all wealthy people were of high moral character, right? "No problem." Upon hearing Lu Kailong's words, Suchen naturally understood what Lu Kailong was worried about, but Suchen didn't care, so he immediately agreed. Not only that, Suchen even said directly, here's the deal, give me your WeChat ID, I'll add you, and then you can send me the total cost, I'll pay you in full. Upon hearing this, Lu Kailong was stunned. He didn't expect Suchen to be so generous. Alright, So he immediately agreed, and then he was about to give his WeChat ID, but before he could, Suchen interrupted him. By the way, I have another request for your side, Manager Lu, can you agree to it? Another request? Lu Kailong felt puzzled, but he answered directly, Mr. Su, please go ahead, if we can meet your request, we will do our best to satisfy you. Okay. Suchen nodded, here's the thing, I hope your side can deliver the ingredients to me, and have your chef come over to cook for me in person. Suchen paused here, then continued, of course, I know that your chef wouldn't normally go out, so I'm willing to pay your chef $1 million for going out. Wow! Suchen's words made Lu Kailong gasp. To be honest, Lu Kailong had seen many wealthy people, after all, he was the manager of Noma Restaurant, and the clientele Noma Restaurant catered to were wealthy people, but he had never seen such a bold wealthy person like Suchen. To pay $1 million just for a meal? It was truly extravagant to the extreme. However, what he didn't know was that Suchen had his own plan. What plan? You'll find out next. Alright, I'll arrange it for Mr. Su right away. Facing such a domineering wealthy man, Lu Kailong naturally couldn't be negligent, so he immediately agreed. Okay. Thank you, Manager Lu, Suchen said, then Lu Kailong directly gave Suchen his WeChat ID. After Suchen noted it down and hung up the phone, he added Lu Kailong right away. Soon, the two connected. After adding each other, Lu Kailong immediately sent the total cost to Suchen. Without saying a word, Suchen transferred the money to Lu Kailong and also paid the promised fee to the chef for going out. 20 minutes later, the door of Suchen's villa was suddenly pressed. 9 people were standing outside. The leader was a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a chef's uniform. She was very beautiful and had a hot figure. Even in a chef's uniform, her great figure couldn't be hidden. This woman was Jenna, the 5-star head chef of Noma Restaurant. After receiving the notification from Lu Kailong, Jenna was actually very angry because she had never gone out to cook for anyone. However, when Lu Kailong mentioned that the other party was willing to pay $1 million for the outing fee, she immediately agreed happily. $1 million was not much. After all, her annual salary was already as high as $5 million, so compared to that, $1 million was really nothing. But she could get $1 million just by cooking one meal, which was a sky-high price. She had never received such a high price before. Since the other party was so generous, why would she disagree? So, she came. The 8 people behind her were there to deliver the ingredients. They were each carrying 2 large bags filled to the brim. It was clear that they were well prepared. However, it is worth mentioning that Suchen had already paid the total cost of $5 million directly, so would they dare not be well prepared? When they heard someone ring the doorbell, Suchen immediately opened the door. Seeing the door of the villa open, Jenna and her group walked in under her lead. Passing through the huge front yard of the villa, they quickly arrived inside the villa. Because they entered the villa, Jenna and the others were amazed. They were shocked. How can it be so luxurious? Yes, when the 9 of them entered the villa, they were immediately surprised and shocked by the decoration, brand-name furniture, crystal chandeliers, and so on inside the villa. Of course, Jenna was somewhat better off. After all, she was the 5-star head chef of Noma Restaurant, with an annual salary of $5 million, so she naturally had a broader perspective. But the 8 people behind her who were delivering the ingredients were simply stunned in place because Suchen's villa was really luxurious. Of course, this was not a big deal. After all, when Suchen first entered his villa, his reaction was not much different from theirs. So at this moment, Suchen didn't care about their reaction. Suchen's indifference did not mean that Jenna didn't care. They were representing Noma Restaurant, so they couldn't lose face. Ahem. So, she immediately cleared her throat twice. Because of her coughing, the 8 people behind her regained their senses, then one by one adjusted their posture, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Jenna finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she smiled and politely asked Suchen, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su himself?" Yes, Suchen nodded in satisfaction. He had noticed everything Jenna had done earlier. While Suchen had expressed satisfaction with Jenna's appearance before, as he had already seen her on camera, his current satisfaction stemmed from her adaptability and competence. Alright, Jenna responded, then greeted Suchen, "Mr. Su, hello, we are from Noma Restaurant to prepare lunch for you. I am Jenna, the 5-star chef of Noma Restaurant, and I am delighted to serve you." Jenna's Chinese was not perfect, but basic communication was not a problem. Alright, Thank you for your hard work. The kitchen is over there, Su-Chen said, pointing to the kitchen. Jenna glanced at the kitchen and replied, It's not hard work to serve you, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment, I will prepare a rich lunch for you. With that, Jenna directed the 8 people behind her to take the ingredients to the kitchen and then busied herself in the kitchen. Su-Chen was not in a hurry and sat on the sofa, waiting patiently. Time passed quickly. 2 hours flew by. At this point, the dining table in the villa was filled with various exquisite dishes. These were all signature dishes of Noma restaurant. Sep mushrooms, ant climbing shrimp, veal fibers, queen crab, lamb cherries, and more. Su-Chen's appetite was immediately piqued at the sight of these delicacies. He sat down at the table. As for Jenna, to be honest, at this moment, she was daydreaming. Yes, she was daydreaming because the man in front of her was not only wealthy but also very handsome. This left her stunned. At this moment, Su-Chen was unaware that Jenna was mesmerized by him. After his dining experience at the Porton Hotel, he did not immediately devour the exquisite dishes in front of him, despite being very hungry. Being a wealthy man, he cared a lot about his demeanor. Miss Jenna, could you please bring that bottle of red wine over there? Su-Chen asked Jenna. Ha? Oh, okay. Jenna was a bit flustered because she had been lost in thought and stunned by the other party earlier. So, she quickly went to get the wine for Su-Chen. Su-Chen ate slowly, taking nearly an hour for the meal. However, he truly enjoyed it this time. It was not just about the culinary experience but also the service of a beautiful woman. Jenna had been very attentive during Su-Chen's meal, which made him even more satisfied. After finishing the meal, Su-Chen sat comfortably on the leather sofa. Jenna approached him. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the meal? Yes, very satisfied. But, Su-Chen nodded and paused. Janina frowned. Was there something she had done wrong? Janina remained silent, waiting for Su-Chen to continue. And Su-Chen? He immediately smiled. If Miss Janina could stay here to serve me, then I would be even more satisfied. Ha! Janina was stunned. After a while, she regained her composure. Mr. Su, I don't understand what you mean. A hint of blush appeared on Janina's face. Ahem. Seeing this, Su-Chen immediately knew that this foreign girl had misunderstood. So at that moment, he cleared his throat and said, Well, Miss Janina, would you be willing to stay here as my personal chef? Ha? Oh. Hearing this, Janina was somewhat disappointed. She thought Su-Chen was asking her something else, but it turned out to be this? So she immediately said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Janina looked at Su-Chen with a serious expression. Su-Chen was taken aback, but then he smiled. Miss Janina, are you worried that I can't afford to pay you? In that case, I can double your annual salary at Noma restaurant. Wow! With this statement, Janina suddenly gasped. Double the annual salary? That's a whopping $10 million. Was she tempted? Of course she was. She worked as a head chef at Noma restaurant to make money, right? So when she heard Su-Chen offer such a generous deal, she naturally felt tempted. So, Miss Janina, should you agree to my offer now? Su-Chen heard the gasp from Janina earlier, so at this moment, he calmly spoke. Jokingly, he didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of money. But, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, but I can't agree to your offer. Janina still refused Su-Chen. Of course, Su-Chen's offer did tempt Janina, but she had her concerns. To be precise, she simply couldn't agree. Because once she agreed to Su-Chen, it meant breaking the contract with Noma restaurant. And breaking the contract with Noma restaurant would lead to a hefty penalty. Not much, just $20 million. Of course, this was said to Su-Chen. But for Janina, $20 million? That would practically be a death sentence for her. Despite her current annual salary of $5 million at Noma restaurant, she had only been working there for less than 3 months. Could she afford such a high penalty? Obviously, it was impossible. After all, it was $20 million, not 2,000. So she naturally couldn't agree to Su-Chen's offer. And because of this, Su-Chen's lips curled up slightly, finding it somewhat meaningful. Could it be that there was someone who wasn't swayed by money? Was that possible? So at that moment, Su-Chen immediately asked Janina, Miss Janina, would you like to tell me why you're refusing my offer? Of course, if you think my offer is too low, or if you simply don't want to be my personal chef, then, no, it's not like that. Just didn't expect that Su-Chen hadn't finished speaking. But Jenny directly shook her head. This confused Su-Chen for a moment. But soon, he understood. Because at this moment, Jenny directly spoke up. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to be your private chef, and it's not that the treatment you offer is too low. It's because if I agree to your offer, I will face a high penalty for breach of contract. After saying this, Jenny breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had been struggling whether to tell Su Chen about it. This was her own business, and it had nothing to do with Su Chen. But now that Su Chen had asked, she felt it was okay to speak up. Of course, mainly because she really wanted to be Su Chen's private chef. After all, an annual salary of millions of dollars is quite tempting. Is that so? Su Chen fell into contemplation upon hearing this. It seemed that he had overlooked something. After all, he hadn't realized that Jenny was bound by a contract. But upon careful consideration, it made sense. Noma Restaurant is a world-famous restaurant, and getting a job there wouldn't be easy. So even if one gets in, there would surely be many restrictions, especially for chefs like Jenny, who would definitely have to sign relevant contracts. Otherwise, what if one day the head chef suddenly quit? Wouldn't Noma Restaurant suffer huge losses? Su Chen asked directly, "How much is your high penalty for breach of contract?" $20 million. Jenny replied, $20 million? That's not much. Su Chen said calmly. Ha! Jenny was stunned. What did he mean? Was he going to help me pay this high penalty for breach of contract? Unbelievable. So Jenny tentatively asked, Mr. Su, are you trying to help me? Exactly. Before she could finish, Su Chen interrupted her and said with a smile, I promise to help you pay this high penalty for breach of contract. Now, do you have any other reason to refuse me? Ha! No, no. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Jenny immediately shook her head, but she was deeply shocked inside. Rich people are indeed domineering. Su Chen smiled, alright, give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. This. Upon hearing this, Jenny hesitated. What? You still don't want it? Seeing this, Su Chen was a bit speechless. What's wrong with this foreign girl? I'm willing to pay you a high penalty for breach of contract, and you're still hesitating now? Of course, at this moment, Su Chen was a bit angry. Are you kidding me? Ha! No, Mr. Su, it's mainly because you're transferring the money to me now. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your money and run? Jenny explained immediately. He. Upon hearing Jenny's words, Su Chen laughed. You can try, but let me remind you, since I dare to transfer the money directly to you, do you think I would be afraid of you taking my money and running? This foreign girl is really interesting. But is it possible? Such a large sum of money. Of course, the reason why Su Chen was so straightforward was, first, because Su Chen really wanted to hire Jenny as his private chef, and second, Su Chen has not received the 4 billion cashback today. Now, Jenny's annual salary of $10 million plus the high breach of contract compensation of $20 million is just enough, right? So Su Chen was so straightforward in helping Jenny pay the high breach of contract compensation. Otherwise, do you really think Su Chen is stupid? At this moment, after transferring the money to Jenny, Su Chen let Jenny go back to handle her resignation, and as soon as Jenny left, Su Chen's phone rang. Picking up the phone and looking at it, it was actually Wang Ziyue, the staff member of the Koenigsegg booth, calling. With a slight smile on his lips, it looks like my 3 cars have arrived. Su Chen immediately answered the call. Mr. Su. Soon, Wang Ziyue's respectful and pleasant voice came from the phone. Su Chen responded with a sound. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, it's not me who brought the car to you, but Mr. Su, please rest assured that the 3 cars you purchased from Koenigsegg have already been delivered by our exclusive delivery driver from Koenigsegg and are about to arrive at the entrance of your residential area. Therefore, the reason for calling you, Mr. Su, is mainly to ask if you are at home now, because we need you to personally sign for it. Wang Ziyue said apologetically. However, anyone could hear a hint of regret in her voice. Previously, after receiving Su Chen's call, Wang Ziyue planned to personally deliver the car to Su Chen. Of course, delivering the car was not the purpose. Her goal was to take advantage of this opportunity to have something indescribable happen with Su Chen. You know, if something indescribable really happened, then maybe in the future, Wang Ziyue wouldn't have to work anymore. She might even become a wealthy lady all of a sudden. However, things don't always go as planned. Just as she was about to set off, she received a last-minute notice from the company, so she had to arrange for the exclusive delivery driver to bring the car to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen didn't care about Wang Ziyue's apologies or regrets at all, as he had no thoughts about her. Su Chen immediately said, Okay, I got it. I'm at home now, you can let them bring it in. Okay. Shortly after hanging up the phone, the doorbell of the villa rang. Hearing this, Su Chen did not choose to open the villa gate with a remote control like before. Instead, he walked directly to the villa gate and opened it himself. Upon opening it, Su Chen saw 3 men in suits standing in front of him. Behind the 3 men were the 3 Koenigsegg supercars he had purchased. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Chen himself? One of the men in suits stepped forward and respectfully asked Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and responded, yes. Okay, Mr. Su, these are the 3 sports cars you purchased at our Koenigsegg exhibition. Please check them. If there are no issues, please sign here. The man in the suit continued to speak respectfully, and at the same time, he handed Su Chen an acceptance form. Su Chen first glanced at the acceptance form, then at the 3 Koenigsegg supercars, and immediately took the form and pen, signing his name on it. Thank you, Mr. Su. At this moment, the man in a suit, after taking back the receipt and pen, immediately thanked Su Chen respectfully. Su Chen thought they would leave directly, but to his surprise, they didn't leave at that moment. Instead, they continued to speak to Su Chen respectfully. Mr. Su, should we park the car here or drive it into the garage? Drive it into the garage. Okay. After sending away the 3 exclusive car delivery staff of Koenigsegg, Su Chen lay directly on the leather sofa in his own villa, looking very comfortable. Ding! At that moment, his phone rang. Opening it, he saw a message from Douyin, the anchor you follow is live, come in and take a look. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled immediately and clicked in. Soon, a girl wearing a plaid shirt and light blue jeans appeared in front of Su Chen. At the same time, she spoke, welcome, dog licking must die. Welcome, you are my little cutie. Welcome, I am the most beautiful. Welcome, old cow. Welcome, 10 miles of fragrance. Hello, fans, good afternoon. She greeted with a sweet smile. Good. Hello, anchor. For a while, the people in the live broadcast room greeted her one after another, including Su Chen, who also replied with a good. Zhang Xiaoning was really beautiful, especially when she smiled. Her 2 tiger teeth were even more charming. Su Chen was fascinated for a moment. At that moment, the system directly prompted, user I want you entered the room. This account was a level 10 big account, and it also had a super VIP status. Therefore, the system naturally had to notify the entrants, showing respect. In response, Zhang Xiaoning directly welcomed, welcome I want you. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. Wow, caught a little cutie, I really like it, anchor, do you wanna go out? If you agree, I can be your top fan. I can donate 10,000. The barrage flashed. Then, 10 consecutive carnival screens appeared. User I want you sent a carnival. 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 In an instant. Wow, this is awesome. Awesome 666. Big Brother is amazing. The viewers immediately exploded with excitement, praising user I want you. Another huge barrage appeared. Do you want to go out, anchor? Grinning face X2. 1 carnival was worth $3,000. 10 carnivals were worth $30,000. It was clear that user I want you was wealthy. At the same time, this person was also ruthless. After all, sending out 10 carnivals right away, what else could it be if not ruthless? Zhang Xiaoning was a bit stunned. After all, this was 10 carnivals in a row. You should know that this was the most carnivals she had received since she started live streaming. But would she agree to go out? Obviously, that was impossible. So, after calming herself, she immediately spoke, thank you for the carnival, I want you, I really appreciate it, but I don't go out, sorry. Zhang Xiaoning said directly. It is precisely because of this that immediately, another barrage appeared. Anchor, you didn't say it earlier, making me brush all the gifts. Do you deceive gifts like this? Really? If you can't afford it, don't livestream. Yes, this was posted by the user I want you. As soon as this was said, the live broadcast room was filled with curses. Who are these people? Giving gifts is voluntary, there shouldn't be conditions, and other anchors didn't ask you to give gifts. Exactly. Shameless. I've seen shameless people, but never seen someone this shameless. Damn, I thought this was a great guy, but turns out, he's just an idiot. Exactly, worthless thing, get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. In a moment, everyone was telling the user I want you to get lost. Seeing this, Su Chen's angry face finally eased. Honestly, he had never seen someone so shameless, it was infuriating. Livestream gifts are voluntary, why would you impose conditions like this? So, he was angry. Of course, Zhang Xiaoning had already kissed Su Chen, so in a way, she was considered half his woman. This made him even angrier. Therefore, Su Chen also replied with a get lost. However, at that moment, 3 barrages appeared. Ha, tell me to get lost? Do you have the right? A bunch of poor people, just shouting all day, what are you shouting about? Poor people. Of course, if you really want me to leave, you can. Because as long as one of you can directly surpass me in gifting, then I won't hesitate to leave. Do you have what it takes? If you do, come at me, I'm ready for the challenge. With these 3 barrages, the already quiet live room suddenly fell silent. After all, it was 10 carnivals, a total of 30,000 RMB. Although not a huge sum, it was still worth considering. So they chose to remain silent. However, I want you was too arrogant. Not only did they insult them as poor, but they also directly said, if you have what it takes, come at me. This was a blatant display of disrespect. So, user licking dogs deserve to die sent a carnival. User you are my cutie sent a carnival. User I'm the most beautiful sent a carnival. User an old cow sent a carnival. User I am the big brother sent a carnival. User I am the big brother sent a carnival. 10 carnivals instantly appeared in the live room. 6 of them were gifted by I am the big brother. After sending the 6th one, he said, alright, I want you can leave now. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Everyone was telling the user I want you to get lost. As expected, Suchen also replied with a get lost. However, he did not send any gifts, not even a lollipop. He knew I want you would not give up easily, so acting now was premature. Sure enough, 3 iconic barrages appeared again. Poor people are indeed poor, needing several people to send 10 carnivals? How embarrassing. Oh, by the way, you poor folks, you've misunderstood me, because what I meant was, as long as one of you surpasses me in gifting, then I won't hesitate to leave immediately. Attention, I'm talking about one of you. 3 barrage messages appeared. Before others could react, 3 more barrage messages followed. Poor. Admit it, can't even afford 10 carnivals, let everyone else raise funds, that's what being shameless is. Being shameless and poor, I really don't know how you poor bastards still have the face to stay here. If it were me, I would quit immediately and never play again. Of course, you guys are shameless to begin with, so let's continue playing. 3 more messages, directly hitting the people in the live broadcast room. Instantly, everyone was gnashing their teeth. User I am the boss sent a carnival. 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 User I am the boss didn't hesitate, directly sent 4 more carnivals. Alright, I want you to leave, this time, you should be able to leave now, right? After sending, he continued, this time, he even added 3. At the end, showing how angry he was. But what a pity. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you want me to leave with just 10 carnivals? You must be overestimating yourself, right? 3 more barrage messages appeared. This time, user I want you to leave sent a carnival. User I want you to leave sent a carnival. User I want you to leave sent a carnival. User I want you to leave sent a carnival. User I want you to leave sent a carnival. 50 carnivals bloomed in the live broadcast room like fireworks. Alright, it's not much, just 50 carnivals, so, you poor guys, it's your turn to perform. As soon as the effects of the 50 carnivals fell, the next moment, a large barrage message immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. Of course, because he sent 50 carnivals, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly increased by 2,000 people. They were all here to watch the rich guy. Wow, awesome. Such a big shot. 66,666. The newly arrived 2,000 plus people were puzzled, but when they saw someone sending 50 carnivals directly, they immediately praised him. Seeing this, I want you to leave was in a great mood, feeling extremely proud. Come on, keep sending, why stop now? Weren't you arrogant just now? Come on, let's continue. Another large barrage message was sent out. Big brother, so domineering. Bro, mighty. 66,666. The 2,000 plus people who had just arrived clapped and cheered, while the few people who were there earlier were now silent. 50 carnivals, 3,000 for 1, 30,000 for 10, and 50 is 150,000. 150,000. Can they afford it? No, because they simply don't have that much. So, they were left speechless and hurt. Some even directly left the live broadcast room. And at that moment, just 50 carnivals, do you really need to show off like this? Just 50 carnivals, do you really need to show off like this? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast room immediately fell into a brief silence. But not for long. Oh my god, who is this? How can someone be so arrogant? 50 carnivals, just 50 carnivals? Does his family own a mine? How dare he say that? Yeah, this is too arrogant. Let me see who it is. Damn, it's actually a level 1 small account. Damn, this is so awesome. It's really awesome. A level 1 account actually dares to look down on 50 carnivals. I don't even respect the wall, I only respect you, this level 1 account. The 2,000 people who came in later immediately started mocking. Yes, Suchen's account 10 Miles Fragrance is indeed a level 1 account. Although he recharged 2 billion, he didn't spend it. Plus, he wasn't active after registering, so of course he couldn't level up. However, this didn't affect him because at this moment, Suchen understood that it was time for him to perform. Originally, in a very arrogant atmosphere of I want you, when they saw Suchen's barrage, they were stunned for a moment. But now, he laughed. He almost laughed out loud. Immediately, he sent another barrage. A level 1 account, anyone can talk big, including you, so, just 50 carnivals? You really can't make me die of laughter. Ha, I'm laughing so hard, ha ha ha. He was about to send a second barrage. But before he could, user 10 miles fragrance sent a carnival. 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 50 carnivals suddenly bloomed in the live broadcast room. But do you think it's over? Not at all. Because at this moment, user 10 miles fragrance sent a carnival. 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 50 carnivals appeared again. This time, damn, 100. A full 100. It only paused for 10 seconds. In an instant, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. And that's how Zhang Xiaoning's live broadcast popularity suddenly soared. Immediately, 5,000 people rushed in. And the number kept increasing. 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. It finally stopped at 10,000 people. Seeing this data, Zhang Xiaoning was stunned in front of the live broadcast camera. Her highest previous online viewership was only 1,000, and now? It had increased tenfold. She was shocked. Of course, at this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Xiaoning who was shocked. The user I want you was also shocked. He never expected that a level 1 account would directly send out 50 carnivals? And not just 50, but 100. Damn, face slapped. This was literally slapping his face with a loud smack. His head heated up, and he immediately recharged another 50,000. As soon as the recharge was done, in an instant, 150 carnivals were thrown out. When he was about to throw out the last carnival, a smirk appeared on his lips. Kid, you want to challenge me? Hee hee, this time, I want to see how you'll challenge me. Immediately, he prepared to send a barrage. This time, he had it all planned out. He was going to send a super big barrage. Unfortunately, before he could send out his super big barrage, the next moment, user 10 miles fragrance sent a carnival. 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 200 carnivals were instantly thrown out. The live broadcast room was full of carnival effects, so much so that even Zhang Xiaoning, the host, couldn't be seen. After a long time. What the hell? What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Whose live broadcast room is this? I'm new here, I don't understand. Me too, I don't understand at all. With Su Chen and the user I want you confronting each other, more and more people immediately flooded into the live broadcast room. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 80,000 people, awesome, great, amazing, 66 envious, the host must be making a lot of money this time. That's right, the host will easily earn hundreds of thousands. Exactly. The 10 miles fragrance is really amazing. The 10 miles fragrance is awesome 666. For a while, it was basically all praise and flattery for Su Chen. The user I want you saw this and his face instantly turned liver-colored. How infuriating. He couldn't say a word, but he had no choice. After all, he couldn't continue to confront Su Chen, right? If he did, it would be meaningless. Firstly, he was sure he couldn't beat Su Chen, and secondly, he wouldn't gain any substantial benefits. Moreover, he had already spent hundreds of thousands directly. If he continued, he would regret it. Without hesitation, he immediately left the live broadcast room. As soon as he went offline, someone noticed. Oh my, I want you actually went offline? That's right. Damn, I thought he was a real pro, but it turns out he got beaten down like this? Embarrassing. Trash. Yes, I was looking forward to watching the battle between the pros, but damn, I want you just ran away like that? TSK. Really trash. For a moment, it was all mockery of the user I want you. Online, this is a very realistic place. When you are capable, others will praise you, but when you are not, everyone will come and kick you. Hard. Of course, this is not only online, but also in real life. For example, when you have money and power, many people will flatter and get close to you, but when you have neither, you will become nothing. This is human nature. Naked human nature. The 10 miles fragrance is awesome. The 10 miles fragrance is amazing. The 10 miles fragrance is 666. Su Chen took a quick look,
threw out another carnival, and then left the live broadcast room.
Demon Capital, Battle Sound Headquarters. Recharge Department, Manager's Office. What? What did you say?
At this moment, it could be seen that Chin Huihong's face was full of shock, his eyes staring at Chen Yanhong.
Manager, I
said 10 miles fragrance spent, he spent a total of 90,003.
Looking at Chin Huihong's gaze, Chen Yanhong was a little dazed. What was going on? Why was he staring at me like that? Hiss. So scary.
Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Chen Yanhong stuttered and repeated what she had just said.
As soon as her words came out, he.
Chin Huihong suddenly burst into laughter.
He. Great. Really great. He kept talking to himself. Manager, are you okay?
Seeing this, Chen Yanhong was even more puzzled.
What's wrong with her manager? Why is he laughing like that? Is he crazy? No. How could he be crazy? It's impossible. This is definitely impossible.
In an instant, she took a deep breath again, and the next moment, she immediately asked tentatively.
I'm fine. Upon hearing Chen Yanhong's inquiry, Chin Huihong immediately responded. It seemed as if nothing was wrong. However, Chen Yanhong felt a bit uneasy. Oh. She could only respond with a simple oh. Xiao Chen, you said that 10 miles of fragrance spent 90,000 and 3,000 after watching a girl's live broadcast, right? Okay, let's push more live broadcasts of girls to him, preferably those who look very obedient, you know? At that moment, Chin Huihong spoke very seriously. Chen Yanhong was stunned. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Seeing Chen Yanhong dazed, Chin Huihong became anxious. Okay.
At that moment, Chen Yanhong was confused, but she still agreed, so she immediately left the office.
Great. I told you. How could you not spend money? Humph. It seems you are still struggling with the beauty trap. Caught you, right? This time, I bet you will spend more. As Chen Yanhong left the office, Chin Huihong's face suddenly showed a smile of understanding. At night, after 9 o'clock.
After eating and showering, Su Chen just walked out of the bathroom and into the bedroom.
Ding. His phone kept ringing with reminders. When he picked up his phone, he was surprised to see that they were all push notifications from Douyin. Your sweetheart is online. The sweet orange you follow is live. The beautiful lady you follow is live. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately prepared to clear them. But soon, he was stunned. Yes, Su Chen was stunned because at that moment, he saw the Ninger anchor you follow has sent you a private message. Ninger anchor? Isn't that Zhang Xiaoning? Yes, Zhang Xiaoning's Douyin account name is Ninger. This aroused Su Chen's curiosity. She actually sent him a private message? What did she send? Would she be like other female anchors? Many questions flashed through Su Chen's mind. Immediately, he clicked on it. 10 miles of fragrance, I really appreciate you today. If it weren't for you, I might not know what to do. I know that your gifting was not intentional, so after deducting the platform share, I will return all the money you spent on gifts to you. I hope you can understand. I can only give you this much. Okay, enough said, add me on WeChat. I will transfer the money to you. My WeChat ID is XXXX. When you add me, please note, the sweetest water in the mountains. A paragraph of text appeared in Su Chen's sight. Indeed, Su Chen exclaimed, this girl is quite special. Yes, she is indeed special. After all, if it were another anchor, how could she return the money? They would want more gifts from the viewer. Some anchors, upon receiving many gifts, would definitely get closer to that person and develop a relationship. But what about Zhang Xiaoning? So, she is truly special. Such a special girl, who even kissed him, so her WeChat ID. Of course he had to add her. Su Chen pressed hard on the WeChat ID, then directly copied it. Fish Market Music and Dance Academy. At this moment, inside an apartment building outside the Music and Dance Academy, a beautiful and lovely girl is holding her phone, feeling both excited and anxious. Every time her phone beeps, she immediately checks it. She has done this action at least 20 times, but each time, it ends in disappointment. Ding! And at that moment, her phone beeps again. Ding! Hearing this phone notification, the girl takes a deep breath. I hope this time is it. She immediately flips her phone. Oh, it is! Yes, her phone notification shows a friend request with the username Sweetest Water in the Mountains. A smile appears on her face, and she even lets out a cry of surprise. She finally got his request. Yes, this girl is Zhang Xiaoning. After withdrawing from the live broadcast, she sent a private message to Su Chen, intending to return the money to him. After all, she understood very well that Su Chen's spending was impulsive and not a sincere gift to her. Of course, the amount spent was not significant, but Su Chen had spent almost $1 million. She couldn't accept such a large sum of money. It made her uneasy.
So, after withdrawing from the live broadcast, she immediately sent Su Chen a private message.
Is Zhang Xiaoning short of money? Not really. Her family is in business. So, she absolutely couldn't accept such a sum of money.
Therefore, she sent Su Chen a private message to return the full amount of 451,500 after deducting the platform fee. However, to her surprise, it had been over an hour since she sent the message to Su Chen, and there was no response at all?
She was anxious. She was very uneasy. If she didn't return the money to Su Chen tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. But now, she finally felt relieved, because Su Chen had added her. Immediately, she clicked agree. Opening the chat interface, Zhang Xiaoning didn't say anything else. She immediately initiated the transfer. Normally, WeChat transfers are quick. Just enter the transfer amount, then enter the password, and it's done. But this was over 450,000. Limit. She couldn't transfer it at once. So, she had to transfer it to a bank card. Immediately, she returned to the chat interface. And just then, a message was sent directly to her. You don't need to return the money to me, because I willingly spent it on you. Your behavior that day is worth more than this. Yes, this was a message from Su Chen to her. Su Chen added Zhang Xiaoning not because he wanted her to return the money, but because he was strongly interested in this girl's actions. Of course, the kiss that day played a significant role too. So he added her. So he sent this message. And because of this message, Zhang Xiaoning was stunned in place. I willingly spent it on you? Your behavior that day is worth more than this. That day? What day was that? And what behavior of mine? Confusion, doubt, filled Zhang Xiaoning's mind in an instant. She tried hard to find answers in her mind, but there were no clues or leads. What is he talking about? Zhang Xiaoning was puzzled, deeply puzzled. But the money still had to be returned to someone. Immediately, she sent a message, 10 miles of fragrance, hello, although I don't know if you know me, or if I know you, but, the gift money you transferred to me today, I still have to give it to you, WeChat transfer limit, so, can you send me your bank card number and your name? I will transfer it to you. When Zhang Xiaoning sent this message, she actually had two purposes. One, she really wanted to return this money to Su Chen. Second, it was because in this way, she would know who 10 miles of fragrance really was. She would be able to know the behavior of that day mentioned by 10 miles of fragrance. But she was overthinking. Su Chen immediately replied, I said, no need, and don't even think about transferring 50,000 to me, you can rest assured, I won't accept it. With one sentence, he shattered her purpose, with one sentence, he directly blocked her path. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoning felt helpless in her heart. At the same time, it also aroused her great interest. After all, girls like to explore the unknown, especially when it's about themselves. Now, Su Chen directly said, your behavior that day is worth more than this. Of course, she wanted to know. She definitely wanted to know what behavior it was. Also, she wanted to know who 10 miles of fragrance really was. Did she know him? Who are you exactly? And what behavior are you talking about from that day? She immediately sent out these two messages. As for the money, Zhang Xiaoning didn't mention it again. Firstly, because she knew Su Chen definitely wouldn't take it back, and secondly, because if she figured this out and knew the person, then she could just return it to Su Chen in person. So, now it's more important to figure out who 10 miles of fragrance is, and what happened that day, that's more crucial. That's why she sent these two messages. Just like that, it immediately made Su Chen burst into laughter. Could this girl be interested in him? He. Well, I won't tell you for now. Who told you to kiss me and run away that day? Humph. For a moment, Su Chen just ignored her. And because of Su Chen's indifference, Zhang Xiaoning immediately went crazy. She sent several messages to Su Chen in a row. Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you silent? Say something. Are you going to speak or not? Just say something. Unfortunately, her messages were like sinking to the bottom of the sea, not a single bubble rose. After all, Su Chen at this moment didn't bother to respond to her. So, that night, Zhang Xiaoning couldn't sleep. And Su Chen? He slept soundly. After all, he had finally retaliated against Zhang Xiaoning a little, who asked this girl to kiss him and run away. This made Su Chen miss and reminisce for a long time. The next day, it was past 9 in the morning. At this time, Su Chen was still in his dreams, dreaming. Ding-ling-ling. A phone call suddenly rang in his ear. Hearing this, Su Chen reluctantly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Mr. Su, hello, I'm Qin Mashi. It's like this, you called me the day before yesterday. Hello? Mr. Su, hello, I'm Qin Mashi. It's like this, you called me the day before yesterday. Soon, a female voice came directly from the phone. Su Chen was stunned. Mr. Su, I am the one you hired as your personal housekeeper.
And as Su Chen was stunned, Shin Mashi immediately explained.
Oh, it's you. Do you have something to tell me? Su Chen asked immediately. Gah!
Shin Mashi was speechless for a moment.
What's wrong with this boss? Is this what you asked me to come to Villa No? 3 in the villa area of Villa No. 1 this morning? Why are you still asking me what's the matter with you? So annoying.
But for the annual salary close to 10 million, I'll endure it. She took a deep breath and patiently explained, Mr. Su, you called me the day before yesterday to come and be your private housekeeper, and you said to report to Villa No.
3 in Villa No. 1 this morning, so I came. Oh, I see.
Hearing Shin Mashi's explanation, Su Chen remembered the matter and said, okay, come in, I'll open the gate for you right away.
Su Chen got up to open the gate.
Shin Mashi was embarrassed.
Mr. Su, it's not like that. What's wrong? You haven't come yet? Su Chen asked.
No, I have come, but I'm stuck at the entrance of your community and can't get in.
Shin Mashi explained again. Oh, Su Chen was surprised. Is that so?
To be honest, Su Chen hadn't expected Shin Mashi to be stopped at the community gate, but then he realized that it was normal.
Su Chen lived in a villa community, not everyone could enter freely.
Okay, I got it. Wait there, I'll solve it for you.
Su Chen said. Okay.
After hanging up, Su Chen immediately called the property manager, Wang Lan. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the property manager Wang Lan was already at work. When she saw Su Chen's call, she answered respectfully, Mr.
Su, good morning. Do you have any instructions for me? Yes, Su Chen said. I've hired a housekeeper and some servants.
They are all coming to my villa today, but it seems they are stuck at the community gate. Please help me solve this.
Okay, Mr.
Su, please rest assured, I'll handle it right away.
Wang Lan promised.
At the entrance of the villa area, several pretty girls were pleading with the security guards to let them in.
Let us in, we are here to work as maids. Yes, I'm here to be a housekeeper.
We've been standing here for a long time, please let us in. The security guards were embarrassed and helpless. They wanted to let them in, but they needed to verify the situation first.
If something goes wrong, who will be responsible for it?
So they both felt quite helpless. Just then, a woman in her 40s, dressed in a standard black suit, stomped over here. The 2 security guards saw her and exclaimed, Manager.
Our manager is here. Immediately, they stepped out of the encirclement. Manager Wang, you finally arrived.
When she reached Wang Lan, the 2 security guards began to complain.
What's going on? Wang Lan asked with a frown.
From a distance, she saw the 2 security guards surrounded by a group of women.
Could this be a romantic debt?
Manager Wang, these women came early in the morning wanting to enter our community.
They claim to be maids and housekeepers for Villa 3's owner. We were planning to call you.
The security guard explained. Before they could finish, Wang Lan turned directly to the group of girls.
Are you all going to Villa 3?
Yes, yes. Shin Mashi and the others nodded in agreement.
Alright, follow me. I'll take you there. With that, Wang Lan led Shin Mashi and the others away.
Seeing this, the 2 security guards were dumbfounded.
Are they really here to be maids and housekeepers for Villa 3's owner? Wow, it really is a villa area. The environment is much better than ordinary residential areas. Yes, indeed.
I wonder if I can afford a set here in my lifetime.
Yes.
Shin Mashi and the others followed behind Wang Lan, chatting incessantly as they saw the decorations inside the community. They were excited and curious as it was their first time entering a villa area.
Wang Lan just smiled and didn't say anything.
Soon, under Wang Lan's guidance, the group of women arrived at the entrance of Villa 3.
Mr. Su.
Seeing Su Chen standing at the villa entrance, Wang Lan hurried over and respectfully called out, Mr.
Su, thank you. You don't have to be so polite, Manager Wang.
It's my pleasure to serve you, Su Chen replied.
Well, Mr. Su, if you have no other instructions, I'll take my leave. Sure. Wow, is this our boss? So handsome and young. Yes, really handsome. As Wang Lan and Su Chen conversed, Shin Mashi and the others were amazed. Su Chen was indeed very handsome.
They had just graduated from college and were a bit naive.
Shin Mashi was stunned. Alright, ladies, follow me.
As soon as Wang Lan left, Su Chen turned to Shin Mashi and the others with a harmonious smile.
Ah, so handsome, his smile is even more charming. My heart can't take it. Yes, can't handle it. Such a boss. So nice. Following Su Chen, they had various thoughts in their minds.
When they stepped inside the villa, they were amazed by the environment.
They would be working here in the future? They were so excited. Under Su Chen's guidance, they entered the villa. Alright, everyone, find a seat. Su-chen looked at the women and said, "Okay, boss." Chin Mashi and the others replied and sat down on the sofa. "Good." Su-chen nodded at them. "Let me introduce myself. I am Su-chen, the owner of this villa. From now on, I will be your boss." "Hello, boss." Chin Mashi and the others shouted. "Good, you all seem nice." Su-chen responded, then he straightforwardly said, "Let's do this, each of you introduce yourselves. Let's start with you." Su-chen pointed to Chin Mashi. "Boss, hello, my name is Chin Mashi, 23 years old, just graduated. I graduated from Oxford University in Eagle Country, with a dual major in finance and economics management. I hope the boss will take care of me in the future." "Boss, hello, my name is Xia Qingxue, 22 years old, just graduated. I graduated from the London Business School, majoring in hotel management. I hope the boss will take care of me in the future." "Boss, hello, my name is Chun Chocho, 25 years old, just graduated." The 8 girls introduced themselves one by one. Their self-introductions were exactly the same as what Su-chen had known before, all of them having high academic qualifications, but unfortunately, they lacked work experience. Initially, Su-chen wanted to hire experienced individuals, but looking at them, he chose them. After all, they were so good-looking, although they were supposed to be maids and housekeepers. But looking at such beautiful faces, wasn't Su-chen feeling comfortable? "Well, you are all very good. Although you never thought about applying for a maid or housekeeper position before, what I want to say is, the remuneration I offer you, I think you won't refuse, right?" After all the girls finished introducing themselves, Su-chen immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Who would refuse such high remuneration? Moreover, they had just graduated. Being able to find such a good job, they were eager for it. However, boss, may I ask, what specific tasks do we need to do? Xia Qingxue asked. "Yeah, boss, what exactly are we supposed to do?" Yes. At that moment, the other girls also asked. Seeing this, Su-chen glanced at them and said, "Actually, your job is very simple. You just need to clean my villa, serve me tea and water." Here, Su-chen paused for a moment, then he looked directly at Chin Mashi. "Your job is more important. You are not only responsible for my daily life, but also for managing them. After all, you are my housekeeper, and I don't want to see my villa in a mess." "I understand," Chin Mashi replied. Su-chen nodded, then he looked at the girls and said, "Now, do you have any more questions? If not, then, boss, does the job include sleeping with you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a question was suddenly thrown out. In the next moment, the girls immediately looked at Su-chen with hope in their eyes. They had just graduated, but they were not stupid. They understood that wealthy people had some quirks, and they really wanted to know about this. Ahem! At this very sudden question, Su-chen's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. "Damn! Are all the girls nowadays this direct? Well, since you are all so direct, what else can I say?" After clearing his throat twice, Su-chen said directly, "If you are willing, I don't mind." The girls sighed in unison. "Who wants to sleep with you? Just because you are handsome and rich, does that mean we have to sleep with you? Let me tell you, you are already so good-looking, so don't think too highly of yourself. Alright, seeing you like this, I think you are willing to work for me. So, from now on, I am your boss." Su-chen waved his hand. "Since that's the case, I'll arrange work for you now." Chin Mashi. "Boss, I'm here. From now on, you will be in charge of their daily lives and managing their work." "Okay, boss." Xia Qingxue, Chen Xiuzi. "Your job is to follow Chin Mashi's arrangements. Clean where needed, wipe where needed. Do you understand?" "Understood." Xia Qingxue, Chen Xiuzi, and others answered loudly. "Good." Su-chen nodded. Then he said, "Since you are working in my villa, you can stay here, it's convenient." "Of course." Su-chen paused. The women were ecstatic upon hearing this, as not only did they get a high salary, but they also got to live in a villa, which was fantastic. However, when Su-chen paused, they became alert and looked directly at him. Seeing their gaze, Su-chen smiled. "Don't worry, what I meant to say is, if your work performance is really poor, I won't hesitate to fire you, because I won't tolerate incompetence." Su-chen's expression turned very serious at the end. "Just kidding, I spent so much money, I didn't hire you to play around. Boss, you can rest assured, you won't have the chance to fire us." "That's right. Of course, absolutely no chance," Su-chen said seriously, but Xia Qingxue, Chen Xiuzi, and others didn't take it seriously because they were confident. Cleaning was a piece of cake for them. They all got into top universities, so why wouldn't they excel at this? Of course, as long as Su-chen didn't have any bad intentions, otherwise, they would definitely work him into bankruptcy. After all, this job was a piece of cake. "That's good."
Seeing the confident girls, Suchen immediately nodded in satisfaction, then he looked at Qin Moshi. So, send me your account number, I'll transfer some money to you.
Transfer money?
Qin Moshi was surprised.
But soon, she became curious. Boss, are you giving us an advance on our salary? That's right. Qin Moshi was overjoyed. Unfortunately, before she could fully enjoy it, Suchen said, what are you thinking?
I'm transferring money to you so you can buy daily necessities.
Understand? Ha! Upon hearing this, Qin Moshi exclaimed, realizing her mistake. Embarrassed, she sent her account number to Suchen. Without hesitation, Suchen immediately transferred 5 million to her. Ding!
In an instant, Qin Moshi's phone received a message.
She checked it. She was dumbfounded. After a while, she said with a shocked expression, Boss, you transferred 5 million to me? Why did you transfer so much? Too much? Suchen smiled, unconcerned. This 5 million is for a week's expenses. I will transfer 5 million to you every week from now on. What?
Upon hearing this, Qin Moshi, Xiao Qingxue, Chen Xiuzi, and others were taken aback.
5 million a week? This guy must be incredibly wealthy. In an instant, their eyes widened.
Seeing their eyes widen one by one, almost popping out of their sockets, Suchen immediately said, Alright, stop staring.
Here, these are the car keys.
Whoever wants to go out to buy groceries or anything else can just drive there directly.
It's a bit far from the city center, so this will be more convenient for you.
Suchen then took out 3 car keys from the living room coffee table and threw them on the table. These 3 car keys were for the Koenigsegg sports cars brought by the exclusive car delivery staff. Qin Moshi, Xiao Qingxue, Chen Xiuxiu, and others looked at them.
Damn, aren't these the keys to a sports car? The boss actually wants us to drive a sports car to buy groceries? How audacious can he be? The 8 girls almost fell to the ground because they couldn't stand steady. In the evening, after enjoying a massage and leg massage service, Suchen finally lay down on the bed. Ding! As soon as he lay down, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message alert. Who could it be? He picked up his phone and saw, Can you tell me who you are? And what was that behavior the other day? Do you know? I'm going crazy. I couldn't sleep all night last night. Frustrated expression X5. Yes, that's right, the WeChat message was sent by Zhang Xiaoning.
Seeing this, Suchen immediately smiled.
This girl is quite cute. She couldn't sleep all night. Alright, seeing you in such pain, I'll forgive you. Suchen muttered to himself and immediately replied to Zhang Xiaoning's message, remember the car exhibition? Inside an apartment building near the Music and Dance Academy. Zhang Xiaoning had planned to do another live broadcast tonight, but she just didn't feel like it because she really wanted to figure out who Tenli Chuan Xiang really was. Just as she had said in the message to Suchen, she really hadn't slept all night last night because she couldn't figure out what behavior had earned her nearly $1 million in tips. But unfortunately, she just couldn't remember. She couldn't figure it out. So she came to ask Suchen. At this moment, she was very hesitant because she really wasn't sure if Suchen would tell her directly. If he didn't tell her, she would probably have another sleepless night tonight. It's very painful. And very frustrating. To be honest, at this moment, she really had the urge to beat someone up. She swore that this was the first time in her life that someone had teased her like this. If possible, she really wanted to give Tenli Chuan Xiang a slap in the face. Ding! At that moment, her phone rang. Ha ha ha, he said. She picked up her phone and burst into laughter. A crazy, ecstatic laughter. But soon after, she calmed down because at that moment, she remembered what had happened at the car exhibition a few days ago. He's actually him? Her face turned red in an instant. She was at a loss. She simply couldn't believe that Tenli Chuan Xiang was the handsome guy she had a crush on and kissed. Since then, Zhang Xiaoning had thought that she would never have any connection with this handsome guy she had a crush on, but now, he actually came looking for her? Damn, is this a romantic debt? Ah, no, not a romantic debt. This is the consequence of her being a rogue. So embarrassing. What should she do now? If she had known, she wouldn't have asked. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoning was really panicking. She really didn't know what to do. After all, Suchen was the first boy she had a crush on, and she even kissed him. Slap him twice? Can she bring herself to do it? Besides, it's obvious that he's coming to settle the score now that others are coming to her door. Woo. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoning suddenly felt a wave of grievance and sadness. Why did she make that bet in the first place? Why did she have to kiss him after the bet? Was it to admire his handsome face? TSK. I am the goddess Zhang Xiaoning, and those who pursue me are lining up all the way to the fish market moat. How could I admire his face? Impossible. But he is really handsome. Zhang Xiaoning thought randomly. Ding. And at that moment, her phone rang again. Ding. Zhang Xiaoning's phone rang, and she flipped it over to look. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect it to be me, right? Beauty, about that kiss. Ahem, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Of course, if you feel burdened by this, then let's set a time tomorrow to go play together, and then you treat me to a meal, see the scenery, so you won't have any burden, right? Yes, this was the message Su Chen sent. Su Chen sent this later, after all, he didn't think Zhang Xiaoning would agree to him. So after sending this message, Su Chen just threw his phone aside. But what Su Chen didn't expect was, ding. Soon, Zhang Xiaoning replied, you're right. Then come pick me up at the Music and Dance Academy tomorrow morning. By the way, my name is Zhang Xiaoning. This really stunned Su Chen. She actually agreed? To be honest, Zhang Xiaoning didn't know why she agreed to Su Chen. It was like acting on impulse, but mainly because she admired Su Chen's handsome face. Thinking of Su Chen's handsome face, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. After finishing the exquisite breakfast prepared by Jenny, Su Chen looked directly at Qin Mashi. Can you drive a sports car? Yes. Qin Mashi could indeed drive a sports car. After all, before Qin Mashi's father went bankrupt, she had her own sports car, and her skills were not bad. So Qin Mashi agreed casually. But soon, she remembered something. Didn't Su Chen give them the keys to 3 sports cars yesterday? Then, Qin Mashi said, boss, you can rest assured, I will definitely not damage your sports car. Qin Mashi looked serious and confident. Ahem. Seeing this, Su Chen immediately coughed twice. Is this girl trying to fool him? I gave them the keys to those 3 sports cars, I'm not afraid they'll damage them by driving them around. Su Chen immediately said, that's not what I meant. Not what you meant. Then what do you mean? A hint of doubt appeared on Qin Mashi's face. It's like this, your task today is to drive for me. Be my driver, do you understand? Su Chen explained. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Qin Mashi finally understood what was going on, and she agreed. Okay. Su Chen nodded and threw the car keys. Alright, go to the garage and drive, I'll wait for you at the door. Okay, boss. In the car. Boss, where are we going now? Qin Mashi asked. To the Music and Dance Academy. Su Chen said. Suddenly he remembered something, and the next moment, he said, by the way, don't call me boss anymore. Call me young master. Okay, boss. I mean, young master. Although Qin Mashi felt a bit strange in her heart, she still complied. After all, she was just a worker. Soon, Qin Mashi drove Su Chen's Koenigsegg CCXR towards the Music and Dance Academy. At the same time, at the entrance of the Music and Dance Academy, you could see a convertible sports car parked there. The area around the convertible was decorated with many roses in a circle. Today is Friday. After finishing a class, all students can relax. So many students were coming and going at the entrance. Wow, is someone going to confess their love? What do you think? Look at the setup. Oh, right, but who could it be? A convertible sports car with roses. This is really romantic. I'm jealous. Jealous of what? Look at yourself. I bet this is for our school's beauty Zhang. After all, she's one of the few single beauties left in our school. Ha? Are you saying this convertible is driven by Xuexiao? Then who else? Oh. Su Chen was unaware of what was happening at the entrance of the Music and Dance Academy. As he approached the entrance, he messaged Zhang Xiaoning, I'm almost there, just wait for me at the entrance. Shortly after sending the message, Zhang Xiaoning replied, okay, I'll be right out. Meanwhile, 2 stunning figures appeared inside the Music and Dance Academy. Here she comes, our school beauty Zhang. Wow, Zhang looks exceptionally beautiful today. Did she dress up on purpose? Maybe she knows she's going to be confessed to, that's why she's dressed up? Yeah, that must be it. One of the stunning figures was Zhang Xiaoning, and the other was her good friend Zhao Qingqing. Although Zhao Qingqing's appearance couldn't match Zhang Xiaoning's, she was still considered a beauty. Zhang Xiaoning brought her along to avoid an awkward atmosphere with Su Chen. Their appearance instantly heightened the atmosphere. All eyes were on them, but they seemed used to it and walked out of the campus to the entrance without any discomfort. At that moment, a confession rang out. Xiaoning, I like you, will you be my girlfriend? A young man in a white suit, holding a large bouquet of roses, immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaoning with a look of deep affection. This person was Xuexiao, Xuefeng. Say yes, say yes, say yes. The onlookers who didn't understand the situation immediately started cheering. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaoning became angry and said to Xuefeng, Xuefeng, will you ever stop? Didn't I make it clear to you? I don't like you. That's right, Xiaoning said she doesn't like you. Why are you still pestering our Xiaoning? Do you have no shame, Xuefeng? Zhao Qingqing chimed in. She then pulled Zhang Xiaoning away,
let's go, Xiaoning, let's ignore him. Okay. They took a step, but unfortunately, a burly man in a black suit appeared in front of them.
Shuefeng, what do you mean by this? Do you still want to?
Suddenly, the path was blocked by a burly man in a black suit, and Zhao Qingqing was immediately annoyed.
She began to shout angrily.
But before she could finish her words, Shuefeng scolded her, Zhao Qingqing, mind your own business with Xiaoning, or I'll make you regret it.
You.
Zhao Qingqing was furious, but also helpless. Shuefeng was after all a second-generation rich kid, and if he really wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Qingqing, it would be quite simple.
For a moment, Zhao Qingqing didn't know what to do. As a grown man, you are now threatening a beautiful woman. Are you still a man? However, at that moment, a disdainful voice sounded out of place. Ha! Everyone present was stunned. Was this going to be a hero saving the beauty scenario? They were curious to see who dared to question Shuefeng's manhood to his face. How come I haven't seen this person before?
Yeah,
who is he? He doesn't seem to be from our school, right?
Yeah, but
he's so handsome.
Indeed, he's handsome, but lacks brains.
Doesn't he know it's unwise to offend Shuefeng? This is going to be interesting.
Exactly, I heard Shuefeng's family is in the construction business and he has quite a few thugs under him.
This guy is in trouble now.
Oh,
really? Isn't this guy doomed?
What a pity.
Pity for what? He's too handsome. Ha ha. Su Chen's charm had indeed captivated many.
And because of this, they were worried for him. After all, he was Shuefeng, a definite second-generation rich kid, not someone anyone could afford to offend.
Su Chen.
At this point, Zhang Xiaoning had recognized Su Chen, so she immediately called out.
Xiaoning, is this the man you were talking about? Zhao Qingqing immediately understood and asked.
Yes. Zhang Xiaoning shyly lowered her head. She had confided in her best friend Zhao Qingqing about her relationship with Su Chen, so she felt embarrassed when Zhao Qingqing brought it up in public.
Shuefeng noticed something was off. Why would Zhang Xiaoning be shy? Could it be that she was already involved with this man? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would she be shy upon seeing him? Alright, you woman, no wonder I'd been chasing you for so long and you didn't agree. Turns out you found another man.
Suddenly, a surge of anger rushed to Shuefeng's heart. He felt like he was wearing a green hat, and he immediately shouted at Zhang Xiaoning, tell me, who is he?
What's your relationship with him?
Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoning completely ignored him at this point. She immediately pulled Zhao Qingqing to Su Chen's side, looking anxious.
Su Chen, let's leave now. I feel uncomfortable with so many people watching.
Of course, Zhang Xiaoning's behavior was to prevent Su Chen from offending Shuefeng, considering Shuefeng's status as a second-generation rich kid. She was unsure and wanted to leave quickly.
Yes, being watched by so many people is really uncomfortable.
Zhao Qingqing also realized the situation and echoed Zhang Xiaoning.
Alright, let's go then.
Seeing Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing's reactions, Su Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. Moreover, he disdained to conflict with someone like Shuefeng, because he didn't even regard Shuefeng at all. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, Shuefeng spoke up directly.
Kid, did I say you could leave?
Immediately, the black-suited strong man who had blocked Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing stood in front of Su Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing were immediately filled with worry and fear. Obviously, a fight was about to break out.
In an instant, Zhang Xiaoning was about to speak, Shui. But before she could finish, Su Chen sneered, ha! Then, he turned around, his eyes cold, so, what do you want to do? This statement was full of tension. However, Shuefeng was stunned at this moment. Because at this moment, Su Chen's gaze was somewhat terrifying. But soon, he snapped out of it. Damn, dare to threaten me? I'll kill you. Diaozi, give me.
Shuefeng immediately prepared to give the black-suited strong man an order, intending to break Su Chen's limbs. But before he could finish his sentence, a female voice rang out, Young master, why did you take so long?
You were just picking someone up. Young master?
Hearing this, Shuefeng's expression changed immediately.
This title seemed to be reserved for wealthy young masters. Was Su Chen a wealthy young master?
In fact, Shuefeng had just had this misconception, because the gaze Su Chen had just projected was the kind of gaze only a high-ranking person would have.
Otherwise, do you really think Shuefeng would have been stunned for no reason? Ridiculous, how could that be possible? And now,
he was completely stunned, because someone had just directly called Su Chen young master, and she was a super beautiful woman, not inferior to Zhang Xiaoning. Shuefeng knew very well that wealthy young masters liked to play with beautiful women and be called young master by them.
Now, does this mean that Su Chen is really a wealthy young master? Why did you come over?
At this moment, seeing Qin Mashi coming over, Su Chen was speechless.
Didn't he ask her to wait in the car? What was she doing here?
Young master, I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to come and see what was going on.
Qin Mashi answered honestly. Well, let's go then, shall we? Su Chen nodded. After saying that, he looked directly at Xue Feng. Hey, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Xue Feng's face looked very ugly, but he had no choice because he couldn't afford to offend these wealthy young masters. So at this moment, he could only watch as Su Chen led Zhang Xiaoning and the other women away. However, he soon felt a sense of relief for his decision, because at this moment, he saw Su Chen and the others heading towards a supercar. And this supercar was worth 50 million. After all, he had been to the Koenigsegg car show when he recognized Su Chen's Koenigsegg CCXR. So, if Su Chen wasn't a wealthy young master, then what was he? At this moment, beside the Koenigsegg CCXR, Su Chen opened the car door, ready to invite Zhang Xiaoning and her good friend Zhao Qingqing to get in. But at that moment, Qin Mashi spoke up. Young master, it seems like there aren't enough seats in our car. Ha! Qin Mashi's words made Zhao Qingqing unconsciously frown. She glanced at Qin Mashi and then said to Zhang Xiaoning, Xiaoning, should we just take a taxi? Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately coughed twice, his face turning red. To be honest, Su Chen had really not thought this through. He quickly spoke up, Xiaoning, and this classmate, please wait a moment, I'll have another car sent over. With that, Su Chen took out his phone and made a call without waiting for a response from Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. Although Zhang Xiaoning and Qin Mashi showed no reaction, they were well aware that Su Chen owned a total of 4 sports cars. However, when Zhao Qingqing heard this, she almost stumbled and fell to the ground in shock.
How wealthy was this man?
Nevertheless, she felt genuinely happy for Zhang Xiaoning, as Su Chen was not only handsome but also rich, a perfect match for Zhang Xiaoning. Therefore, she was determined to help Zhang Xiaoning to the best of her ability, being her best friend. She looked at Qin Mashi with a hint of hostility, misunderstanding the relationship between Su Chen and Qin Mashi. This led Qin Mashi to furrow her brows in confusion, wondering why the girl suddenly seemed hostile towards her. Meanwhile, Xue Feng, who had been observing Su Chen, was puzzled when he saw Su Chen make a call. He furrowed his brows, wondering if Su Chen was calling someone for help. Realizing that he might have offended Su Chen earlier, Xue Feng decided to approach Su Chen with his bodyguard. Su Chen, unaware of Xue Feng's approach, assured Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing that the car would arrive soon and suggested they wait inside a dessert shop. However, Zhao Qingqing interrupted him, asking Xue Feng why he was following them. Startled, Su Chen turned around. With just one turn, Su Chen immediately saw Xue Feng and his black-suited burly bodyguard standing directly behind him. Seeing this, Su Chen furrowed his brows. He was about to ask, what's the matter? But before he could speak, Xue Feng and his black-suited bodyguard bowed deeply to Su Chen. Ha! This caught Su Chen off guard. He had thought Xue Feng was coming to cause trouble, but to his surprise, he was here to apologize. I forgive you, now go. Su Chen sneered, finding Xue Feng quite peculiar. But since he had no intention of quarreling with him, Su Chen nonchalantly spoke. Thank you. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xue Feng felt relieved. He thanked Su Chen and quickly left with his bodyguard. Wow! Xiaonan, your man is amazing! Zhao Qingqing exclaimed excitedly as she watched Xue Feng leave. Xiaonan blushed at her words and scolded Zhao Qingqing. Realizing her mistake, Zhao Qingqing awkwardly coughed and corrected herself. Meanwhile, at a corner, Xue Feng and his bodyguard were discussing why they had to apologize to Su Chen. Xue Feng explained that they couldn't afford to provoke him. 50 minutes later, a sports car pulled up in front of Su Chen, proving Xue Feng's point. Su Chen then signaled to Xiaonan and Zhao Qingqing that they could now depart. Unaware of Xue Feng's thoughts, Su Chen would have laughed heartily if he knew what Xue Feng was thinking. The two girls nodded. Who's sitting with me? Zhang Xiaoning actually wanted to sit in the same car as Su Chen, but she was pulled by Zhao Qingqing to the sports car that had just arrived. Seeing this, Su Chen's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. He had no choice but to sit inside the Koenigsegg CCXR. Fish Lake Restaurant. This is a high-end restaurant built by the Fish Island Lake, with a total of 10 luxurious lakeview private rooms inside. The environment is elegant, the scenery is beautiful, making it a great place to enjoy food. As the restaurant is located by the Fish Island Lake, anyone visiting the lakeside would choose to have a meal here. As a result, the private rooms here are very difficult to book. After making an appointment with Zhang Xiaoning last night, Su Chen called to reserve a private room here, but the price he offered was twice as high as usual. This extra cost was not for the restaurant itself, but for the manager as a favor fee. So, after arriving here, Su Chen instructed Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and the other girls, then went straight to find the restaurant manager. As soon as Su Chen left, Zhao Qingqing looked at Qin Mashi unfriendly and said, Hey, can you stay away from my little sister's man? Ha! This statement stunned both Zhang Xiaoning and Qin Mashi. What's this? Especially Zhang Xiaoning. Her face turned red all of a sudden.
Qingqing.
She immediately wanted to stop Zhao Qingqing.
Put.
However, at that moment, Qin Mashi laughed.
What are you laughing at? Zhao Qingqing frowned. Zhang Xiaoning also looked at Qin Mashi with some confusion. And Qin Mashi?
She just pursed her lips and said, I'm just your little sister's steward. Oh, today I'm the driver.
I was wondering why you seemed hostile towards me earlier. Turns out it's because of this?
You're overthinking. Although my boss is indeed outstanding, I have no intentions.
Qin Mashi said.
Qin Mashi really had no intentions towards Su Chen, as they had only known each other for 2 days, and she had lived abroad, not being superficial.
As for the future? No one can say for sure. At least not now. Is that so? Hearing Qin Mashi's words, Zhao Qingqing was stunned. So that's how it is? Is what you said true?
But she was still somewhat worried.
Of course. Qin Mashi nodded. Alright, then I'll just. Zhao Qingqing was about to say something, but before she could finish, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, isn't this our school's famous beauty Zhang? What a coincidence. Hearing this,
a woman came into view, around the same age as Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing, seemingly a college student. However, her attire was more revealing, and she walked more provocatively, so at this moment, she swayed her hips provocatively as she walked over.
Beauty Zhang is dining here too? Why aren't you in the private room? Oh, I see, you must not have reserved one, right? Yeah, definitely, otherwise why would you be waiting in the lobby? Well, it's okay, you didn't reserve a private room, but my boyfriend did. So, if you. After she came over, she started talking to herself. It was quite arrogant. Shen Mengchun, that's enough. Finally, Zhao Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. She shouted. Oh, Zhao Qingqing is here too? Oh, look at me, I was so absorbed in our school beauty Zhang De that I didn't see you. Sorry. Unfortunately, Shen Mengchun completely ignored the others. Mengchun.
At this moment, a middle-aged man also walked over. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, still relatively young, but his head was a bit bald. However, with his brand-name suit, it was clear that he was a successful person. Darling, you're here, I've missed you so much. Seeing the arrival of this middle-aged man, Shen Mengchun immediately threw herself into his arms, acting all cute and affectionate. This made Zhang Xiaoning and the others shudder.
Shen Mengchun was roommates with Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing, and she had always been at odds with them because she envied Zhang Xiaoning.
She envied that Zhang Xiaoning was prettier than her, that many people pursued Zhang Xiaoning, she envied.
In short, she was deeply envious. Mengchun, who are these people?
At this moment, the middle-aged man's gaze fell directly on Zhang Xiaoning and the others, and in an instant, his eyes lit up. At the same time, his face showed excitement. It seemed like he couldn't wait to devour Zhang Xiaoning and the others right away.
Zhang Xiaoning and the others' faces changed instantly. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's question, Shen Mengchun immediately left the middle-aged man's embrace and introduced them. These two are my classmates. This is Zhang Xiaoning, this is Zhao Qingqing, and as for her, she must be their friend.
Qin Mashi, whom Shen Mengchun did not know, so when introducing her, she could only say she was a friend of Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing.
Whether she really was or not, she had no idea. But it didn't matter, because at this moment, the evil fire in the middle-aged man's eyes had burned even more fiercely. Oh, so you are all Mengchuan's classmates? Nice to meet you. Are you going to eat here? That's great, come, let's go together. I've booked room 15, let's go together. The middle-aged man was very excited. He felt he could easily win over these beautiful girls. No, thank you.
Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and the others shook their heads directly, indicating refusal. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was not angry. Instead, he signaled Shen Mengchun with his eyes, as if to say, help me win them over, or else, you'll see. Shen Mengchuan's body trembled for a moment. Next moment, ahem. She immediately coughed twice. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, do you know who he is? At this point, Shen Mengchun said directly, believing that once she revealed the middle-aged man's identity, it would definitely shock Zhang Xiaoning and the others. So, without waiting for their reaction, she continued, let me tell you, he is the manager of the personnel department of JK Media Limited, Zhang Guangming, General Manager Zhang. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, JK Media Limited, I think I don't need to introduce more, right? This is a cooperative unit of our school. Shen Mengchun said proudly, as if JK Media Limited was her family. However, it must be said that Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing were indeed shocked, even Qin Mashi was shocked. JK Media Limited. Not only was it very famous in the local market, but it was also well-known nationwide. Such a company would indeed astonish people. Moreover, this company also has cooperation with the school where Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing are studying.
Many graduates from their school work in this company. This is a dream company for many students. Even Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing have thought about working in this company after graduation. However, it is worth mentioning that they have no idea who this Zhang Guangming, the general manager, is. Not to mention Zhang Guangming, the general manager, they are not even very clear about the current boss of JK Media Limited. But that doesn't matter. Because at this moment, Zhang Guangming immediately became proud. Obviously, his identity has played a significant role. He looked very pleased. And what about Shin Mengchun? She continued to strike while the iron was hot. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and even your friend, if you have any connection with our general manager, then your future path will be much smoother. But it depends on whether you are willing or not. After Shin Mengchun finished speaking, she directly looked at Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi with a smile that was not a smile. Her meaning was clear. It's about sleeping with someone. Ha ha, do you think everyone is shameless like you? Are you overthinking it? Are you crazy? Damn, go back where you came from, I have never seen such a shameless woman like you. In an instant, Qin Mashi started cursing. Who is she? She graduated from the Eagle Country Oxford University with a dual Ph.D. in Finance and Economics Management. Even if she were to sleep with someone, she would at least find a boss-level person. How dare a mere manager ask her to do such a thing? If you don't want to be scolded, who else will you find to scold you? And that's exactly it. The confident faces of Zhang Guangming and Shin Mengchun immediately changed color, looking extremely ugly. Shin Mengchun never expected that after revealing Zhang Guangming's identity, she would be scolded. In her understanding, all women in the world should be like her, willing to give up everything as long as they have money. But now? So, after being stunned for a while, she looked at Zhang Guangming with a face full of grievances. Darling, this. At this moment, Zhang Guangming did not expect to be rejected. It was the first time a woman had rejected him like this. In an instant, his face became extremely gloomy. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Qin Mashi, Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and said in a cold tone, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider your words. I advise you to think about the consequences. Remember, I am a senior executive of JK Media Limited. If I really want to do something to you, it will be effortless. Threat. Yes, at this moment, Zhang Guangming was threatening them. And it was a blatant threat. Of course, what he said was true. If a senior executive of JK Media Limited really wanted to target an ordinary person without any background, it would indeed be effortless. But, would Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi be afraid? No, they were not afraid at all. So in an instant, is it so great to be a bald senior executive of JK Media Limited? Let me tell you, I'll do whatever I want. What about it? Can't stand it? Then go ahead and retaliate against me. Humph. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi immediately started confronting each other. Without any fear. You guys. Seeing this, Zhang Guangming's face instantly turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten more than 10 pounds of flies. Alright, I remember. He even said alright 3 times in a row. Do you remember who your father is? Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden voice interrupted him. Do you remember who your father is? With those words, Su Chen walked over in just a few steps. Young master. Seeing this, Qin Mashi immediately called out to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and praised her. You did well just now. Then, he looked coldly at Zhang Guangming. Where did this baldy come from, daring to be so arrogant? Hasn't your father taught you to respect women? Under Su Chen's cold gaze, both Zhang Guangming and Shen Mengchun were stunned. However, Zhang Guangming quickly became angry and shouted at Su Chen with a threatening tone. Who do you think you are talking to like this, you ignorant brat? Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, I am the HR manager of JK Media Company, Ltd. If I want to do something to you, you won't be able to stay in this market anymore. So, brat, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Maybe if I'm happy, I won't bother with you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. That's right, brat, you better listen to our boss Zhang and kneel down to kowtow to him right away. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died, you know? After Zhang Guangming finished speaking, Shin Mengchun took over. The two of them looked so arrogant, as if they had Su Chen under control. Unfortunately, Su Chen just chuckled. Do you even know who I am? Ha! Zhang Guangming and Shin Mengchun were both stunned. Then, they glanced at each other. Could this kid have a higher status than the executives of JK Media Company, Ltd.? If that's the case, things might get complicated. In an instant, Zhang Guangming sent a signal to Shin Mengchun. She immediately understood and asked Su Chen, Kid, what's your identity? What's my identity? Su Chen pretended to be serious.
That's when Zhang Guangming and Shin Mengchen both looked at Su Chen, eager to know. What? Seeing this, Su Chen pointed at Zhang Guangming. I am his father.
Put. With that said, Lolo. Ha ha.
Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi burst into laughter.
It was just too funny. Kid, you.
The laughter of the three made Zhang Guangming tremble with anger. He never expected to be tricked by Su Chen.
What's going on? Yeah, can someone explain?
Oh, it's like this, that bald. No, it seems like the executives of JK Media Company, Ltd. wanted those girls to accompany them, and others refused, so it led to a conflict.
Ah, so that's what happened. How shameless. So what if they're shameless? You should know they are executives of JK Media Company, Ltd. If they just move a finger, you might not be able to stay in this market. You're right, but the way you put it, isn't that young man in trouble? Definitely. Ah, what a handsome young man.
There were already many people at the Lake Fish restaurant, so at this moment, the conflict between Su Chen and Zhang Guangming naturally attracted many people to stop and watch.
In an instant, they started whispering and pointing. Yeah, such a handsome young man.
But I have to say, this handsome young man is really something. He actually used such a method to deal with the senior management of JK Media Limited. Impressive.
Yes, indeed impressive.
Impressive, have you not seen the bald?
Oh, no, I mean, have you not seen the senior management of JK Media Limited turning green in the face and trembling lips? Clearly, he is very angry.
So, that handsome young man is really in trouble now.
Ah.
Yes, at this moment, Zhang Guangming was truly trembling with anger, and he started cursing Su Chen. Damn kid, how dare you play tricks on me, I will make you pay for this, I will. He was furious. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not afraid at all. On the contrary, at this moment, he looked directly at Zhang Guangming with a smirk. Hey, Baldy, why are you so worked up?
Let me tell you, do you believe that I, your old man, can make you lose your job immediately?
You. Initially, Zhang Guangming was ready to continue cursing Su Chen. But Su Chen's words at this moment made him burst into laughter. Ha, you arrogant brat, you really have some nerve.
Alright, come on, show me how you can make me lose my job immediately. Hurry up, I can't wait, do it.
Inside, Zhang Guangming was laughing wildly. This kid was really too arrogant.
Can he really say such things? Is he joking?
Unfortunately, his joke was not funny at all.
Make him lose his job immediately? Ha, do you know who I am?
I am not only the HR manager of JK Media Limited, but also the cousin of the general manager of JK Media Limited.
You think you can make me lose my job just like that? Do you know? In my eyes, you are an extremely arrogant fool.
At this moment, Su Chen did not speak. Instead, he took out his phone and immediately dialed a number.
After the phone rang twice, a very respectful voice came from the other end. Boss? Is this the general manager? This is Su Chen.
Yes, boss, do you have any instructions for me?
Or are you coming to the company today?
The general manager of JK Media Limited, Xiang Tianrong, had been waiting for Su Chen to arrive. When he saw that Su Chen was calling him, he didn't dare to neglect it. I won't be coming to the company today, I don't have that plan for now, but there is someone in the company that interests me,
Su Chen said coldly.
Ah, being able to reach the position of general manager of JK Media Limited naturally meant being able to discern the good and bad in words.
So when Su Chen spoke, Xiang Tianrong was shocked. Without hesitation, he cautiously asked, Boss, may I ask who you are referring to?
Wait, let me ask.
Su Chen really didn't know Zhang Guangming's name, so after saying a word, he looked directly at Zhang Guangming. Hey, Baldy, would you dare to tell your name to your old man? As for Su Chen making a phone call, Zhang Guangming was not afraid at all.
In fact, he was rather disdainful. You brat, you're quite good at pretending.
Fine, I'll let you pretend.
So, he did not stop Su Chen from making the call. However, what made him furious was that at this moment, Su Chen was so audacious to speak to him like this. He immediately became furious. Damn it, brat, watch your mouth and show some respect. Who do you think you are?
Whoever agrees, that person is my son. Su Chen chuckled.
You. Zhang Guangming was getting impatient.
He realized that arguing with Su Chen wouldn't bring any benefits, so he chose to sternly say to Su Chen, You brat, aren't you going to get me fired right away? Hurry up then? Don't waste time arguing here. No problem, but you have to.
Young master, his name is Zhang Guangming.
Qin Mashi stepped forward to inform Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen responded to Qin Mashi and ignored Zhang Guangming, then immediately said to Xiang Tianrong on the phone, Did you hear that? Zhang Guangming. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianrong couldn't help but gasp. Boss, I don't know how my uncle offended you.
Xiang Tianrong couldn't articulate his words at this moment. After all, he was scared. Your uncle? Su Chen was taken aback. But then, he became even angrier. Xiang General Manager, fire your uncle for me immediately. And today, I want to see him in jail. Ha, boss, is this? Xiang Tianrong was dumbfounded. He wanted to mediate. Unfortunately, Su Chen interrupted him directly. Can't you understand me? Are you saying you don't want to be the general manager anymore? You figure it out yourself. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Oh, you brat, you're quite good at pretending, huh? Just randomly make a call and say. As soon as Su Chen hung up the phone, Zhang Guangming immediately started sneering. Ring ring. However, before he could finish his mocking words, his phone rang. Ha! Zhang Guangming was stunned, but he took out his phone. Hiss! His heart trembled because the caller was none other than his nephew, Xiang Tianrong, the general manager of JK Media Company, Ltd. Damn, did this brat really just call his own nephew? Suddenly, a bad feeling rushed into Zhang Guangming's heart. But he quickly dismissed it. It's just a coincidence. How could this brat know my nephew? It's a joke. With that in mind, Zhang Guangming answered the phone. Hello, nephew? What's up? Bastard, damn it, Zhang Guangming, how the hell did you offend our boss? You're a damn pig. No, calling you a pig would be an insult to pigs. Do you know you're screwed now? Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a voice inside the phone started cursing loudly. Nephew, what about you? Really, I'm so angry. I'm telling you, Zhang Guangming, from now on, you are no longer my cousin, and I am no longer your nephew. Damn it, encountering a relative like you, it's like having bad luck for 8 lifetimes. It's really damn unlucky, you. In the face of absolute interests, the relationship of relatives immediately collapses. So at this moment, he burst into another round of cursing at Zhang Guangming. After finishing the scolding, he said, Zhang Guangming, I'm informing you now, you have been fired by the company. I've been fired? Hearing this, how could Zhang Guangming remain calm? Nephew, I'm your cousin. Don't give me that. It's useless. I know what you've done. I'm not only going to fire you, I'm also going to send you to jail. That's it. After Xiang Tianrong finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Nephew, Zhang Guangming shouted, but it was of no use, because at that moment, the phone just made a beep sound. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, almost falling to the ground. Why? Why is this happening to me? He looked lost and confused. It was as if he had lost his soul and spirit. Darling, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Shin Mengchun was a little panicked, and then she reached out to support Zhang Guangming. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhang Guangming ignored her, because he was looking directly at Su Chen. It's you, isn't it? Yes, he had already figured it out. Su Chen had said he would fire him, and now he had been fired. If he still didn't understand that Su Chen was behind this, then he really was no different from a fool. So he shouted at Su Chen, Kid, who are you? Who are you really? Who am I? Su Chen chuckled, I'm your boss. Oh, no, you've been fired now, so I'm not your boss. You're my boss? You're not my boss? Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Guangming muttered to himself. But soon, smack, he slapped Shin Mengchun hard across the face. Darling, why are you hitting me? Shin Mengchun looked resentful as she was inexplicably slapped by Zhang Guangming. Damn it, how dare you ask me why I hit you? It's all because of you, all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I have offended my boss? Zhang Guangming shouted. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. At the same time, he started punching and kicking Shin Mengchun. In an instant, Shin Mengchun screamed in pain. What's going on? At this moment, the onlookers were puzzled by the situation. Yeah, what's happening? Aren't they on the same side? Why is he beating her? Exactly. To be honest, they didn't understand. However, at that moment, they could see Zhang Guangming, who had been arrogant just now, crawling towards Su Chen like a bereaved dog. What's going on? Yeah, can anyone tell me what's going on? Hey, what else could it be? He's encountered a tough nut to crack this time. Yeah, after all, his face changed after that phone call. That's right. Isn't this handsome guy even more powerful than the senior management of JK Media Limited? Of course. What's your name? Really? No, I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If not, TSK, what are you thinking? Look at yourself. Even if you don't care about your appearance, at least look at the people around him. Exactly, thought you were a woman, dreaming about something? Disgusting. Boss, I was wrong. At this moment, Zhang Guangming had crawled to Su Chen's front, immediately begging for forgiveness.
Although he knew that his behavior was embarrassing, but was losing face more important than losing his job? Obviously not.
So at this moment, he not only begged Soo-chun for forgiveness, but also directly kowtowed to him.
Bang bang bang. Constantly kowtowing. Kowtowing with great force.
Boss, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Don't hold it against me. Please, you really don't have to hold it against me.
Zhang Guangming begged earnestly.
He believed that his begging would surely earn Soo-chan's forgiveness.
But he was wrong. Very wrong. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you kowtowing to me? TSK, I can't bear this. Aren't you a senior executive of JK Media Limited? Didn't you say that if you did something, I wouldn't be able to stay in the fish market anymore? You asked me to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. What are you doing now?
At this moment, Soo-chun looked down at Zhang Guangming with a smirk on his face.
Boss, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, please.
I'm sorry, I really am, but please forgive me. Zhang Guangming knew Soo-chun was testing him, but he had no choice. He didn't dare to show any disrespect, because if the other party wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant, so he could only keep begging. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something.
In the next moment, he hugged Soo-chan's thigh. Dad, didn't you say I'm your bald son?
Dad, I was wrong this time, really wrong. Please forgive me. Forgive your bald son. Sigh. As soon as he said this, there was an immediate wave of embarrassment around him.
They had seen shameless people, but never this shameless. Now he was even calling him dad?
It was as if Soo-chan was really his father. Seeing this, Soo-chan's face immediately darkened.
Damn, you're really shameless, aren't you?
Get lost. I don't have such a shameless son like you, and so ugly.
Soo-chan said, kicking him away. No, Dad, I'm your son, I'm your bald son. Dad, please forgive me, please.
However, at this moment, although Soo-chan kicked Zhang Guangming away, unfortunately, he immediately crawled back and hugged Soo-chan.
Hiss. Soo-chan was angry, but also helpless. However, he soon smiled.
So at this moment, he squinted his eyes. Alright, get up, I forgive you.
Ha!
As soon as he said this, Zhang Guangming was stunned. But the next moment, he was extremely happy. Indeed, his apology was very effective.
Thank you.
In an instant, he began to express his gratitude directly.
At the same time, he let go of Soo-chan. Now that Soo-chan had forgiven him, why should he stay here? To continue to lose face? No, that was absolutely impossible.
So, after thanking Soo-chan, he immediately got up and prepared to leave in a hurry.
Wait.
But at that moment, Soo-chan spoke again.
Boss, what's wrong?
Immediately, Zhang Guangming looked cautious and puzzled as he looked at Soo-chan.
Ahem. Soo-chan pretended to cough. Although I have forgiven you, I have no intention of letting you off. So, you better get ready to go to jail.
Ah, Zhang Guangming was stunned.
More precisely, he was dumbfounded. He simply did not expect that Soo-chan's forgiveness would turn out to be this. This was simply playing with him. Yes, Soo-chan was playing with him. Joking, who asked him to be so disgusting and shameless? Serves him right. Alright, ladies, let's go eat.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi were still stunned, thinking that Soo-chan would easily let Zhang Guangming go.
But unexpectedly, Soo-chan played a trick. This made them even more delighted, and they immediately agreed happily. Yes, okay. After that, they followed Soo-chan to the private room upstairs at the Fish Lake restaurant. Kid, you're bullying too much, I'll fight you. And at that moment, a loud voice rang out. Kid, you're bullying too much, I'll fight you. With that said, it could be seen immediately that Zhang Guangming rushed towards Soo-chan. It seemed like he was going to teach Soo-chan a lesson. Unfortunately, Soo-chan seemed to be prepared. So when Zhang Guangming rushed up to Soo-chan's back, Soo-chan suddenly turned around and kicked Zhang Guangming in the abdomen. Ah! In an instant, Zhang Guangming fell back in pain, groaning. Joking. Zhang Guangming had long been drained by alcohol and lust, so how could he be Soo-chan's match? Clap. Well done. Because of this, there was immediately a round of applause around. Not to mention the people around, even Zhao Qingqing, Zhang Xiaoning, and Qin Mashi couldn't help but give Soo-chan a thumbs up, and even in their eyes, there was a different kind of admiration. Fish Lake Restaurant, Room 20. Soo-chan, Zhang Xiaoning, and a few others were already seated here. In front of them was a large round table filled with various exquisite dishes. But by now, most of the food had been eaten. After all, they were already hungry. Have you ladies eaten your fill? Soo-chan asked Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi. Yes. The three women nodded, indicating that they were full. At this moment, Zhao Qingqing even burped directly. Ha ha, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Alright, since everyone is full, let's go.
After the laughter, Su Chen continued. Okay. The three women replied, and then Su Chen and the others stood up, ready to leave the room. Creak. However, at that moment, the door of the room was opened. The door was opened. It can be seen directly that at this moment, a man who looks about 35 years old, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, so sorry. I never expected such a big shot like you to visit our small shop. It really makes our humble shop shine. After the man appeared, he immediately approached Su Chen with a face full of apology and flattery. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned in confusion. Who are you? Oh. The man suddenly realized, then introduced himself. Mr. Su, I am Yu Tao, the owner of Fish Lake Restaurant. I just found out that Mr. Su came over to my side, so please forgive any negligence. Mr. Su, this meal is on me. Let's consider it making a new friend. Yu Tao said. Oh, so you're Mr. Yu? Upon hearing Yu Tao's words, Su Chen finally understood what was going on. To be honest, Su Chen never expected his identity as the boss of JK Media Company, Ltd., to be so famous that the restaurant owner personally came over to greet him. Free meal? But unfortunately, he had already paid the bill. And he even paid double. Now you're telling me it's free? Isn't it too late for that? Of course, Su Chen didn't want it for free. After all, he had already received rebates from the system, so he didn't need it to be free. So Su Chen immediately said, Mr. Yu, you're too kind, I've already paid, so if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. After saying that, he directly called Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi to leave. Let's go. Okay. Let's go, we should go rowing after dinner. Yes, rowing after dinner is very comfortable. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi answered, and in an instant, Su Chen and the others were ready to leave. Wait a minute. But it was at this moment that Yu Tao spoke up. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned again. Do you have something else? He looked at Yu Tao. Ahem. Being looked at by Su Chen like that, Yu Tao immediately cleared his throat, then explained, Mr. Su, I heard from them that you're going rowing, right? That's right, Mr. Su, I'm just a humble person, and I happen to have a small yacht here. If Mr. Su needs it, I can lend it to you. Yu Tao said. A yacht? Great, a yacht is even better than a boat. At this moment, before Su Chen could speak, Zhao Qingqing clapped her hands and cheered. Qingqing. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoning's face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness. Mr. Su, what do you think? Yu Tao was very observant, so he immediately took action. However, Su Chen did not immediately answer him, he was lost in thought. Soon, he looked seriously at Yu Tao. Are you selling the yacht? Ha! This immediately confused Yu Tao. In fact, not only Yu Tao, but also Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi were confused. What did he mean? Did he want to buy a yacht? Oh my god. Is he being so extravagant? Young master, do you want to buy a yacht? Qin Mashi was the first to speak. Yes. Su Chen nodded, looking indifferent. Is there a problem? It's possible, but Mr. Su, this small yacht is not mine. This time, it was Yu Tao who answered. At this point, his expression was not very good. Yes, it's not very good looking because the small yacht he kept talking about is not actually his. Now, Su Chen unexpectedly wants to sell it? Can he sell it? But if he doesn't sell it, wouldn't it strain their relationship? At this moment, if his expression looks good, that would be strange. So, he could only choose to tentatively ask, Boss Su, how about this, shall I ask the owner of this small yacht if he is willing to sell it to you, or where he bought it? Boss Su, how about this, shall I ask the owner of this small yacht if he is willing to sell it to you, or where he bought it? Yu Tao said. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Su Chen's answer, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Boss Chen? I want to ask about that yacht of yours. Yes, that's right. Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. Oh, I see. Thank you, Boss Chen. Yu Tao called the owner of the small yacht in Su Chen's hand in front of him. He was helping Su Chen so eagerly just to build a relationship with him. JK Media Company, Ltd. is involved in advertising media. Although Yu Tao doesn't need it now, it doesn't mean he won't need it in the future. Businessmen are known to be profit-driven and like to plan ahead. This is also his way of preparing in advance. In addition, JK Media Company, Ltd. is quite powerful, and since Su Chen is the boss of JK Media Company, Ltd., his strength is unquestionable, definitely at a big shot level. Being on good terms with Su Chen will definitely have benefits. After the call, Yu Tao looked at Su Chen and said, Boss Su, sorry, he won't sell it, but he told me where you can buy yachts. Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. has very good quality yachts.
If Boss Su really wants to buy, you can go there to take a look. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
Beside the parking lot outside the Fish Lake restaurant.
Young master, are you really going to buy a yacht?
Qin Mashi looked at Su Chen in surprise. With her question, Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing also looked at Su Chen in surprise.
Yes.
Under the gaze of the three, Su Chen nodded directly.
Su Chen did intend to buy a yacht.
Joking aside, he heard that yachts are very expensive, at least several million.
Since he hasn't earned his 4 billion yet today, of course, he has to buy one.
So, there's nothing strange about it.
It's all calculated. Ahem.
No, Su Chen, listen to me, I was just joking earlier, you must not take it seriously.
Seeing Su Chen nod, Zhao Qingqing felt embarrassed. Exactly, Su Chen, Qingqing was just joking with you. Zhang Xiaoning also chimed in. Alright, stop talking. Actually, I've been wanting to buy a yacht for a long time, just haven't found the right place. Today, with you beautiful ladies accompanying me, I'm very lucky. So, no need to say anything, let's go straight there. Before she could finish, Su Chen interrupted her, let's go. Su Chen said and immediately opened the car door.
The three women looked at each other, showing a hint of helplessness on their faces.
Following the navigation, Su Chen and the others soon arrived at Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. Upon entering the company, they expected to be received immediately since they were there to buy a yacht. However, after standing at the entrance for about a minute, no one came to greet them, which made Su Chen frown involuntarily. Su Chen didn't mind, because he did see many yachts here. These yachts all looked very beautiful and domineering. At first glance, Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement. No wonder rich people like to buy their own private yachts. Just imagine, sailing freely on your own private yacht on the sea, how majestic and domineering it must be. With a group of bikini girls on the deck, lying among them, oh, just thinking about it was so exciting. Without hesitation, Su Chen walked towards a staff member of Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., and said, hello, I want to buy a yacht. The staff member of Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., casually nodded, glanced at Su Chen, and said, want to buy a yacht worth tens of millions? These people working here have seen too many rich people, especially some second-generation rich. Their purpose of buying yachts here is purely to pick up girls. They actually don't want to entertain this kind of people, as they are lecherous and arrogant. Dealing with them not only brings no benefits, but also low commissions and even trouble. Therefore, their attitude towards this kind of people is quite average. Moreover, Su Chen came with several beautiful women, which made them even less willing to serve him. However, since Su Chen took the initiative to inquire, they had no choice. The staff member's words made Su Chen feel uncomfortable and a bit annoyed, as if he could only afford a yacht worth tens of millions. Su Chen muttered to himself in his heart, is it really like this? Oh my god, are you looking down on me? I want to buy, at least I should buy. Before he could finish his muttering, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, ding. Special mission activated. Ding. Special mission activated successfully. Mission, buy the most expensive one. Completion reward, cash reward of 30 billion. This was unexpected. The system was so thoughtful. Su Chen immediately had a sly smile on his face. He then said to the staff member of Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., I won't look at those worth tens of millions, I want to buy the most expensive yacht here. So, take me to see the most expensive yacht here. When he said this, the staff member of Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., was stunned. Not only her, but also Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi were stunned. Buy the most expensive yacht? Damn! Su Chen, are you kidding? Sir, do you really want to buy the most expensive yacht here? After being stunned for a while, the staff member of Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., finally spoke. Sir, do you really want to buy the most expensive yacht here? Yes, after being stunned for a while, she looked at Su Chen and asked, is it true? Do you think I can't afford it? Su Chen was already a bit displeased with the staff member's attitude, and now she dared to question him? He definitely wouldn't be happy about it. So, Su Chen's face immediately turned cold. No, sir, I didn't mean that. Really? Seeing this, the staff of Chao Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., panicked immediately, because she knew that she had really made a mistake this time. So, she explained, Sir, it's like this. You want to buy the most expensive yacht here, I don't have the authority, so our manager needs to personally receive you. Please wait a moment, I'll go get our manager to come over. This time, her attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, addressing him as you and then sir. After speaking, without any hesitation, she immediately went to get their manager. However, while she went to get their manager, she didn't inform her colleagues,
but directly brought Su Chen, Zhang Xiaoning, and others a cup of good coffee. At the same time, Su Chen, Zhang Xiaoning, and the others were directly taken to the VIP reception room. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed in his heart. Money really changes people's attitudes immediately. Inside the VIP reception room. Su Chen, do you really want to buy the most expensive yacht here? Yes? Su Chen, have you made up your mind? Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing both spoke up. They were shocked. Not only them, but Qin Mashi was also the same. Although she knew Su Chen was wealthy, a yacht is not cheap. The cheapest one would cost several million. So, the most expensive one? It must be several billion, right? Even tens of billions? They couldn't believe it. In fact, from the moment Su Chen said he wanted to buy a yacht, they couldn't believe it until they arrived here. They were still a bit dazed. But now, Su Chen actually wants to buy the most expensive one? Oh my god. Rich people, truly rich people. Not only rich but also so handsome, very charming. Zhao Qingqing was mesmerized. However, she wouldn't have any thoughts about Su Chen because he is her best friend's man. So, she had already made up her mind to help Zhang Xiaoning get Su Chen. Alright, don't exaggerate. If I'm buying, it must be the best, otherwise, buying something average might break easily. Seeing the expressions on Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi's faces, Su Chen was speechless for a moment. Are you saying Su Chen can't buy the most expensive one? Sigh. But, originally, Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing were about to say something, but at this moment, the VIP reception room was pushed open. The staff member brought in a middle-aged man. Manager Zhou, this is the customer I just told you about. He wants to buy the most expensive yacht here. After the staff member brought him in, she introduced Su Chen to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Chen. There was no way around it. Su Chen's looks were so high, and his temperament was extraordinary. Immediately, he respectfully spoke to Su Chen. Sir, hello, I am Zhou Chang, the manager of Chaolongshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. He reached out his hand. Hello? Seeing this, Su Chen stood up immediately and shook hands with him. Sir, what's your last name? Zhou Chang asked with a smile. My last name is Su. Su Chen replied. Alright. Zhou Chang responded, then continued, Mr. Su, I heard from Xiao Chen that you want to buy the most expensive yacht here, is that correct? Yes. Su Chen nodded expressionlessly. Alright, Mr. Su, please follow me. Let me show you the most expensive yacht we have here. With that, Zhou Chang made a welcoming gesture. Shortly after, they walked out of the VIP reception room. Under Zhou Chang's guidance, Su Chen and the others were quickly led to another workshop. Here, you could directly see a super large yacht placed here. Mr. Su, this is the most expensive yacht from our Chaolongshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd. Our yacht is 60 meters long, weighing 500 tons. Zhou Chang pointed to the yacht and began introducing it. Not bad. Upon hearing Zhou Chang's introduction, Su Chen nodded immediately. This yacht not only looked beautiful and luxurious, but it was also large. It was easily more than twice the size of the yachts outside, even more than 3 times. This yacht was really impressive. Mr. Su, the interior of this yacht is designed with. Seeing Su Chen's satisfaction, Zhou Chang continued with his introduction. Alright, I'll take it. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen interrupted him. What? Mr. Su, are you really taking it? Zhou Chang was clearly shocked. He hadn't even taken Su Chen inside the yacht to see it. Yes, any objections? Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Alright, just tell me the price of this yacht. Gasp. Zhou Chang was taken aback. Wow, is it really that extravagant? You're so wealthy. But then he took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and said, Mr. Su, the price of this yacht is 3 billion renminbi. Would you like to pay in full or in installments? If you prefer to pay in full. In full. Here, swipe your card. Su Chen took out his bank card and handed it to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang was stunned. He hadn't expected Su Chen to be so straightforward. After seeing Su Chen's card, he was shocked. Is this an oil tycoon's black card? At that moment, Zhou Chang finally understood why Su Chen was so decisive. He was indeed wealthy. Why are you standing there? Hurry up, I'm waiting to go sunbathe on the beach. Su Chen urged Zhou Chang. Oh, okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I'll process it for you right away. Zhou Chang quickly called for assistance. All the employees of Chaolongshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., sprang into action. Since Su Chen chose to pay in full and Zhou Chang expedited the process, all the necessary procedures for purchasing the yacht were quickly completed. With everything in order, it was time to make the payment. Zhou Chang, whose hands were trembling, handed the black card to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun, this is your achievement, so please help Mr.
Su with the payment. Sure, Manager Zhou. Xiao Chun smiled.
She was happy that Zhou Chang didn't take over her task. However, when her hand touched Zhou Chang's, she was stunned.
Why was her manager's hand shaking?
It couldn't be for no reason, especially in the summer when it wasn't cold.
His trembling. Ah, it seemed that Mr. Su's identity was truly extraordinary.
She immediately became a little nervous.
Phew.
After taking a deep breath, she finally took the bank card and prepared to swipe it.
Wait.
However, at that moment, Su Chen spoke up.
Swish.
Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Su Chen, especially Zhou Chang. His forehead was sweating.
Could it be that he was dissatisfied with what they had done? No way.
They had followed the proper procedures and had not delayed, so what was going on?
Mr. Su, what's wrong?
He nervously asked.
Manager Zhou, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to cancel the purchase.
Su Chen looked at the extremely nervous Zhou Chang and couldn't help but feel speechless. It's like this, something suddenly came up for me. I wonder if Manager Zhou can help me out.
Ha! Zhou Chang was a bit confused, so he wanted him to help? Scared the heck out of me.
Although he was scared, Zhou Chang dared not delay and immediately respectfully said to Su Chen, Mr.
Su, please tell me, as long as I can help Mr.
Su, I will spare no effort.
Su Chen hummed, then he said directly, about the yacht thing? I can't drive it, so can you find me a few sailors? Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, he really couldn't drive a yacht. Is that it?
Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Chang suddenly realized, but quickly patted his chest and said, Mr. Su, please rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter and ensure your satisfaction.
Okay. Su Chen nodded, swiped the card. Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Chang, who immediately nodded.
Then, swish, the black gold card was swiped on the POS machine.
Mr. Su, please enter your password.
Xiao Chen cautiously handed over the POS machine. Without saying a word, Su Chen immediately entered the bank card password.
Ding! In an instant, the receipt was printed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the most expensive task successfully. A cash reward of 3 billion has been issued, please check it in time. At the same time, Su Chen heard the voice of the system in his mind. Then, a message from the bank card was also sent directly.
Respected Mr.
Su Chen, your card ending in 8978 has spent, swiped, 1,300,000,000 renminbi, balance 100,324,01 RMB. Respected Mr. Su Chen, your card ending in 8978 has received, transferred, 30 billion renminbi, balance 30,100,324,01 RMB. Su Chen almost dropped his phone when he saw it.
He was so shocked. He didn't expect to suddenly become a billionaire? Unbelievable. Mr. Su, here is your bank card, please keep it.
After the payment was completed, Zhou Chang took the bank card from Xiao Chen and handed it respectfully to Su Chen. At the same time, he said, Mr. Su, you may have to wait a little longer, I will contact the best sailors for you immediately. Once the sailors are ready, Mr. Su can immediately sail to the Fish Island Lake. However, during this time, please rest in our VIP lounge. After Zhou Chang finished speaking, he made a very respectful please gesture.
No need.
Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Chen directly refused. I'm not going to sit here and wait. Manager Zhou, once you have everything arranged, have the sailors bring the yacht to the Fish Island Lake. We are going to play there now.
Su Chen said directly.
Okay. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Chang quickly agreed, Mr. Su, please rest assured. I promise to find the best sailors for you as quickly as possible and have them deliver the yacht directly to you. Su Chen nodded, then immediately left the Chao Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., with Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, Qin Mashi, and others. By the Fish Island Lake, the sun shone on the beach, reflecting a dazzling light like grains of golden shimmer, incredibly dazzling. The rows of green plants on the shore were lush and upright. Under a large coconut tree, 4 loungers were placed, with a man and 3 women in swimsuits lazily lying on them, quietly enjoying the sunshine, beach, and sea breeze.
Ah!
At that moment, one of the 3 women suddenly screamed. Oh no, I only thought of coming to Fish Island Lake to sunbathe, but forgot to apply sunscreen.
Look, Xiaoning, I've gotten tanned. But it's fine if I get tanned, you can't.
After saying this, she directly reached into her pocket. In the next moment, she took out a bottle of sunscreen and handed it to the woman beside her. Xiaoning, hurry and apply it, especially on your back.
Oh, okay.
Xiaoning looked at her arms and realized they were a bit tanned, so she agreed immediately. Then she picked up the sunscreen and started applying it.
However, soon after, she said, Xingxing, can you help me apply it on my back?
Xiaoning looked at Zhao Qingqing. Surprisingly, at that moment, Zhao Qingqing looked directly at Su Chen. Su Chen, why don't you help Xiaoning apply it?
Ha! Ha! This exclamation came from Xiaoning. Yes, she was surprised.
Not only she, but also Su Chen and Qin Mashi were surprised. Immediately, they sat up, all looking at Zhao Qingqing with great astonishment.
Su Chen helping Xiaoning apply sunscreen? Hiss! Isn't this a mistake? They are not a couple. Ahem!
Under the astonished gazes of Su Chen, Qin Mashi, and Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing coughed twice, her face immediately showing embarrassment.
However, beneath this embarrassment was a hint of resentment. Xiaoning, oh Xiaoning, you silly friend, you should know, I'm helping you. Su Chen, such a handsome and wealthy man, why don't you seize the opportunity instead of waiting for someone else? Really? Zhao Qingqing felt helpless. She wanted to help her good friend Xiaoning, but she didn't expect her friend to exclaim, now you've made me embarrassed, right? Humph. Ahem, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Xiaoning, let me help you apply it, okay? Zhao Qingqing said, then got up, took the sunscreen from Xiaoning's hand, and started applying it to Xiaoning. Obviously, she was flustered. Seeing this, Qin Mashi said, oh, then lay back down. And Su Chen? Seeing Qin Mashi lying down, what else could he say? Of course, he also lay down again.
After all, at this moment, Su Chen not only felt different, but also a bit embarrassed.
Help Xiaoning apply sunscreen? Damn, I'd like to, but who the hell am I to her? Are you asking me to be a pervert? But, if I could be, that wouldn't be bad.
Su Chen glanced at Xiaoning, and she was indeed quite good, with the right curves and flat areas perfectly balanced.
Especially now in a swimsuit. That figure, it was truly flawless. Gulp! Su Chen actually swallowed his saliva directly as he watched. But it was at this moment, Su Chen's eyes suddenly darkened. Ha!
Seeing this, Su Chen frowned and raised his head immediately.
As he raised his head, Su Chen found that a young man had blocked the sunlight directly. 3 beautiful ladies, would I have the honor of inviting you to play together? At this moment, the young man's face carried a self-proclaimed elegant smile. The next moment, he directly invited Zhang Xiaoning, Qin Mashi, and Zhao Qingqing. Of course, his focus was mainly on Zhang Xiaoning and Qin Mashi, with a hint of greed, but he concealed it well. Ha! Hearing the young man's words, Su Chen's face changed immediately. What? Haven't you noticed that there are 4 people here in total? You only invited the 3 of them. Is this selective ignorance? Gender discrimination? Besides, you should know that these 3 girls are with me. What do you mean by inviting them in front of me? It seems you don't know how serious the consequences of stealing food from a tiger's mouth are. Sorry, you are not honored. Ha! Yes. At this moment, Qin Mashi didn't even look at the young man and spoke up. Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing followed suit. Hiss! Seeing this, the young man's expression stiffened. Hey, didn't you hear that they are not interested? So, you can leave. Su Chen was already annoyed and shouted. The young man's face darkened, anger surged in his heart, but he immediately adjusted his mood, continued to smile, and said, 3 beautiful ladies, we are going surfing, and there is my luxurious yacht over there. The young man pointed in a direction, looking smug, then turned to Lin Hao. Of course, if this gentleman also wants to join, it's not impossible. After all, my yacht can accommodate about 10 people. Su Chen was about to kick this annoying guy away after speaking, but unexpectedly, the guy started to boast about his yacht. Ha! I want to see what's so special about your yacht. In an instant, Su Chen looked in the direction the young man pointed. Ha ha, that's right. Su Chen burst into laughter. I say, is this a small boat? You dare to show off with just this small boat, aren't you embarrassed? What? Su Chen's words instantly enraged the young man. He spent 5 million RMB on his yacht, which could easily accommodate 15 people. Now it was mocked as a small boat? Are you too arrogant? Kid, what did you say? If you say my yacht is a small boat, then show me a bigger one than my small boat. He angrily retorted. He. Su Chen just chuckled and didn't respond. He picked up his phone, made a call. Okay, you can come over now. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi. Alright, we've had enough sun, it's time to go to the lakeside center. Okay. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi nodded. They stood up directly, and the next moment, they all looked at the young man as if he were a fool. Ha! The young man was puzzled. What does this mean? How did I become a fool? But soon, he understood. Because at this moment, look, that yacht is huge. Wow, this yacht is really big. Yeah, this must cost several billion, right? Above the azure lake, a huge yacht immediately appeared. Luxurious and beautiful in appearance, massive in size, its appearance instantly attracted many people's attention. Several billion? Let me tell you, I know this yacht. It is the most expensive one in the Chao Longshan Shipbuilding Company, Ltd., with a market price of 1.3 billion renminbi. At that moment, someone recognized it and started explaining. Wow! Because of his explanation, there were gasps of surprise all around. 1.3 billion to buy a yacht? That must be really wealthy. The young man naturally saw this yacht. So, he was stunned. Now you should understand the difference between your small boat and this one, right? Because this yacht is mine. At that moment, Su Chen spoke up, and Su Chen, Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, and Qin Mashi walked past him. As for the young man, he was left dumbfounded. The next day, Villa No. 1, Villa No. 3. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Su Chen looked directly at Qin Mashi. Qin Butler, I want to acquire a company now. Can you help me find a suitable one to acquire? Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Mashi was taken aback. But then she immediately asked, Young master, what kind of company do you want to acquire? And what is your budget? Anything will do, the budget is within 10 billion. Su Chen said. In fact, he didn't want to acquire a company, as he was already the owner of JK Media Company, Ltd. But unfortunately, he received a task from the system as soon as he woke up in the morning. He had no choice but to acquire a company. Help me find a company that suits me for acquisition. Su Chen said directly. Okay. Qin Mashi nodded. Young master, wait for me. After saying that, Qin Mashi left. It didn't take long for her to return. This time, she came back with a laptop in her hand. Young master, I have selected a few companies for you to look at. Qin Mashi handed the laptop to Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen accepted it and looked at the laptop. Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. Happy Game Company, Integrity Real Estate. There were a total of 8 companies. These 8 companies were of different natures but had one thing in common: they were all currently up for sale, with prices not exceeding 10 billion. Su Chen carefully looked at them and made a comparison. In the end, his gaze settled on Integrity Real Estate, above Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. This company was a mobile phone research and development company that was very famous a few years ago. However, it declined after going public, reportedly due to the chairman's gambling habits, as rumors said he had embezzled over 10 billion from the company's accounts. Since research and development require funding, the company naturally declined and deteriorated without it. However, it must be said that the company's strength was still very strong. After all, it had the technology, and as long as the money was in place, the chances of a comeback were not small. Although Su Chen was completing a task from the system, he had to directly acquire a company with potential, at least one that could be developed. So he immediately said to Qin Mashi, let's go with Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. Contact them for me, I want to acquire it as quickly as possible. Okay, I'll contact them right away. Qin Mashi's speed was very fast, so after 2 hours, she completed the matter, but somewhat helplessly. The chairman of Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. was not in the company at that time. He was over at the AO Men side. Hearing this news, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems this guy's nature is really hard to change. But it's also good, at least we can smoothly take over the company. Steward Qin, book me a flight immediately, we will go there this afternoon. Su Chen arranged immediately. Okay. AO Men, this is a very magical place because here, you can become rich overnight. Of course, it can also bring you back to the pre-liberation era. For example, at this moment, the chairman of Juyo Technology Company, Ltd., Li Juyo, who is sitting at the gambling table. Originally, according to the market value of Juyo Technology Company, Ltd., when it went public, it can be said without exaggeration that Li Juyo, the chairman of Juyo Technology Company, Ltd., was definitely a big shot. But now, he has declined, fallen. However, even so, he still came here. It's really hard to change one's nature. But it has to be said that once you get involved in gambling, to be honest, it's hard to stop. Li Juyo is such a person. 6 billion to acquire my company? Okay, great. At this moment, when Li Juyo received the news that Su Chen wanted to acquire his Juyo Technology Company, Ltd., for 6 billion, a slight smile immediately appeared on his lips. So, he directly threw out 1,000,000 chips. No choice, he has money. But his luck wasn't great. After throwing out the 1,000,000 chips, he didn't win anything. Damn it. Seeing this, he cursed. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore, I'll go relax first, and wait for the money to come. Li Juyo muttered to himself. He stood up immediately. Fish market. At this time, Qin Mashi had already booked a plane ticket to AO Men. It has to be said that Qin Mashi's efficiency is quite high,
because the whole thing was arranged properly, and it only took 3 hours. It seems that this double doctor didn't make a mistake in hiring herself. $1 million annual salary, worth it. Soon, on the plane, Su Chen arrived at Aomen. By the time he arrived, it was already 1:40 in the afternoon. Without any hesitation, Su Chen, Qin Mashi, and a few lawyers followed and arrived at the casino where Li Juyo was. When they arrived, Su Chen stood at the door and exclaimed, "This place is really nice." Indeed, because this place is truly captivating. Even if you lose here, you will come back. Young master, Li Juyo is on the second floor now. Shall we go over now? Qin Mashi spoke. He has already lost 3 billion. Isn't that perfect? We are here to give him money. Hearing Qin Mashi's words, Su Chen smirked. Although it was a bit like taking advantage of the situation, who asked Li Juyo to be a gambler? Serves him right. Let's go over now. Su Chen waved his hand and immediately walked towards Li Juyo's location. Soon, Su Chen saw Li Juyo. His face had turned dark, obviously a sign of losing a lot of money. Su Chen approached. "Oh, Mr. Li, you seem to have some bad luck?" Li Juyo, upon hearing this, looked up, first stunned, then said, "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Chen, here to give you money." Su Chen said directly, "Mr. Li, I'll offer you 50 billion for your Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. If you agree, the money will be transferred to your account immediately." Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Juyo was immediately stunned. "Mr. Su, what do you mean? Didn't you say 60 billion before? How come you're only offering 50 billion now?" Although Li Juyo had lost money and was red-eyed, he wasn't a fool. Yes, even though Juyo Technology Company, Ltd. is declining now, its market value is still above 60 billion. When Li Juyo learned that Su Chen was willing to spend 60 billion to acquire it, he naturally could accept it. There was no way, he still owed a lot of foreign debt, and after receiving this money, he felt relieved. But now, 10 billion less? Naturally, he was a little unhappy. So, he looked at Su Chen and questioned, "Mr. Su, what do you mean? Didn't we agree on 60 billion before? Why is it 10 billion less?" He. Su Chen chuckled, "Mr. Li, it was indeed 60 billion before, but now, 50 billion. If you sell, the money will be in your account immediately. If you don't sell, fine, I'll just treat it as a sightseeing trip here. Sheen, let's go," Su Chen said, turning around immediately. Joking, "Since I know you're already desperate, if I don't take advantage of the situation, would I be fair to myself?" Ahem. Li Juyo coughed as soon as he saw Su Chen about to leave. The next moment, he stood up and grabbed Su Chen. "Mr. Su, why are you in such a hurry? It's not that I won't sell, let's talk about it again." Li Juyo had no choice. The foreign debt had been pressuring him for a long time, but he couldn't get rid of the company. He was also anxious. The reason he came to Aomen again was not because he was really a gambler, he wanted to take a risk. But now, the more he gambled, the deeper he got. Finally, there was Su Chen. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Unfortunately, Su Chen waved his hand. "No need to talk, it's still 50 billion. Sell if you want, if not, I'll leave." Su Chen was firm. Li Juyo was stunned. He didn't expect there was no room for negotiation. Originally, he thought that by holding on to Su Chen, they could talk again, missing 1 billion wouldn't matter, but now? Unexpectedly, he felt heartbroken, but also helpless. Phew! After taking a deep breath, he finally nodded in agreement. Happy cooperation. Su Chen smiled. His agreement was already expected by Su Chen. However, at this moment, Li Juyo chose not to shake hands with Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had just taken away 10 billion from him. He was heartbroken. Soon, under the witness of several lawyers, Li Juyo signed the contract and stamped it. Su Chen didn't hesitate and immediately transferred 50 billion to Li Juyo's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the company acquisition task and receiving a cash reward of 80 billion. It will be credited to your account shortly, please check it in time. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Hearing this, Su Chen was very excited, because his bank balance had already exceeded 1 trillion. Originally, Su Chen thought it was over, but at this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Detected that the host's personal cash assets have exceeded 1 trillion. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, 45% stake in Douyin Technology Company, Ltd. 60% stake in Dewan Real Estate Company. The relevant documents have been stored in the safe in Villa 3 of No. 1 Manor under the host's name, and the host can check and withdraw them at any time. This completely shocked Su Chen. Douyin Technology Company, Ltd. Dewan Real Estate? These were 2 giant companies.
He actually obtained so many shares from them at once? Amazing. This was truly amazing. Su Chen jumped up in excitement. Mr. Su, although you only spent 50 billion to acquire my company, do you really need to be this happy? And that's why Li Juyo's face turned extremely grim in an instant. After all, he thought that Su Chen was so happy because he had tricked him out of 10 billion. Ahem. Su Chen felt embarrassed. Ha ha ha, but then he laughed. Mr. Li, I'm not happy because I acquired your company, you know? Su Chen said. Ha? Li Juyo was puzzled. Well, Mr. Li, since our business is done, it's time to say goodbye. That's it, Mr. Li. With that, Su Chen left with Qin Mashi and others. Joking aside, he now owned 45% of Douyin Technology Limited and 60% of Dawan Real Estate Company. He couldn't wait to see the share certificates. He was thrilled. That night, Su Chen returned to Villa No. 1, Villa No. 3. As soon as he got back, he hurried to the safe. After a series of operations, the safe opened. As expected, inside were 2 share certificates, one for Douyin Technology Limited and the other for Dawan Real Estate Company. Su Chen was truly excited. He was so excited he almost bit his tongue. Honestly, money didn't hold much appeal for Su Chen now, as his cash assets had exceeded 100 billion. But these shares in major companies were different. They symbolized status. With these symbols of status, he could truly enter high society. Yes, it was a symbol of status. Having money without a decent industry to show for it would make some people look down on him as a country bumpkin. Now, Su Chen had a symbol of status. Su Chen was very happy, but that wasn't the main reason for his happiness. He was thrilled because of the rewards the system gave him, mostly from big, well-known companies. Su Chen believed he would receive even more in the future. And then, well, he didn't dare think about it. But soon, Su Chen fell into deep thought. A symbol of high status wasn't just about having a decent industry. It also required yachts, luxury cars, properties, and a private jet. Yes, a private jet was a must. Plus, Su Chen had to visit the Magic City. After all, he now owned shares in Douyin Technology Limited and Dawan Real Estate Company. He had to go see them. Thinking about this, Su Chen immediately called one of the servants in his villa. Boss, did you call for me? The servant arrived with a smile on her face, showing respect. Her boss was not only wealthy and handsome but also the owner of JK Media Limited. Moreover, he had just acquired Juyo Technology Limited, valued at 60 billion. Such a boss was not to be underestimated. Such a boss deserved respect. Although she had worked in an airline before, young, wealthy, and powerful individuals like Su Chen were rare. She naturally respected Su Chen. Yes. Su Chen glanced at the servant and nodded. Then he asked, Yen, I heard you used to work in an airline, is that right? Ha? Jiang Yen was puzzled by Su Chen's question, but she answered honestly, yes, boss, I did work in an airline before. Okay. Su Chen appreciated a sentence, Yen Z, it's like this, what about me? I want to buy a private jet, so, can you help me contact the airline company you used to work for before, to see if I can buy one from them? Su Chen was straightforward. Yes, he was planning to buy a private jet. As mentioned earlier, since he wanted to completely enter the upper-class society, this private jet became a must-have for Su Chen. Since his servant had worked at the airline company, it was a good idea to ask her. Jiang Yen was astonished after hearing Su Chen's words. She never expected that her boss actually wanted to buy a private jet? Unbelievable. Is he so domineering? So, she immediately exclaimed, Boss, do you really want to buy a private jet? And it was because of her exclamation that the attention of the other servants was immediately drawn to them. Is it true? The boss actually wants to buy a private jet? Exactly. Am I hearing it correctly? They all felt extremely surprised. It was really too surprising. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Chen completely ignored their surprise. He looked at Jiang Yan and nodded seriously. Oh, alright. Seeing her boss nodding seriously, Jiang Yan understood that Su Chen really wanted to buy a private jet. Phew. She took a deep breath. Boss, if you want to buy a private jet, there actually shouldn't be any problem, right? At this point, she paused because at this moment, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. However, after a moment of contemplation, she continued, but boss, you probably need to pay a certain handling fee, and it might be quite high. Is that so? Jiang Yan's reaction made Su Chen think there was some hidden difficulty, something hard to say, but it turned out to be because of the handling fee? It's just money, right? What's the big deal? Su Chen immediately said, Yen Z, you don't need to worry about the handling fee. If you need a lot, I can give you a lot, and more. Speaking of this, Su Chen pretended to pause.
The next moment, he continued, if you can handle this matter today, I can directly give you a reward of 500,000.
500,000? Jiang Yan stuttered as soon as she heard it,
because she was already shocked.
She simply couldn't believe that such a good thing had come directly to her head. 500,000.
You know, this is the salary she can only get after working for Suchen for a year.
She never thought she could get it directly now?
She was naturally shocked. In fact, it wasn't just her who was shocked. Even the other servants were shocked, because their salaries were the same as Jiang Yan's.
500,000, this is a full year's worth of work. Of course, this is after meeting Su Chen. Otherwise, they would have to work for 2 years to earn 500,000, and that's assuming they don't eat or drink. So, they were all amazed. Really? Jiang Yan is so lucky. If she can handle this matter well, she can get 500,000 directly? You know, this is just a matter of making connections. Yes, she's so lucky. If only I had worked at the airline company too, how good would that be? Exactly. But our boss is so generous. Of course, our boss is generous. So, let's just focus on doing our own work well. Who knows, one day we might also have such good luck. Yes.
In no time, they all started discussing eagerly.
Of course, they were very envious of Jiang Yan.
After all, if they did this well, they could directly get 50,000.
Boss, you can rest assured, I will definitely get things done for you today, just wait and see.
At this moment, Jiang Yan also snapped out of her shock and immediately patted her chest to assure.
She even intentionally pushed up her chest. She was very confident. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled. Alright, I'll wait for you to bring me good news.
It has to be said that Jiang Yan's efficiency was indeed very high. In less than 20 minutes after Su Chen told her, she had already got things done.
Boss.
She immediately found Su Chen.
Yan, how did it go? I can tell from your excited expression that you must have done it, right?
Seeing Jiang Yan's excited face, Su Chen showed a hint of joy. Without guessing, he knew she must have done it.
And indeed. The next moment, Jiang Yan immediately exclaimed, Boss, do you know?
I just called my previous leader, and they said they can directly sell a private jet to you.
It's a Gulfstream 700. Gulfstream 700? Su Chen was stunned.
Yes. Jiang Yan nodded, and then she directly explained to Su Chen, the Gulfstream series private jets are currently the most popular private jets in our country. For example, the famous comedian Zhao in our country owns a Gulfstream series private jet, and many other wealthy people also own Gulfstream series jets. This series of private jets is very popular in our country, and the Gulfstream 700 is currently the largest private jet in the Gulfstream series. It can be used as a passenger plane directly, and even for carrying cargo, there is no problem because it is large enough.
However, here, Jiang Yan paused slightly.
After looking at Su Chen, she continued, Boss, although the Gulfstream 700 is indeed good, but its price.
The official price is $450 million. Jiang Yan said directly. $450 million?
Su Chen calculated, if $450 million is converted to RMB, then it would be 3 billion renminbi.
3 billion, it's still manageable. So Su Chen immediately said to Jiang Yan, alright, let's buy it. Ha! Jiang Yan exclaimed again. What's wrong? Su Chen frowned. Could it be that they don't want to sell it to me? Ahem.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Yan coughed twice. Boss, it's not that. It's mainly because they also require a 1% handling fee.
So, I didn't give them a definite answer. I just wanted to ask you first. Just 1%? No problem. Just tell them I agree.
Jiang Yan said somewhat embarrassedly, as she felt the 1% handling fee was a bit high. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Chen directly interrupted her and agreed straightforwardly.
Alright, boss, I'll go reply to them now.
Having seen this, Jiang Yan became very cheerful. After all, she could receive a reward of 500,000 once she completed this task.
And now,
everything was in order. Of course, she was very happy. So at this moment, after answering Su Chen, she immediately contacted her former leader. This time, it only took her 3 minutes.
3 minutes later, she directly came to Su Chen. Boss, I've talked to them, and they are sending my former leader, Mr. Huang, to meet you in person. How about your side?
Jiang Yan said cautiously. After all, she was afraid that the 50,000 she was about to get would fly away.
Okay. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Phew.
Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Did they mention where to meet? Su Chen asked.
My former leader said anywhere is fine, it mainly depends on you, boss, Jiang Yan replied.
Alright, I understand.
Hearing this, Su Chen thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Yan, let him come to my villa for the meeting, so I don't have to run around. Okay, boss, please wait a moment, I'll reply to my former leader immediately, I believe he will come soon. Jiang Yan said, and she went to make a call. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen had already had dinner for a while. At the same time, at the entrance of Villa No. 1, a Lexus sedan worth 3 million appeared. As soon as the car stopped, a man in a security uniform approached, saluted first, and then politely asked, "Hello, do you have any business here?" Soon, the window of the 3 million Lexus was rolled down, and a man with a tilted head also politely said, "Hello, I am the owner here to discuss business. Can you open the gate for me?" Yes, he was Mr. Huang, the general manager of Fish Market Airlines, Huang Qingrong, Jiang Yan's former leader. Is that so? At this moment, after hearing Huang Qingrong's words, the security guard pondered for a moment and then said, "It's like this, since it's evening now, please get off the car and complete a comprehensive registration. After you finish registering, I will open the gate for you." Ha! Huang Qingrong was astonished when he heard the security guard's words. Yes, he was astonished. You know, the security guard mentioned a comprehensive registration. This was very troublesome. After all, he was from an airline company, and he was very familiar with this aspect. To be honest, he was a bit unwilling. So he said, is it so troublesome? Can't you just register my ID information and let me in? Sir, I'm sorry, I must ensure the safety of our residents. It's evening now, so a comprehensive registration is necessary, the security guard said firmly. If it were daytime, a simple registration of identity information would suffice, but it was different now because it was evening, and it was difficult to manage at night. This was also his responsibility for the safety of the residents. After saying this, the security guard saw that Huang Qingrong showed no intention of getting off the car, so he directly said, "Sir, if you want to enter, you must follow what I said. Of course, if you don't want to enter, please move your car." Yes, he was asking him to leave. Joking, if you want to go in, then just follow the rules. If you don't want to, then why are you blocking the door? Don't say you're driving a Lexus series sedan worth 3 million, even if you're driving one worth 5 million, it's not allowed. If you want to go in, register comprehensively, if not, then leave. The attitude of the security guard made Huang Qingrong, who had always been aloof, a little uncomfortable, but he didn't have a better way now. At the same time, he could also understand others. So at that moment, he immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll come down to register." Saying that, he directly unbuckled his seatbelt. However, at that moment, ding-ling-ling, his phone rang. Seeing this, he said to the security guard, "Wait for me, I'll take a call." With that, he answered his phone. "Hello, Mr. Huang, why haven't you arrived yet?" As soon as the call connected, an urgent and questioning female voice came from the phone. Yes, it was Jiang Yan. Joking, she had been waiting all along. After all, she was after the 500,000 reward. Seeing that Huang Qingrong hadn't arrived yet, she was naturally anxious. So she called to inquire? Ahem. So at that moment, Huang Qingrong coughed twice, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Jiang Yan, I'm about to arrive, but I'm stuck at the entrance of your boss's residential area. They want me to register comprehensively at the security office, so don't worry, I'll be there soon." Comprehensive registration? Jiang Yan was surprised. Isn't that troublesome? Yes, it's a bit troublesome, but it's their responsibility, so. Huang Qingrong's face showed a hint of helplessness. He really didn't want to do such a comprehensive registration, but he had no choice. However, unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yan interrupted, "Mr. Huang, there's no need to do that, it takes too much time." Ha! Huang Qingrong was stunned. "Jiang Yan, I also don't want to, but if I don't, they won't let me in," Huang Qingrong said. And because of this, at that moment, the security guard standing outside the car frowned and his expression turned unpleasant. Damn, this guy dares to complain? Heh, wait, I'll teach you a lesson later, I don't believe it. Yes, at that moment, he had made up his mind. And at that moment, "It's okay, Mr. Huang, just tell the security guard that you're a guest invited by Mr. Su Chen, the owner of Villa 3. Jiang Yan spoke up. Really? Jiang Yan was confident, but Huang Qingrong was somewhat skeptical. After all, he wasn't too sure, because the security guard's attitude was a bit aggressive. Of course, just say it and you'll see the result. Jiang Yan said confidently, "Okay." Hearing this, Huang Qingrong had no choice but to agree. He then hung up the phone. However, at that moment, he didn't immediately speak to the security guard, as he wasn't sure if Jiang Yan's suggestion would work. If it didn't, it would be embarrassing. "Alright, can you get out of the car now?" But just then, the security guard's voice rang out again. This time, the attitude seemed off. Seeing this, phew! Huang Qingrong took a deep breath and immediately said to the security guard, it's like this, I am a guest invited by the owner of Villano 3 here, Mr.
Su Chen.
What did you say? What did you say? Originally, the corners of the security guard's mouth began to turn up directly. You see, he had already made up his mind. When Huang Qingrong got off the car and was about to register comprehensively, he was going to make things difficult for Huang Qingrong.
After all, why did this guy have to be so ignorant? You could have just come down and registered comprehensively, and then I would have opened the door for you to go in, right? But no? You had to go and snitch?
Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude to you.
Are you in a hurry? Fine.
I'll make sure you don't rush. So, he immediately urged Huang Qingrong.
But what he didn't expect was,
at this moment, Huang Qingrong actually said that he was a guest invited by the owner of Villano
3, Mr. Su Chen? Oh my god. Are you playing with me?
Yes, at that moment, the security guard was simply shocked.
So why was he shocked? Because he knew Su Chen. The last time, he still remembered it vividly?
You see, last time, suddenly 7 or 8 beautiful women came, claiming they were here to be maids and housekeepers for Su Chen's villa. That time, he was considering the safety of the residents and blocked them here, but what he didn't expect was that his immediate superior scolded him. Not only that, his immediate superior said that in the future, anyone or anything related to the owner of Villano
3, Su Chen, should be given special treatment.
Otherwise, he would be in trouble. He always remembered his superior's words. He never dared to forget. After all, as a small security guard, he couldn't afford to offend the owner of Villano
3. But now, he actually came to find the owner of Villano 3, Su Chen again? And this time, he was a guest invited by someone else? Oh my god, wasn't he making a mistake again?
Therefore, after hearing Huang Qingrong's words, he immediately exclaimed, You
are a guest invited by our Mr. Su. After exclaiming, the security guard trembled and said, Huh? And at that moment, Huang Qingrong was stunned.
Huang Qingrong never expected that just by saying he was a guest invited by the owner of Villano
3, Mr. Su Chen, the security guard would be so scared? Oh my god, was it necessary to be so stimulating? What background did his client have? Was he really that famous in Villano? 1. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. But then he thought, a person who could afford a private jet like a Gulfstream 700, how could he be simple? His identity must not be simple either. So, he understood in an instant. It seemed that he had to handle it carefully. Huang Qingrong had made up his mind. And at that moment, the security guard began to apologize profusely to Huang Qingrong. Sir, I'm really sorry. It was all my fault just now. I'm really sorry. If I had known earlier that you were a guest invited by our Mr. Su, I wouldn't have dared to let you get off the car and register comprehensively. I'm sorry, really sorry. I'm sorry for delaying you for so long. I'm really sorry. After the security guard finished speaking, the next moment, he immediately bowed deeply to Huang Qingrong. Seeing this,
a look of helplessness flashed across Huang Qingrong's face, so at this moment, he directly smiled awkwardly. Well, it's okay, ignorance is forgivable.
You didn't know at the beginning, so there's nothing to apologize for. Besides, it's your duty. Yes, Huang Qingrong did not blame the security guard.
After all, from the beginning, he understood the guard's position.
If he blamed him, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Sir, you are right. But is that all?
I still need to apologize to you.
Please forgive me. Ahem. Wait a moment, I'll open the gate for you.
At this moment, after hearing Huang Qingrong's words, the security guard finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had obtained forgiveness directly. Honestly, his heart was hanging by a thread just now. If someone held on to this matter, he might have faced a reprimand. Of course, the reprimand would be light, but the fear of losing his job was real. This job was quite good for him. The pay was high, and the company provided various insurances.
He didn't want to lose this good job, so he apologized again.
This time, after apologizing, he immediately opened the gate for Huang Qingrong. Seeing the gate open, Huang Qingrong didn't hesitate, fastened his seatbelt, stepped on the gas, and drove away.
Just as Huang Qingrong left, the security guard didn't forget. He immediately saluted Huang Qingrong in a standard manner. Another security guard who had just finished patrolling and returned to the security booth saw this scene and approached curiously, asking, Hey, Blackie, what's going on? Is this another important person? But, this car doesn't seem high-end enough.
Yes, he recognized this car, worth only 3 million. If it were a truly important person, they wouldn't drive such a cheap car.
At least tens of millions, if not more.
But his colleague was so respectful, so he was curious.
What do you know? If you don't know, don't ask, got it?
Blackie, the security guard, replied impatiently.
Hey, Blackie, that's not right. Could it really be an important person? Come on, Blackie, tell me, who is it? This aroused the other security guard's curiosity even more. He urged for an answer. Do you really want to know, Ma Z? Blackie teased. Ma Z pursed his lips. Blackie, that's nonsense. Why would I keep asking if I didn't want to know? True. Blackie smiled, but then pretended to be mysterious. Ma Z, it's better if you don't know. Why? Ma Z was puzzled. I'm afraid you'll be scared if you know. Blackie said. Ha, is it that scary? I don't believe it. Ma Z scoffed, clearly not convinced. After all, the car he just saw was not the kind driven by big shots. In the eyes of big shots, that car was nothing but junk. Of course, he didn't believe it. You don't believe me? Alright, let me ask you, do you know Mr. Su Chen, the owner of Villa No. 3? The security guard Blackie looked at the security guard Motzi and said, Ha? Security guard Motzi was stunned when he heard this. You're not saying that Mr. Su Chen is sitting inside, right? No, that's impossible. Last time during the meeting, our captain specifically mentioned not to offend him, because we can't afford to offend him. A person like him, how could he? But then, he couldn't believe it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the security guard Blackie. Our Mr. Su would definitely not ride in such a broken car. Because, at this moment, while the two security guards Blackie and Motzi were chatting, Huang Qingrong had already arrived outside Villa No. 3. After arriving, he took a look around, then immediately got out of the car and rang the doorbell. With one press, the villa's door was quickly opened. Mr. Huang, you're finally here. At the moment the villa's door opened, Jiang Yan appeared in Huang Qingrong's sight. This surprised Huang Qingrong. After a while, he regained his composure and smiled. Ah, Jiang Yan, you're becoming more charming. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan, dressed as a maid, was indeed very charming. However, at this moment, Jiang Yan had no time to chat with Huang Qingrong. She directly said, Mr. Huang, my boss has been waiting for you for a long time, so let's go meet my boss quickly. Yes, meeting your boss is more important. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Huang Qingrong suddenly realized, and immediately followed Jiang Yan towards the villa. Along the way, he was shocked because the villa was large and luxurious. Especially when he saw several luxury cars worth millions parked in the yard, he couldn't help but gasp. As he suspected, this was definitely a super big shot. He became more cautious. As for Jiang Yan, seeing Huang Qingrong's reactions, she smiled. Surprised, right? Hee hee, there's more to come. Jiang Yan thought, quickening her pace. Seeing Jiang Yan speeding up, Huang Qingrong dared not lag behind and quickened his pace too. Soon, they entered the villa. Upon entering, Huang Qingrong was once again shocked. The interior decoration was too luxurious. Compared to his villa worth millions, this was like heaven and earth. But what shocked him the most was that he thought Su Chen was an old man, but he turned out to be a young man in his 20s. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Come, Mr. Huang, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Mr. Su Chen, who wants to purchase a private jet in your airline. While Huang Qingrong was shocked by Su Chen's appearance, Jiang Yan introduced him. Mr. Su, hello. After listening, Huang Qingrong immediately reached out his hands, showing great respect as he greeted Su Chen. Mr. Huang, nice to meet you. Su Chen did not act arrogantly or condescendingly, instead he shook hands directly with Huang Qingrong. After the handshake, Huang Qingrong turned to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, you look really young. Ha, not bad not bad. Su Chen chuckled. Please, Mr. Huang, have a seat. They both sat down. Mr. Su, I heard from Jiang Yan that you are interested in purchasing a private jet, is that correct? Huang Qingrong asked as they sat down. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Alright. Huang Qingrong responded and then got straight to the point. Mr. Su, to be honest with you, we can indeed sell you a private jet, the most popular Gulfstream Series G700 in the country, with an official price of 3.2 billion renminbi. However, Huang Qingrong paused here. Then he glanced at Su Chen and seeing no objection, he continued, but because you are in a hurry, if you really want to purchase and use it today, we may charge a 1% commission fee, so Mr. Su, what do you think? That's fine, no problem at all. The key is that you need to handle all the procedures today. Su Chen said. Alright, Mr. Su, in that case. Huang Qingrong replied, and then he took out a purchase contract from his briefcase and handed it to Su Chen. Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract. If everything is in order, you can sign it and I will arrange everything for you. At this point, Su Chen did not say anything. He took the contract but did not read it. Instead he handed it to Qin Mashi. Qin Mashi carefully examined the contract. After a while, young master, the contract is fine. Qin Mashi handed back the contract. In an instant, Su Chen signed his name on the contract. Here. He handed the signed contract to Huang Qingrong. Huang Qingrong took the contract and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Su. But then he continued, Mr. Su, we also need you to pay a 50% deposit. What do you think? He looked cautiously at Su Chen. 50%? Su Chen muttered to himself. Seeing this, Huang Qingrong panicked, thinking he might have asked for too much. But it was the company's policy. He couldn't offend Su Chen, so he said, Mr. Su, if you think 50% deposit is too high, you can pay 40% instead. Why bother? I'll pay in full up front. Before Huang Qingrong could finish, Su Chen interrupted him. In full up front? Hearing Su Chen's words, Huang Qingrong almost fainted. How bold! After being stunned for a while, Huang Qingrong looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Mr. Su, if you pay in full up front, aren't you afraid we won't deliver the plane to you? Ha ha! Su Chen laughed heartily. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. Then, he looked interested. Of course, if you really dare to do so, hee. Then. Huang Qingrong saw the interest on Su Chen's face, and his heart immediately trembled. He quickly said, Boss Su, don't worry, we will definitely deliver it to you before midnight. After saying that, he wiped his forehead, which was covered in sweat. Joking, for a big shot like Su Chen, would they dare not deliver it? Haven't others already reminded him? Of course, if it were someone else reminding him, Huang Qingrong would have sneered and even mocked them. But now he dared not, because he had a strong feeling that Su Chen was not someone to mess with. Soon, Su Chen transferred 32 billion to Huang Qingrong's reported account, and then Huang Qingrong provided Su Chen with the relevant proof. Ding! Detected that the host has spent 32 billion extravagantly, activating the bonus mechanism. Ding! Bonus mechanism activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of the world's top security company, Ultimate Kill Security Company. The relevant proof has been stored in the host's safe box for viewing at any time. Ownership of the world's top security company, Ultimate Kill Security Company? To be honest, Su Chen was stunned at this moment. He never expected to trigger the bonus mechanism. It was quite unexpected. But Su Chen was happy. He was ecstatic. He now basically owned everything. But what he lacked was people to protect him. Su Chen had planned to hire bodyguards, but unexpectedly, the system directly provided him with a world-class security company? It was like finding a pillow when feeling sleepy. It was really great, because now, he could draw top bodyguards from this world-class security company to protect him. Su Chen was not only happy but also very satisfied. The system was indeed considerate. It knew what he needed and provided it directly. Great! However, to be honest, Su Chen had never heard of Ultimate Kill Security Company before, so after sending away Huang Qingrong, he immediately started to investigate this security company. Unfortunately, the company's confidentiality was very strong, so Su Chen couldn't find any useful information. Su Chen was disappointed. Ding-ling-ling. But at that moment, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned because it was a foreign number. However, his frown soon relaxed because he guessed it was likely a call from Ultimate Kill Security Company. After all, it made sense when he thought about it. Su Chen immediately answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen? Initially, when he answered the call, Su Chen thought the other party would speak in a foreign language, but now he was surprised. Yes, he was surprised. He never expected the other party to speak fluent Mandarin, but it was good because it saved the trouble of communication. After all, Su Chen's foreign language level is really bad. It's simple, basic greetings are no problem, but that's also simple, like, hi, etc. Since others are speaking fluent Chinese now, what else is there to say? Su Chen immediately replied, yes, I am, and you? As expected, just as Su Chen guessed, it was a call from the head of the Assassin Security Company, and it was the general manager of the Assassin Security Company. The other party directly said, Boss, hello, I am Joseph, the general manager of the Assassin Security Company. I called to ask if there are any instructions for the boss? Joseph respectfully said, oh, no instructions. Su Chen said directly, but I'm curious, how come your Chinese is so fluent? Yes, Su Chen asked the question in his mind. Boss, it's like this, I've been in China for a while before, so my Chinese is fluent. Joseph replied. Oh, hearing this, Su Chen became interested and immediately said, Joseph, does our Assassin Security Company have a branch in China? Yes, boss. Great. Su Chen said happily. After confirming Joseph's identity, Su Chen thought that his security in the future would be taken care of by foreign bodyguards, but now, it's not necessary at all, because there is a branch of the assassin security company in China. In this way, bodyguards can be directly dispatched. Joseph, listen, I order you to immediately send several top Chinese bodyguards to protect me, got it? Su Chen arranged directly. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it for you right away. Originally, Joseph was wondering why the boss said it was great. It turned out to be for this reason, so he immediately agreed. By the way, there's one more thing. And at this moment, Su Chen suddenly brought up another matter and continued, Joseph, arrange for everyone in the company to learn Chinese. I don't expect them to be as fluent as you, but I want them to be able to communicate normally in Chinese, do you understand? Su Chen said firmly. After finishing, he added, if anyone is not qualified, then you can kick them out. Su Chen's words surprised Joseph, but at the same time, he felt secretly fortunate because he knew Chinese. Immediately, he said seriously, okay, boss, I will strictly follow your orders. Okay. Su Chen nodded and hung up the phone. Jokingly, Su Chen made these arrangements to prepare for his future visits to the company. Otherwise, if they curse at you in a foreign language, you won't even know. How embarrassing is that? At this moment, after hanging up the phone, Su Chen learned more about the assassin security company and went to rest directly. After all, it's not early now. It's already past 10 o'clock at night. But what Su Chen didn't expect was that just as he lay down and hadn't fallen asleep, the next moment, he vaguely saw a woman at the foot of his bed. Yes, a woman. A woman in white clothes with long hair. Ah, ghost. Seeing this, Su Chen screamed. However, that wasn't the end. Because at that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open directly. Next, several women in white clothes walked in, their hair flowing elegantly. If it weren't for them speaking up as soon as they entered the room, Captain, everything is safe around, no abnormalities. Su Chen would probably have been scared to death at that moment, because this was really terrifying, right? At night. All women in white clothes with long flowing hair. What is this? It's like the legendary Sadako. It would be considered lucky not to be scared silly. Of course, the reason Su Chen didn't get scared silly or faint was that he knew this group of women was likely sent by the Absolute Kill security company to protect him. After all, he had just given instructions to Joseph not long ago, but it has to be said that his efficiency was quite high. Alright, all of you can leave now. The woman in the room spoke. Then, the other women left directly. Seeing this, Su Chen looked at the woman who stayed and asked, are you all sent by the Absolute Kill security company? Yes. The woman answered without any emotion on her face. Because of this, Su Chen didn't know how to continue. So, he could only clear his throat a couple of times. Then he continued, what's your name? Cold Scorpion. Cold Scorpion replied. Hearing this name, Su Chen couldn't help but comment, damn, really cold. Su Chen was speechless, because she was really cold. But this could be understood, after all, they were top bodyguards, who had climbed up step by step with absolute strength. Their coldness was inherent. But Su Chen was not used to it for a while, so he waved his hand to Cold Scorpion. Alright, Cold Scorpion, you can leave now. I'll call you if needed. Unfortunately, Cold Scorpion didn't move at all, showing no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Su Chen was speechless. Why aren't you leaving? Su Chen asked. Boss, you are very important to our Absolute Kill security company, so I will protect you personally 24 hours a day. Cold Scorpion replied. What? Su Chen was speechless. 24-hour personal protection? What the hell? Are you saying that you will follow me wherever I go? Su Chen asked. Yes. Cold Scorpion nodded. Su Chen took a deep breath. Ring ring. At that moment, Su Chen's phone rang immediately. Su Chen was stunned and immediately picked up the phone. Boss Su, the Gulfstream 700 you purchased has been delivered to the fish market airport. Do you want to come and take a look now? It was Huang Qingrong who called. Su Chen smiled when he heard Huang Qingrong's words. As he had guessed, they must have been prepared long ago. After all, it would only take Huang Qingrong a little over an hour to get there. But now, everything was already arranged? He. However, Su Chen had no intention of going to see it, so he said, I won't go now, but I'll have Jiang Yan come and take a look. You can contact Jiang Yan directly. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Su Chen had planned to go to sleep right away after hanging up, but unexpectedly, another call came in at that moment. Zhao Qingqing? Yes, the one calling this time is indeed Zhao Qingqing. Su Chen frowned, wondering why she was calling herself at this time. Su Chen felt strange but still answered the call. Sugo, come and save Xiaoning and me, we. Just as he answered the call, Zhao Qingqing's crying voice immediately came through. What's going on?
Seeing this, Su Chen immediately asked. Sugu, it's like this, Zhao Qingqing started to answer, but unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen's phone made a beep sound.
Obviously, someone had hung up on him. Damn it! Su Chen was furious.
He could ignore Zhao Qingqing, but he couldn't ignore Zhang Xiaoning. After all, she was like half of Su Chen's woman.
With a shout, Su Chen immediately got up. Lang Xie, come with me.
Without waiting for Lang Xie to respond, he got out of bed and headed outside.
Although Lang Xie didn't understand what was happening at this moment, she immediately followed him. Fu Gui Restaurant. This is a high-end restaurant that offers dining, entertainment, movies, and karaoke.
It is famous in the fish market and a popular place for gatherings, loved by young people. As the night quietly descended and the city became a sea of lights, the sound of car horns quickly echoed on the street where Fu Gui Restaurant was located. Before long, a line of cars appeared at the restaurant's entrance. Leading the way was a red Ferrari sports car, very eye-catching. After the cars parked, several young men and women got out of each car. There were about 30 people, all looking like students, with smiles on their faces as they headed towards Fu Gui Restaurant.
Oh, Master Li, why are you here? Just as they arrived at the entrance, a surprised female voice rang out.
Looking over, they saw a woman in revealing attire in her 30s, with a charming demeanor, walking towards them swaying her hips.
What? Sister Lu, are you not welcoming me? Master Li, what are you saying? Come over, how can Sister Lu not welcome you? Welcome, welcome, I warmly welcome you, what brings you here?
The woman's face was full of flattery as she pointed to the group behind Master Li.
Nothing much, we're having a class reunion today. Sister Lu, can you arrange a private room for us? Li Zhangtian said. Oh, I see. It's a class reunion? No wonder Master Li brought so many people today. The woman suddenly realized. Master Li, then I'll arrange a regular private room for you on the 3rd floor, are you satisfied? She said. Ha? Li Zhangtian frowned, his expression changed. Sister Lu, are you saying that I, Li Zhangtian, only deserve a regular private room? Let me tell you, Sister Lu, this time, I want the supreme VIP room. Li Zhangtian waved his hand decisively.
After speaking, his gaze fell on Zhao Qingqing, who was chatting and laughing with Zhang Xiaoning. Although Zhao Qingqing's appearance was not as good as Zhang Xiaoning's, it was still decent. Moreover, Zhao Qingqing had already recognized Su Chen as her brother. As long as he could handle Zhao Qingqing, the road ahead would be much smoother. After all, Su Chen was a super-rich second generation. Being able to get close to a super-rich second generation would make things much easier in the future. Even if it didn't lead to wealth and glory, it would definitely make things smoother. Of course, Zhang Xiaoning, this woman, he was also very envious, but the problem is, she is Su Chen's woman. So, he can't move. He doesn't dare to move. This, Master Li, At this moment, after hearing Li Jingtian's words, the woman's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. What? Seeing this, Li Jingtian immediately became unhappy. Sister Lu, you need to understand, I am a frequent customer here, the consumption is not low. Now, I just want you to arrange us to the supreme VIP box, and you feel embarrassed? No, Master Li, let me tell you the truth. It's not that Sister Lu doesn't arrange it for you, it's mainly because today our supreme VIP box has been booked in advance by someone. We can't afford to offend that person. The woman quickly explained. She didn't want to offend Li Zhangtian. As Li Zhangtian said, he had indeed spent a lot of money at their luxurious restaurant. Is that so? Hearing the woman's explanation, Li Zhangtian was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the woman with curiosity. Sister Lu, let me ask, who is the person who booked your supreme VIP box today? Someone you can't afford to offend? Yes, Li Zhangtian was indeed curious. The luxurious restaurant also has a high status in the fish market. But now, the woman said they couldn't afford to offend that person, so Li Zhangtian was naturally curious. Master Li, let me tell you, the one who booked our supreme VIP box today is Dragon Lord. The woman said in a low voice. Dragon Lord? Li Zhangtian was shocked to hear that. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, he didn't expect that the person who booked the supreme VIP box at the luxurious restaurant today would be Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, a famous local tyrant in the fish market. He has many brothers under him. If you dare to offend him, you probably won't live to see the next day. Would Li Zhangtian dare to snatch the supreme VIP box booked by someone else? Obviously, that's impossible. Thinking of this, Li Zhangtian immediately said, Alright, Sister Lu, just arrange a VIP box for me. Okay. The woman nodded and smiled. Master Li, please follow me. After the woman finished speaking, she led the way ahead. Then, everyone immediately took the elevator and headed to the 3rd floor of the luxurious restaurant. Young Master Li, having a meal here must be expensive, right? Definitely.
I heard that even a normal meal here costs a lot of money. And now our young Masterly wants a VIP box, TSK. How much money does that need? I guess it's definitely not cheap, maybe tens of thousands? Right, young Masterly. Definitely.
Inside the elevator, a group of people started chatting. All of them were praising Li Zhangtian.
Li Zhangtian felt very satisfied.
He waved his hand. Actually, it's not that much money. Don't worry about it. Anyway, our purpose for coming here today is just to eat well and drink well. No matter how much money it costs, it has nothing to do with you all, because I will be the one paying the bill.
Wow! Young Masterly is mighty. Young Masterly is domineering. Young Masterly is awesome.
For a moment, all the praises were heard.
Soon, they arrived at the VIP box on the 3rd floor. It has to be said,
the group of people were stunned, because the decoration inside was too luxurious.
Is this too luxurious? Exactly.
Oh my god, I swear, I haven't seen such a luxurious place in over 20 years.
Me neither. Yeah. Alright, everyone, don't just stand there, have a seat.
Seeing the shocked expressions on each of his classmates' faces, Li Zhangtian felt a great sense of enjoyment in his heart. Immediately, he greeted everyone to take their seats. Once everyone was seated, Lu Jie knowingly handed the menu to Li Zhangtian. Li Xiao, what would you like to eat today? Li Zhangtian, without even looking at the menu, took it and handed it directly to Zhao Qingqing. Here, Qingqing, you decide today, feel free to order, no need to be polite with me. His demeanor was very generous, as if he didn't care about money at all. No need, unfortunately, Zhao Qingqing directly refused, passing the menu to others. Today is a gathering among classmates, I can't decide.
Let them order for themselves.
With that, she ignored Li Zhangtian and turned to talk to Zhang Xiaoning.
Empty-handed, Li Zhangtian's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment.
He hadn't expected Zhao Qingqing to give him no face at all.
So he cursed inwardly, damn bitch, why don't you show off now?
Just wait until I get my hands on you, I'll play with you properly. However, he could only curse inwardly. After all, he had to face reality.
Ahem.
Classmates, take a look at the menu and order whatever you like, don't hold back, I'll foot the bill alone. To ease the embarrassment, he had to speak up to the others.
Okay, Li Xiao, we won't hold back then, right?
The others replied, immediately gathering around to look at the menu.
This one, that one, and this one.
They were indeed not holding back.
They went through the entire menu, ordering almost everything on it.
Seeing this, Li Zhangtian felt a pang of pain in his heart, but to save face, he pretended to be cheerful.
After ordering, they felt a bit bored waiting. But then someone suggested, let's sing. Sure. Today Li Xiao is treating us, so let's start with him. What do you say?
Of course.
Li Xiao, go ahead. The microphone was quickly handed to Li Zhangtian. Li Xiao.
At the same time, others started cheering. Seeing this, Li Zhangtian glanced at Zhao Qingqing, then stood up. Alright, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll start. Taking the microphone, Li Zhangtian confidently said, give me loyal to my country. The beacon rises, looking north, the dragon flag unfurls, horses neigh, sword energy like frost, heart like the vast yellow river, 20 years of ups and downs, who can resist? Horse hooves head south, people look north, green grass, yellow dust, I'm willing to defend the land and reclaim the territory.
Li Zhangtian's singing was indeed very powerful, stirring up excitement in many listeners. Some couldn't help but join in.
Horse hooves head south, people look north, green grass, yellow dust, I'm willing to defend the land and reclaim the territory.
But a song only lasts a few minutes, and soon Li Zhangtian finished singing. Clap.
The room was filled with applause and praise.
Wow, Li Xiao, you sing so well.
Yes, it's so good, so powerful, it's like singing the soul of the song.
Yes, that's right, it's really great. 6,666.
Li Zhangtian was so praised that he couldn't be more pleased.
And because of this, the next moment, he directly handed the microphone in his hand to Zhao Qingqing.
Qingqing, why don't you sing a song too?
Look at this. Yes, Qingqing, you sing a song too.
Come on. I heard that you sing very well, but never had the chance. Perfect, Qingqing, sing a song.
Yes. Come on.
Encouraged by everyone, a hint of hesitation flashed across Zhao Qingqing's face. If she didn't sing, it wouldn't seem right, it would be disappointing. After all, they were all classmates.
After hesitating for a moment, she finally stood up. Okay, I'll sing a song. After saying that, she looked directly at Zhang Xiaoning. Xiaoning, why don't we sing a song together?
You've sung a lot in your live broadcast room.
Okay. Zhang Xiaoning nodded.
She stood up directly. Yes, as Zhao Qingqing said, Zhang Xiaoning had indeed sung many songs in her live broadcast room, so she was not shy at all.
What song should we sing? Zhang Xiaoning asked Zhao Qingqing. Xiaoning, why don't we just sing the principals take you traveling directly? Zhao Qingqing suggested. Okay. Zhang Xiaoning agreed.
Soon, the prelude of Take You Traveling rang out in the private room.
Today's makeup is particularly fascinating. Oh, I say, baby, change your mood before going out. Oh, my lady, you look a little fresh, like the clouds on a sunny day. I want to take you to romantic Turkey, then go to Tokyo and Paris together. Actually, I really like Miami and Los Angeles with black people. Actually, my dear, you don't have to be too surprised. Dragon Lord, please come over here.
At this moment, while Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing were singing Take You Traveling together, you could directly see outside on the corridor, a man in his 30s wearing a standard black suit was bowing and fawning towards a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old, with a crew cut and wearing a tang suit. He looked kind on the outside, but his eyes were very sinister. Just one glance could make people feel terrified.
Yes, he was Dragon Lord Long Badian,
a kingpin of the underground forces in the fish market. At this moment, he was followed by many henchmen.
He walked domineeringly. He had a very bossy demeanor.
However, as he passed a VIP room, he stopped in his tracks.
Ha!
A hint of surprise flashed across his face. It was as if he was attracted by something.
Seeing this, the man in his 30s immediately asked cautiously, Dragon Lord, what's wrong?
Nothing, I just heard something nice.
Long Badian closed his eyes and enjoyed it.
Heard something really nice? The man in his 30s was puzzled.
But in the next moment,
he also froze. Because at that moment, a very pleasant singing voice reached his ears.
So it's because of this?
The man in his 30s quickly understood.
Wow, so beautiful. Yeah, my ears are almost pregnant. Wow, this is really great. It can even rival a star. That's right.
Wow, our goddess Xiaoning, Xingqing.
Exactly.
Clap clap clap. Inside the VIP room, the sound of applause rang out. After Li Jingtian finished singing, they were flattering and praising, but now, each of them is genuinely praising from the bottom of their hearts.
After all, who made Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing sing so beautifully? Are they all enchanted by them? Thank you.
Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing immediately smiled and said thank you. They were ready to leave the stage and return to their seats.
Squeak! However, at that moment, the door of the private room was opened.
Actually, it was not strange for the door of the private room to be opened, as it could be a waiter serving food. But at this moment, along with the opening of the door, a voice directly came over. Your Turkish singing is really good.
So, do you two beautiful ladies have any interest in singing in my private room?
Originally, the literal meaning of this voice was an invitation, an inquiry, but the tone carried a strong sense of non-negotiability.
It seemed more like a notification than a request.
In just a moment, both Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing frowned.
Since both of them noticed it, how could Li Zhangtian, who planned this pursuit of Zhao Qingqing, not notice it? So at that moment, he was immediately furious. Joking, he hadn't even made a move yet, and someone dared to intervene? Damn it! This person deserves to die.
Who the hell is so bold, dares?
He immediately shouted angrily. In an instant, he stood up directly.
But when he turned around directly, he was stunned.
Dumbfounded. He was trembling with fear. Dragon. Brother Long?
Yes, with just one glance at the newcomer, he was already very scared.
Honestly, at this moment, he never expected that the person who uttered that non-negotiable statement just now would be Dragon Badian.
Seeing this, at that moment, Li Jingtian really wished he could find a gap and hide, so that no one would ever find out he had been there.
But now, he actually dared to curse Dragon Badian? Seeking death.
This was simply seeking death.
Apologize. He must apologize. Otherwise, it's over. Thump. In an instant, Li Zhangtian knelt down directly in front of Dragon Badian. Thump!
A crisp sound of kneeling on the ground rang out. Suddenly, the others in the private room were shocked. But then they understood that the sudden appearance of this person was not someone Li Zhangtian could afford to provoke.
Because at that moment, Lord Dragon, I'm sorry, my mouth was dirty just now. I accidentally offended you. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Please, can you overlook it for the sake of my father? Let's consider this as if I never said anything.
Li Zhangtian was already begging for mercy.
Your father? At this moment, after hearing Li Jingtian's words, Dragon Badian narrowed his eyes. Who is your father?
Back to Lord Dragon. My father is Li Changsheng, the boss of Ruihua Building Materials. He has had the honor of meeting Lord Dragon a few times. Li Zhangtian said very respectfully.
Oh, so you're old Li's son? I know your father. Alright, since you're old Li's son, I won't hold it against you for what happened just now. You can get up.
When Dragon Badian heard this, he waved his hand, indicating that the matter was forgiven.
Of course, mainly because he knew Li Jingtian's father. Thank you, Lord Dragon.
Li Zhangtian was startled when he heard this, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been really scared just now. If Long Badian had taken offense, he would have been in big trouble today. He immediately thanked Long Badian and got up from the ground without hesitation. He moved aside, wiped his chair with his sleeve, and then sent the chair over, saying, "Come, Lord Long, please have a seat." He. Long Badian chuckled as he sat down. "You're quite good at handling things, that's why I spared you. But," he paused and looked at Li Zhangtian with interest, "but just this is not enough, you need to show more." "Ha?" Li Zhangtian was puzzled. But then he suddenly realized, "Lord Long, rest assured, I will transfer 20,000 to you right away, consider it as compensation." Saying this, Li Zhangtian immediately prepared to take out his phone.
Bang! However, at that moment,
a sudden kick knocked him to the ground.
"Damn, are you out of your mind? I just praised you for being smart, and the next moment you make trouble for me. Do you want to die?" A fierce voice came over. Hiss! Before Li Zhangtian could react to the pain of being kicked down, he gasped. Because at this moment, he had offended Long Badian again. He was too scared to worry about the pain in his stomach, and he said in a panic, "Lord Long, I'm sorry, really sorry, it's all my fault, I made you unhappy again. But Lord Long, I am really dull, so please enlighten me." He looked at Long Badian in extreme fear. "And Long Badian?" He glanced at the terrified Li Zhangtian, then sneered, "Are those two your friends? Classmates?" As he spoke, he pointed directly at Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. Li Zhangtian dared not hesitate and quickly replied, "Yes, Lord, they are my classmates."
"Good," Long Badian nodded in satisfaction.
But then his expression turned fierce. "Since they are your classmates, why are you still standing there doing nothing? Hurry up and get my private room." "Ha?"
Li Zhangtian was stunned by this.
"What? Do you want to defy my will?" Long Badian's eyes narrowed. No, I dare not."
Li Zhangtian shivered and swallowed hard.
He wanted to defy Long Badian's will, but did he dare? If he did, he probably wouldn't survive tonight.
So he quickly shook his head.
"If you dare not, then move quickly." Yes. Li Zhangtian nodded quickly. "Alright, kid, I'm waiting for good news from you." With that, Long Badian stood up directly. After speaking, he walked out of the private room. However, there were several of his henchmen standing outside the door. As a result, the room fell into a deadly silence. But soon, "Xiaoning, Qingqing, why don't you go over and take a look?" Li Zhangtian suddenly approached Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing and spoke. In order not to appear so incompetent, after he finished speaking, he immediately added, "Xiaoning, Qingqing, rest assured, Lord Long just wants you to sing when you go over. He assured me that he won't do anything else to you too." But as the saying goes, explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. At this moment, the people in the private room, how could they not know why Long Badian asked Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing to go over? Joking. As long as one is not a fool, they would understand. But Li Zhangtian not only did not stop it, but now he has become an accomplice?
This immediately drew everyone's gaze to Li Zhangtian.
Who is this person? Sending his classmates into a fire pit? Exactly. What a scumbag. Indeed.
For a moment, they all looked down on him.
How could there be such shameless person? Hearing everyone despising him, Li Zhangtian's face became very ugly. But does he have a choice? He simply doesn't. Because if he doesn't sacrifice Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing, then he will have to sacrifice himself. Compared to his own life, his life is definitely more important. Moreover, if they go over, they won't lose their lives, it's just that. But this is still 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than losing his own life. So, he has already made up his mind. Let them despise him. Of course, as for Su Chen, the super-rich second generation, Li Zhangtian had to admit that Su Chen was indeed rich, but so what? You see, Long Badian not only has money, but also people. Throughout the fish market, his brothers are everywhere, so can Su Chen be Long Badian's opponent? Obviously, it's like an ant against an elephant. If they want to deal with Su Chen, it's simply too easy. So, he has decided to take a ruthless path. Immediately, he looked at Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing and said, "Xiaoning, Qingqing, I know you don't want to go, but do you know who Lord Long is? Let me tell you, he is a notorious bully in our fish market, he has hundreds of people under him, so if you really make him unhappy, the consequences." At this moment, Li Zhangtian was already threatening Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. Unfortunately, before he could finish his threat, Zhao Qingqing immediately cursed, "Damn your grandma's leg." After cursing, she didn't care about Li Zhangtian anymore. She immediately said to Zhang Xiaoning, "Xiaoning, let's go, this guy is simply scum, nothing more to say." After that, she grabbed Zhang Xiaoning and was ready to leave. But it was at this moment. "Stop right there."
Li Zhangtian blocked Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing directly.
Yes, he blocked them. Li Zhangtian, what do you want?
Seeing this, Zhao Qingqing immediately shouted.
What are you doing? What am I doing?
Li Zhangtian's mouth showed a cruel smile. Zhao Qingqing, Zhang Xiaoning, let me tell you, if you don't agree to go to Lord Long's private room today, then you two will not be able to leave here.
Li Zhangtian, are you crazy? Why don't you let your mother?
Upon hearing Li Zhangtian's words, Zhao Qingqing started cursing again.
Unfortunately, smack.
Before Zhao Qingqing could finish her words, a crisp slap sound rang out.
At this moment, Li Zhangtian's hand landed accurately on Zhao Qingqing's face. Ah! A scream rang out. The next moment, woo woo woo, the sound of crying followed. Xiao Ning, he hit me, this damn bastard hit me? Woo woo woo.
No, I want to call Sugu over, I want Sugu to come and make a decision for us,
Zhao Qingqing cried.
With that, she immediately dialed Su Chen's phone number.
Unfortunately,
she only managed to say 2 sentences before her phone was snatched by Li Zhangtian.
Bang!
It fell to the ground with force, breaking into several large pieces in an instant. However, Li Zhangtian was not satisfied at this moment. He immediately shouted at Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. Zhang Xiaoning, Zhao Qingqing, let me tell you, no matter who it is today, no one can stop me from taking you two to Dragon Lord's private room.
Let's go. Follow me quickly.
After shouting, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing directly.
Ah!
Immediately, Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing screamed.
Obviously, they were quite frightened. And precisely because of this, Li Zhangtian, don't you think you've gone too far? Exactly, we are classmates after all. Do you have to handle things so ruthlessly? Li Zhangtian. Others couldn't bear it anymore, so they started shouting.
Some even tried to stop Li Zhangtian. But it was at this moment,
Li Zhangtian sneered, hee, let me tell you, do you know who that person just now was? He is Dragon Lord, the boss of our fish market. He has at least 1,000 underlings, if not 800. So, I advise you not to meddle. If your interference delays Dragon Lord's plans, I guarantee you won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow. With that said, those classmates who wanted to stop Li Zhangtian immediately backed off.
Obviously, they had not expected the middle-aged man just now to have such a powerful background.
If offended, they might not survive the night. For a moment, they dared not say a word.
At the same time, on the first floor of the Fu Gui restaurant.
Excuse me, could you please ask your manager to come out?
Su Chen and Lang Xia had arrived here, and as soon as they arrived, Su Chen spoke to a staff member.
Our manager?
Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the staff member at the Fu Gui restaurant looked Su Chen up and down, then politely replied, Sir, I'm sorry, our manager is currently busy and unable to attend to you both, so if you have any concerns, please wait a moment, or come back tomorrow.
Wait a moment? Come back tomorrow?
Upon hearing this, Su Chen was furious, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a black card from his pocket and waved it in front of the staff member. Hurry up and get your manager for me.
Is this the supreme black card?
Seeing the black card in Su Chen's hand, the staff member swallowed nervously. Immediately, she respectfully said to Su Chen, Sir, please wait a moment, I will go and fetch our manager for you.
After speaking, she ran over. She ran really fast. Soon, on the 3rd floor corridor. What do you want? A man in his 30s frowned at a female employee in front of him.
Manager, someone is looking for you downstairs.
The female employee replied. Is that all?
The man in his 30s was a bit angry.
Yes, manager, that's all. Unfortunately, the female employee didn't care at all. Because of this, the man in his 30s immediately started scolding. Are you crazy? Can't you see I'm with an important guest? You call me out for this one thing, and you.
Before he could finish scolding, the female employee interrupted him. Manager, the person looking for you has our restaurant's supreme black card.
Supreme black card?
Upon hearing this, the man in his 30s furrowed his brows.
Then he asked directly, where is he now? In the lobby on the 1st floor. Okay, let's go down. Alright, in the lobby on the 1st floor.
Sir, are you looking for me? The man in his 30s looked at Su Chen and spoke.
Yes, that's right, I'm looking for you. Su Chen nodded. Oh, okay. The man in his 30s responded, then asked, Sir, do you have any instructions for me? Not exactly instructions, I just want to find 2 people. Su Chen said directly. 2 people?
The man in his 30s frowned. Are these 2 people you're looking for, male or female?
Female. Su Chen replied. Okay. Sir, do these 2 female friends you're looking for have any distinctive features? Distinctive features? Su Chen was puzzled. But then he began to describe. Both are over 1.65 meters tall, with pretty faces. One has a melon seed face, the other. At first, the man in his 30s didn't know Su Chen was looking for Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing, but as Su Chen described, he suddenly felt something was wrong.
After all, he had just seen these two girls. Of course, seeing them was not a problem, but unfortunately, Long Badian had taken an interest in these two girls. So at this moment, his expression turned ugly. Yes, it turned ugly. Therefore, after Su Chen finished describing, he hesitated for a while before saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, there seems to be a misunderstanding because the two girls you described did not visit our restaurant today, so you should." "Manager, that's not right. Weren't those two girls taken to the VIP room by Sister Lu just now?" Before he could finish, the female employee spoke, looking puzzled. "You." The man in his 30s looked even more unpleasant. Oops. In an instant, the female employee realized she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly shut her mouth. Unfortunately, Su Chen had already figured it out. So at this moment, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, it seems like you guys don't intend to tell me something, huh?" In his 30s, the man immediately coughed twice upon hearing this, and the next moment, he looked flustered and said, Sir, you've got it wrong. Really, she was just talking nonsense earlier. We really don't have the two girls you mentioned here." Yes, he was indeed in a panic. However, in order to make his act more convincing, he turned to the female employee who had spoken earlier and said, "Xiao Zhang, you explain it to this gentleman yourself." After saying that, he added, "Xiao Zhang, you need to explain it clearly, or else this gentleman might think we're deceiving him." That wouldn't be good. His addition was a threat, and it was quite blatant. At this moment, Xiao Zhang immediately felt a chill. Phew! She took a deep breath and then looked directly at Su Chen. "Sir, I'm really sorry for talking nonsense earlier. Our restaurant." Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen interrupted her. "I'll give you one chance only. Speak." Su Chen's eyes had turned extremely cold. He shouted loudly at the man in his 30s and Xiao Zhang. As a result, both of them couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, they were scared. Despite this, the man in his 30s still didn't tell the truth. Sir, our restaurant really doesn't have the two girls you mentioned." "Good, very good." However, before he could finish speaking, Su Chen burst into laughter. "Cold Scorpion!" He suddenly shouted. "Boss, here I am." Cold Scorpion looked stern. "From now on, check every private room. If something happens, I'll take responsibility," Su Chen said loudly. "Yes, boss," Cold Scorpion replied, then headed upstairs. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, the man in his 30s couldn't sit still. He ran over to block Cold Scorpion's path. "I'm warning you, if you dare," he roared. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked out. He was kicked out by Cold Scorpion. Seriously, she had received Su Chen's orders, so she had to execute them unconditionally. Therefore, if anyone dared to obstruct her, she would definitely act without mercy. So, the man in his 30s was naturally kicked out. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. A tooth was knocked out directly. In an instant, screams of pain came from his mouth. "What's going on? Yeah? What's happening? Why is someone lying on the ground screaming? Hey, isn't that Wang Sihai, the manager of the restaurant? Tsk, it really looks like him, doesn't it? Oh my, that's him. What's happening here? I don't know. Do you know? I have no idea either." Wang Sihai's screams attracted many onlookers. However, without exception, no one knew what was going on. Cold Scorpion. At that moment, Su Chen spoke up. "Boss, what's wrong?" Originally, Lang Xia was ready to take the elevator up, but when she heard Su Chen shout, she immediately stopped. "Take this damn guy with us." Su Chen glanced at Wang Sihai, who was still groaning on the ground, and said, "Yes, boss." Lang Xia replied. In the next moment, in just an instant, Wang Sihai was directly lifted by Lang Xia. However, because Wang Sihai was not honest, Lang Xia immediately gave him a chop on the back of his head. In an instant, Wang Sihai passed out. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers who were puzzled were shocked. They had never expected that this seemingly beautiful girl would be so powerful. They dispersed immediately. Soon, outside a private room on the second floor of the elevator, bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the door of the room was kicked open by external force. No! Su Chen looked inside and shook his head. Then, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, until they reached the third floor. That woman seems pretty good. Yeah. Gulp. In an instant, teasing voices sounded, along with swallowing sounds. They were all attracted by Lang Xie, but then they fell silent one by one because they saw Wang Sihai in Lang Xie's hands. Damn, this woman is amazing. She's actually carrying Wang Sihai horizontally. Unfortunately, before they could finish their words, bang! The next moment, Wang Sihai's body flew towards them. They were all knocked down. They tried to get up, but before they could move, a pair of high heels stepped on their chests. Ah! There were cries of pain, but soon they fell silent because Ling Xie made them all pass out. Soon, outside the VIP room. Boss, what should we do? What do you think? Su Chen smiled. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the door of the VIP room shattered into many pieces, causing chaos. The noisy room suddenly became extremely quiet. Inside the room, people were unaware of what was happening. But soon, Su Gu, you're here. Su Chen. Two voices called out. Yes, the two voices were from Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. In an instant, the two figures rushed towards Su Chen. However, only Zhang Xiaoning hugged Su Chen. Woo woo woo, she cried, whether out of emotion or grievance. Anyway, she cried. Su Gu, it's really great that you're here, Zhao Qingqing said beside them. Su Chen nodded. But then, a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. Qingqing, what happened to your face? At this moment, Li Zhengtian, who was extremely shocked, finally came to his senses. But by then, he was already trembling, because he already knew what he was going to suffer next. After all, Su Chen has arrived. And this time, it seems like he has brought a very powerful person directly. Otherwise, how could the door of this private room be shattered like this? His first thought was to run. Yes, just run. If he doesn't run, it will be too late. But unfortunately, he hadn't even taken a step to run. It's him, he hit me. A voice rang out. Immediately, you could see Zhao Qingqing's finger pointing directly at him. With this, Li Zhengtian almost blacked out in front of his eyes and fell to the ground immediately. Did you really hit Qingqing? But at this moment, Su Chen looked directly at Li Zhengtian. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zhengtian coughed twice, trembling intensely inside, but he still admitted, yes. There was no way, his sophistry was useless, with so many people watching, so he might as well admit it openly. You're quite something, Su Chen said. Unfortunately, it was because of this sentence that Li Jingtian's heart sank to the bottom, because he knew very well that Su Chen was about to take action. Sure enough, Cold Scorpion, break his limbs for me, Su Chen immediately said coldly. Yes, boss. In an instant, Cold Scorpion walked towards Li Jingtian. You, don't come over. Li Jingtian's legs went weak, trembling uncontrollably as he backed away. Unfortunately, Cold Scorpion kept approaching, and Li Jingtian was really panicking. I told you not to come, he shouted, but he hadn't finished his words. Ah! A scream followed. Click! Immediately after, there was a crisp sound of click. Then, you could see Li Jingtian's arm being twisted and hanging down in an instant. But it didn't end there. His other arm was also grabbed in an instant. No, don't. He quickly started shouting, Su Chen, do you know who my father is? Oh. At this moment, a hint of interest appeared on Su Chen's face. Is he trying to pull some strings? Su Chen immediately stopped Cold Scorpion. Cold Scorpion. Su Chen's words, Cold Scorpion would naturally listen, so Cold Scorpion directly let go of Li Jingtian's hand. Phew! Li Jingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, his face was still extremely distorted. After all, he had just had his arm twisted off alive. Tell me, who is your father? Su Chen looked at Li Jingtian and said calmly. He. Li Zhengtian sneered. He thought Su Chen was scared. He immediately spoke arrogantly, Su Chen, let me tell you, my father is the boss of Ruihua Building Materials. If you know what's good for you, you better let me go, otherwise. Otherwise what? Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Su Chen interrupted him. Not only that, Su Chen walked directly towards him. What do you want? Li Zhengtian was getting nervous. He felt something was not quite right. Because there was a wicked smile hanging on Su Chen's lips. Don't come near me. I. Li Jingtian was flustered, dragging his broken arm as he kept retreating. But every step he took, he felt a heart-wrenching pain on his arm, almost making him black out. As a result, Su Chen soon stood in front of him. Su Chen, let me tell you, my father is the boss of Ruihua Building Materials. If I want to retaliate against you, it's simple, you. What about me? Let me tell you, the thing I hate most is someone threatening me. So, Su Chen interrupted Li Jingtian's words. His face turned extremely cold. Li Jingtian was stunned. He hadn't reacted to what was going on. The next moment, his hand was directly grabbed by Su Chen. Then, Cold Scorpion, is this how you twist it? As the words fell, before Cold Scorpion could answer, a crisp sound rang out. Ah! In an instant, a hysterical scream followed. Yes, that's right, Li Jingtian's other arm was twisted by Su Chen. Hiss! The classmates who were already shocked around them, at this moment, all gasped. Even Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing were the same. To be honest, They really didn't expect Su Chen to take action himself.
This is the consequence of threatening me, understand? Su Chen said lightly, nonchalant.
But Li Zhangtian struggled to swallow. He thought Cold Scorpion was a devil, but he didn't expect Su Chen to be the real devil. He was completely scared. Scared to the core. But unfortunately, this was far from over. Because at this moment, Cold Scorpion, break his third leg. Su Chen's demonic voice rang out again. Bang! This time, Li Zhangtian couldn't bear it at all, and immediately sat on the ground.
Confused. Muttering to himself. No! No! No!
Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him.
Because at this moment, Cold Scorpion was stunned. Boss, doesn't he only have 2 legs? Where is the third leg? Yes, Cold Scorpion was a bit puzzled. To be precise, she didn't know. Ha! Her ignorance surprised Su Chen. She didn't know what the man's third leg was? TSK. This top bodyguard Cold Scorpion is really innocent, huh?
However, Su Chen didn't dwell on this issue too much, because he never thought of letting Li Zhangtian off easily.
Damn it, just to survive. He wanted to throw 2 innocent girls into the fire pit?
One of the girls was even his half-woman. The other could be considered his sister.
How could Su Chen let such a person go? Since you are so useless, well, then I'll help you. In this life, you don't deserve to be a man. That's where his third leg is. Immediately, Su Chen pointed directly at Li Jingtian's crotch. Ah! Cold Scorpion looked over, her face instantly filled with embarrassment. And it was quite embarrassing. After pondering for a while, she hesitantly said to Su Chen, boss, can I not break his third leg? Unfortunately, Su Chen was resolute, no. A hint of blush appeared on Cold Scorpion's face. But soon, she became very cold. Then, before Su Chen could say go, crack crack, only 2 crisp sounds were heard. Ah! A scream followed. This time, unlike before. After the scream, there was no more sound. Unfortunately, at this point, Li Zhangtian had fainted. At the same time, a lot of red liquid flowed from his crotch. It was pungent. Su Chen covered his nose. Alright, Cold Scorpion.
Originally, Cold Scorpion wanted to disable Li Jingtian's 2 feet as well, but at this moment, Su Chen spoke up.
Cold Scorpion stopped. She stood back beside Su Chen. Okay, don't just stand there and watch. Hurry and call 911 for him. Su Chen waved at those classmates who were as still as wooden chickens. At the same time, inside the Supreme VIP box. Leopard, why hasn't that kid brought those 2 girls to me yet? Go check it out. Long Badian frowned and spoke to a man beside him. This man had a leopard tattoo on his chest, and his nickname was also Leopard. Yes, Lord Long. Leopard answered, and immediately walked towards the door. Bang! But at that moment, a loud bang of the door immediately sounded. In an instant, Leopard was seen flying out. Clang! He fell heavily in front of Lord Long. What's going on? What happened? Seeing this, the people in the box became extremely vigilant. They all looked towards the main entrance. At the same time, they stood in front of Long Badian. Obviously, they were afraid that someone was trying to assassinate Long Badian. But when they saw who was coming to the door, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. A woman. A beautiful woman. This was no different from the 2 girls that Long Badian had his eyes on earlier. What does this mean? How come a beautiful woman is coming to them on her own? They were truly amazed. However, Long Badian's brow furrowed. Because at this moment, he had already noticed the extraordinary nature of the newcomer. Joking aside, can a woman who can directly break down the door, and even send his henchman Leopard flying, be simple? Although Long Badian was very lustful, he was not foolish enough to ignore this, he was very cautious. But at that moment, a man he didn't know came in with the 2 girls he had his eyes on. As soon as Su Chen entered, he immediately brought a chair and sat down. Everyone was furious. Damn, kid, who the hell are you? Yeah, kid, who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Do you know who you're in front of, our Lord Long? Kid, if you want to die, say it, Grandpa will kill you directly. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Chen completely ignored these minor characters, and instead looked at Long Badian with interest. Just now, you wanted my 2 friends to come and sing for you? Su Chen said casually. Kid, what did you say? Watch your attitude. You know, this is our Lord Long. It was because of Su Chen's attitude that one of Long Badian's henchmen immediately became displeased and shouted, even looking at Long Badian directly, Lord Long, just say the word, I'll disable him immediately. No need. Surprisingly, at this moment, Long Badian directly waved his hand, and the next moment, he looked at Su Chen with a smile. Of course, this was mainly a kind of smiling without smiling. He. What? Judging by the look of this brother, are you here to seek justice for your friend? What do you think? Su Chen didn't care, shall I say? Long Badian was very casual.
The next moment, his face suddenly turned cold. I say none of you will leave today. He, Long Badian, had been in the fish market for many years. He had never been so rudely intruded upon. Although he had to admit that the intruder had some strength, he, Long Badian, was not easy to mess with. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill your wish. Break the limbs of the men, strip the women naked. Today I will enjoy myself in front of him. He paused here. Following that, he continued, of course, after I finish enjoying it, there will still be a share for you all.
Thank you, Lord Long. As soon as Long Baishan's men heard this, their eyes lit up instantly.
Their eyes immediately wandered around Cold Scorpion, Zhang Xiaoning, and Zhao Qingqing.
Some even gulped down saliva directly. They were extremely excited. Even if they couldn't eat meat, being able to have a sip of soup was still good. In an instant, they rushed towards Su Chen and the others without hesitation, seeking death. Seeing this, a cruel smile appeared on Cold Scorpion's face. She didn't wait for Su Chen's orders and immediately rushed out. Bang! 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 Clang! Block! Those men who had just rushed out were sent flying in an instant. Ah! Ah! The screams continued. Shortly after, inside the private room, everyone was lying down groaning in pain. Seeing this scene, Long Badian couldn't sit still anymore. His face trembled fiercely, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Yes, he had indeed guessed that Cold Scorpion might be formidable, but he never expected her to be this powerful. This completely exceeded his imagination. He was truly afraid. Lord Long, right? However, at that moment, Su Chen's voice sounded calmly. Ahem! Ahem! Hearing this, Long Baishan's mouth twitched. He quickly coughed twice, trying to please, brother. No, Lord, I was wrong earlier, really, Lord. How about this, I'll slap myself a few times, and we'll forget about this matter. As he spoke, he raised his hand directly. Where was the imposing manner from before? You're not thinking too simply, are you? Unfortunately, at that moment, Su Chen laughed. Hiss! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Long Badian felt a chill down his spine. He had already guessed that it wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, it wasn't that simple. Immediately, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Kid, what do you want? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. If you back down today, I, Long Badian, can still be your friend in the future. But if you want to confront me to the end? Do you believe I can call hundreds of people with just one phone call? Although Long Badian was trying to intimidate Su Chen and make him wary, he was also genuinely scared. So, as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Cold Scorpion. If she suddenly made a move, he would be finished. But unexpectedly, Cold Scorpion didn't act, but Su Chen directly ordered her to do so. Cold Scorpion, give him a pig's head. Yes, boss. With that, Cold Scorpion walked towards Long Badian. You brat, what are you going to do? Long Badian kept retreating. He had already witnessed Cold Scorpion's strength and had no power to resist. He shouted at Su Chen. Unfortunately, Su Chen completely ignored him. Moreover, Cold Scorpion's slap landed directly on his face. Slap, slap, slap. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of slaps. Ah, ah. At the same time, cries of pain rang out. Please stop. I beg you. Long Badian couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, mainly because he had been beaten into a pig's head by now, and all his teeth had been knocked out. In the end, Cold Scorpion used a shoe from Long Baishan's foot to hit him directly. Please, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I can compensate. Please, don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. I can compensate. Long Badian begged loudly. Compensate? Hearing this, Su Chen became interested. Tell me, what do you want to compensate me? Money. I'm willing to compensate with money. Long Badian said. 500,000. I'm willing to compensate you 500,000. Long Badian was somewhat excited, feeling hopeful. After all, who doesn't love money? Unfortunately, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Are you kidding me? Scorpion, break one of his legs. As the words fell, Long Badian hadn't reacted to what was happening. What went wrong? The next moment, click. Long Baishan's leg was instantly kicked off by Scorpion. Ah! A scream came directly from Long Baishan's mouth. The pain almost made him faint. Now you should know what to do, right? Su Chen glanced, speaking lightly. Long Badian was puzzled. But soon, he remembered the similar words he had said not long ago, and suddenly he gasped. No, it's impossible. I absolutely cannot give you everything. His attitude was firm. Because he understood Su Chen's intention, yes, he wanted all his money. So, could he agree? No way, this was his life savings, he couldn't agree. Absolutely not.
Su Chen chuckled. This smile made Long Baishan's heart race. He felt something bad was about to happen.
What? What are you going to do?
He looked at Su Chen in horror.
What am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. Since you can't bear to part with your precious possession, then I'll have to disable your other precious possession, Su Chen said.
With that, his face immediately turned cold.
Then, Su Chen immediately gave orders to Scorpion. Scorpion, disable his third leg immediately.
Yes, boss. Scorpion replied loudly.
Hearing this, Long Badian was dumbfounded, his face turning pale. He didn't know how to describe his inner turmoil.
Unfortunately, at this moment, Scorpion coldly approached him. Seeing this, he panicked. He was really panicking. This time, his precious possession was at stake. What to do? What should he do?
No, don't come any closer.
I'll give it all. I'll give everything.
In the end, he couldn't help it. Long Badian cried.
There was no way. Scorpion's footsteps were truly terrifying. After all, if he didn't agree, he would lose his third leg. So, after saying this, he immediately collapsed. His face aged several years in an instant.
You know when to yield.
At that moment, Su Chen spoke coldly. Then, a card was thrown in front of him. Transfer it.
Long Badian tremblingly picked up the card from the ground.
And when he saw the card clearly,
the black gold card of the oil company? In an instant, he almost fainted. What the hell? Whom did I offend?
At that moment, Long Badian finally understood that Su Chen was not someone he could afford to offend.
Without hesitation, Long Badian immediately transferred all his assets to Su Chen.
Initially, he wanted to play some tricks.
But now, could he still play? If he did, wouldn't he be doomed? Ding dong.
Dear customer, your card ending in 8978 received a transfer of 1,500,000,000 renminbi, balance 106,600,324,01 RMB. In an instant, Su Chen received a text message reminder from the bank.
Start.
Su Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Long Badian, this local tyrant, was really rich.
He actually has 15 billion?
Ha ha, has it all been transferred?
Su Chen looked at Long Badian without changing his expression.
Yes, it has all been transferred. Long Badian replied with a pained expression. You can rest assured, I dare not deceive you.
Alright then. Su Chen nodded. Seeing this, Long Badian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, he hadn't released all his anger yet. Since that's the case, then, hand over all your other assets to me as well.
You.
This time, Long Baishan's mouth trembled.
He simply didn't expect Su Chen to be so ruthless.
So cruel. The money is about to go, and now he wants more? Damn it. What? Are you unwilling to do so?
Su Chen said with interest.
Long Badian took a deep breath. Unwilling? Hell no. Are you so ruthless? Don't you know how to lead me a way out? If possible, Long Badian really wanted to bite Su Chen to death. But he didn't dare.
At the same time, he didn't have the strength. He could only look at Su Chen with resentment. You are not honest.
Honest? Su Chen sneered. What honesty do I owe you? Do I need to be honest with someone like you? Besides, didn't you hear me say earlier that I only want your money? This? With one sentence, Long Badian was left speechless. Yeah, it seems like he didn't say that at all. At this moment, Long Badian was really furious. Alright, hurry up, I'm waiting to go back to sleep. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Long Badian was somewhat helpless. It seemed like he was making a difficult decision, but in the end, he spoke up. I can give it to you, but you must promise me that after I give it to you, you will let me go.
Otherwise,
Long Badian said. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen interrupted. Let me tell you, I hate being threatened the most, and you dare to threaten me now? Ha ha.
Su Chen's mouth curled into a cruel smile.
Next moment. Scorpion, teach him a lesson.
Yes, boss. As the words fell, a crisp sound of bones breaking rang out in an instant.
Ah!
At the same time, a scream followed.
However, this time, Long Badian couldn't bear it and fainted on the spot. Boss, he fainted. Seeing this, Scorpion immediately reported.
Scorpion thought Su Chen would let Long Badian go just like that, but to her surprise, Su Chen ordered, wake him up for me, I'm not done playing yet.
With that said, Scorpion hesitated for a moment.
At this moment, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She had no choice but to follow Su Chen's orders.
So at this moment, bang! Scorpion immediately kicked Long Baishan's arm. Ouch!
In the next moment, Long Badian woke up in pain. But soon, he fainted again. There was no way, it was really too painful.
Seeing this, Scorpion kicked him again.
This repeated, and Long Badian was already tortured beyond recognition. Seeing this, Su Chen had lost interest long ago. Forget it, just disable his third leg directly. With that, he left with Zhang Xiaoning and Zhao Qingqing. The next day, around 9 in the morning, after finishing a delicious breakfast, Su Chen set off. Today, he will go to the Magic City because there is something he must deal with. So, he brought Lang Xie and others directly to a private airport on the outskirts of the fish market. At this moment, it can be seen directly that this private airport has been cleared. At this moment, when Su Chen just arrived here, the next moment, a staff member immediately showed an extremely enthusiastic smile. Mr. Su, hello, I am Xie Qingson, the manager of the fish market airport. According to your instructions, we have cleared the area for you. I don't know if Mr. Su is satisfied? Su Chen first looked around, then nodded. Well, not bad. Normally, there would be at least 5 private planes parked here, but today, only one is parked. And this one is the Gulfstream 700 that Su Chen bought yesterday. This was deliberately arranged by Su Chen. After all, he didn't want to be disturbed. Moreover, by renting the entire private airport, he not only didn't have to spend money but could also make money directly. Why wouldn't he do it? After all, if he spends 2 billion, the system will give him back 4 billion. He is going to the Magic City today, so he doesn't have time to spend money, so he might as well spend it here directly. It's not only peaceful but also prestigious. Mr. Su, we have checked your plane here, so you can take off at any time. Xie Qingson continued, showing great respect. This is a super big spender, he must hold on to this big thigh tightly. Moreover, he has already made some inquiries about Su Chen. So, he must serve him well. After all, he can't afford to offend him. Not only can he not afford to offend him, but his boss behind him can't afford to offend him either. Okay. Su Chen nodded again and walked towards his plane. It has to be said, the Gulfstream 700 is indeed large enough. It's almost like a commercial plane. No wonder it can be used for cargo transportation. At this moment, as Su Chen led Lang Xie and others into the plane, Su Chen could see that there were a total of 5 staff members inside. 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, and 3 flight attendants. Su Chen even recognized one of the flight attendants? Jiang Yan, what are you doing here? Su Chen looked at Jiang Yan and asked directly. Boss, it was Sister Emoshi who asked me to come. She said to take good care of you. After all, it will take several hours to get to the Magic City, and she's afraid you'll be bored. Jiang Yan replied. Take good care of me? Hearing Jiang Yan's reply, Su Chen's mouth twitched. What does that mean? Su Chen immediately looked at Qin Moshi behind him. And Qin Moshi? A few black lines flashed across her face. What does this have to do with anything? Did I say such a thing? Really? But Qin Moshi didn't explain anything. Seeing this, Su Chen remained calm. Alright, everyone find a seat and sit down. We're taking off now. Yes, boss. The women immediately replied. In an instant, everyone found a seat and sat down. Housekeeper Qin, did you do what I asked you to do? After sitting down, Su Chen looked at Qin Moshi and spoke. Young master, I did it. I have already informed Dewan over there in advance. Qin Moshi replied. Good. Su Chen nodded. Then he lay down directly. Joking, it will take a few hours, so at this time, Su Chen naturally needs to take a nap. After all, he really didn't rest much last night. The plane took off quickly. At this moment, it's not known how long has passed. Boss, boss. A shout came directly into Su Chen's ears. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately opened his eyes in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes, a beautiful face with a smile entered Su Chen's sight. At the same time, there were 2 white spheres. Gah! Seeing this, Su Chen startled and sat up. Ahem! He coughed twice. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Is there something? Yes, the person who came was indeed Jiang Yan. Boss, I'm fine, I just wanted to ask if you have a dry mouth? Jiang Yan said with a smile. Her smile almost seemed like she wanted to devour Su Chen. Hiss! Su Chen was startled again. Oh no! Are you really here to take care of me properly? If so, forget it, I am a decent person. Su Chen said sternly. Jiang Yan, I'm not thirsty now, you can go. Su Chen said directly. Ha! Jiang Yan was stunned. No, boss, this is an opportunity she wants to seize. After all, she wants to take this opportunity to reach the peak of her life. But now? Su Chen doesn't seem interested, huh? Okay, I'm too tired, I want to sleep. Su Chen said again. Oh, well then. Jiang Yan looked disappointed and left immediately. 5 hours later, they finally arrived in the Magic City. Seeing this, Su Chen happily walked out of the airport. The Magic City is a place that people long for, full of wonders. Su Chen had wanted to come long ago but never had the chance. But now, since both Dewan and Deween's headquarters are in the Magic City, he came. However, at this moment, Suchen stood at the airport entrance, feeling a bit nostalgic.
Just a month ago, he couldn't even afford a plane ticket to the Magic City, and now, he flew here in his private jet? How cool! Suchen was truly ecstatic. Click. And at that moment, a Changan car parked accurately in front of Suchen. The next moment, a man in his 30s walked out of the car. Excuse me, is this the car you called for? He looked at Suchen with a friendly attitude. Ha! Suchen was immediately stunned. Not only him, but Cold Scorpion and others were also stunned. After a while, Suchen said to the man in his 30s, "Brother, are you sure you got the right person?" It was obvious that Suchen really thought he got it wrong. In the past, he wouldn't have thought so, but now, he felt it was a mistake. After all, his current status speaks for itself. Surprisingly, no, I didn't make a mistake. Are you Suchen? The man in his 30s said, "If you are Suchen, then I'm not wrong. But if you're not Suchen, then I'm wrong." Gah! Upon hearing the man's words, Suchen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked sharply at Qin Mashi. Ahem! Seeing Suchen's gaze, Qin Mashi coughed twice. Young master, let me explain. To be honest, Qin Mashi was also very wronged. When she ordered the car, she asked for one that could accommodate multiple people. But she didn't expect them to send a Changan directly. Of course, the Changan could indeed fit multiple people. Others didn't make a mistake. Sir, are you Suchen? The man in his 30s continued. Yes, that's me. Helplessly, Suchen had to agree. All right, Mr. Su, here are the car keys. Wish you a pleasant drive. Seeing Suchen agree, the man in his 30s handed over the car keys. He then left immediately. Young master, let me explain to you. Qin Mashi stepped forward, wanting to explain. It's fine, Manager Qin, everything is okay, Changan is also good, but this time you have to drive. Unfortunately, at this moment, Suchen interrupted her and immediately threw the car keys to Qin Mashi. He then turned and got into the Changan car. Ha! Seeing this, Qin Mashi was stunned. Obviously, she did not expect Suchen to be so indifferent. So, she felt a bit surprised. However, because of this, she directly got into the car and stepped on the gas to drive off. Dewan Group. At this moment, you could directly see many people sitting in a luxurious office. They were all sitting upright. This was because they had learned that the largest shareholder of the group was coming. Normally, they should be going to the group's building to welcome this major shareholder. After all, the largest shareholder had a lot of say. But unfortunately, they were called to a meeting by the general manager. And the content of this meeting was not to go and welcome the largest shareholder. President Lin, are we really not going to welcome him at the door? Sitting in the meeting room, Vice President Wang Pengcheng frowned slightly upon hearing General Manager Lin Kanan's words and immediately spoke up. Yeah, are we really not going to welcome him? You know, he is the company's largest shareholder? At this moment, with Vice President Wang Pengcheng speaking, the senior executives of Dewan Group also started to voice their opinions. Exactly, he is indeed the largest shareholder of our group. It wouldn't be appropriate if we don't go to welcome him. What are we afraid of? Does he really dare to do anything to us? Remember, our President Lin is a founding father. Dewan Group was built by him single-handedly. As long as President Lin is here, what waves can a small Suchen make? That's right. Exactly, just because he holds 60% of the company's shares, he dares to threaten our President Lin? What a joke. You're right, I don't believe that he would dare to fire all of us once he arrives. Ha, what a joke, we won't go today, let's see what he can do. A small number of people still feared Suchen, the holder of 60% of the shares. After all, Suchen was undoubtedly the largest shareholder. But the majority of people were not afraid at all. Because Dewan Group was created by Lin Kanan, he was the true founder of the group, and only he deserved to be the highest manager of the group. As for Suchen, he can stay cool on the side. Obviously, they had already taken sides. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lin Kanan's face. He casually picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, then looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, although Suchen is the largest shareholder of our group, he can't make us neglect our work, right? We are all very busy. President Lin is right, we are all busy. I have to go out to meet a building material supplier later. Yes, I have to go out too. That's right, me too." Lin Kanan's words immediately gave them a reason, a self-deceiving reason, but it must be said, it was a good reason. They immediately agreed. Yes. Lin Kanan nodded. Since everyone is so busy, then let's just find someone to greet him casually. After all, we don't have time. At this point, he paused for a moment, and the next moment, he directly looked at the frowning Deputy General Manager Wang Pengcheng. Deputy General Manager Wang, what do you think of my proposal? How about you go alone? Lin Kanan was interested. Yes, Deputy General Manager Wang, I think you going alone is very suitable. Exactly. Deputy General Manager Wang, please. Before Deputy General Manager Wang Pengcheng could respond, the other senior executives all expressed their agreement. Okay, Deputy General Manager Wang, you go. Lin Kanan directly made the decision. At the same time, downstairs of Dewan Group's building. At this moment, Qin Mashi had already driven the Chang'an she had arranged here. But unfortunately, she didn't drive in. Because at this time, no one came forward to open the barrier for her. Beep beep beep. So, she had to choose to honk the horn frantically. Seeing this sudden scene, Su Chen's brows slightly furrowed. It seems that this matter is not simple. They probably had a plan long ago. After all, there was no one under the building, not a single person. Obviously, they didn't regard themselves, the largest shareholder of the group, in their eyes? Ha ha! A show of strength, right? Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. And at that moment, finally, a man in security uniform walked over. After he came over, a hint of annoyance appeared on his face first, then he impatiently knocked on the car window with his finger. Hey, don't your company tell you delivery guys that if you're delivering to Dewan Group, you have to enter from the back door? What do you mean? Hearing the man's words, Qin Mashi was stunned. Then she rolled down the window, a bit angry. I say, can you tell we're delivery people just by looking at us? Hey, miss. The man was already annoyed by Qin Mashi's constant honking, but what he didn't expect was that Qin Mashi's tone was not good, and the next moment, he was ready to explode. But in an instant, he was dumbfounded. Because at that moment, he saw that all the people inside the Chang'an car were handsome men and beautiful women. TSK. What's going on here? Are all delivery people nowadays good looking? This is unbelievable. He was shocked. Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and open the door for us. Do you know who's sitting inside our car? Qin Mashi was already angry at the man's attitude, and now he was just standing there dumbfounded? Of course, mainly because he looked like a pig. It was a bit disgusting to look at. She became even angrier and shouted at the man. This time, the man laughed. Yes, he laughed. With just this broken Shannon, who could be sitting inside? Really? Girl, let me tell you, just because you look innocent, you think you can be arrogant, you can act cocky? Let me tell you, no way. So at this moment, the security guard had already planned in his mind, he must punish this woman who doesn't know the height of the sky. So he immediately said coldly, let me tell you, no matter who is inside your car, if you want to enter through the main entrance of Dewan Group, you have to register, understand? So, all of you hurry up and register with me. You know. Seeing this, Qin Mashi was a little impatient. She wanted to say something immediately, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by the security guard. What do you mean by you? I said, if you want to go in, all of you come down and register with me. If you don't want to go in, then don't block our entrance, just leave. Who is sitting inside? Let me tell you, even if the person sitting inside is my boss, I will still make him come down and register. Hearing this, Qin Mashi became even angrier, feeling a sharp pain in her liver. Let me tell you, the person sitting inside is Qin Mashi. Qin Mashi originally wanted to confront directly, but Shuchen directly stopped her. Instead, Shuchen looked at the security guard and asked, excuse me, do you know who your boss is? Do you recognize him? Ha! The security guard was puzzled at first, but then he laughed. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily, laughing so hard that he almost fell over. After laughing for a while, he then looked at Shuchen as if he was looking at a fool. Bro, did you even think before you said that? Do I know who my boss is? I've been working here for 5 years. Do you think I wouldn't know who my boss is? Of course, my boss is our General Lin. Really? You're hilarious. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he burst into laughter again. Qin Mashi, cold scorpion. Let's get off the car and register. At this point, Shuchen didn't bother with the security guard anymore. He directly gave instructions to Qin Mashi and the other women. At the same time, he was the first to get out of the car. Why didn't you do this earlier? Come, let's register. When the security guard saw Shuchen and the others getting off the car, he disdainfully spoke and handed over the registration form. Seeing this, Qin Mashi was ready to explode. But unfortunately, she was stopped by Shuchen. Soon, Shuchen and the others completed the registration. After finishing the registration, the security guard slowly lifted the barrier. Shuchen didn't mind, as he had already gotten the answer he wanted. So he signaled Qin Mashi to step on the gas and leave the place. Soon, the car drove in. Unfortunately, at this time, after driving around for a while, Qin Mashi couldn't find a parking space. Seeing this, she started to feel anxious.
There's a parking space over there. At that moment, Jiang Yan pointed to an empty parking space for her. Without hesitation, Shin Mashi drove towards the empty space. Finally, she parked her Chanan car. As soon as the car was parked, Shuchen and the others got out of the car. In an instant, a red sports car pulled up in front of them. Shuchen and the others hadn't reacted to what was happening. Immediately, a head popped out of the sports car. "What are you doing? Move your crappy Chanan, don't you know this is my exclusive parking space?" When Shin Mashi heard this, her anger rose to the top. What the heck? What's going on today? First, the security guard was arrogant, and now someone is trying to take the parking space, claiming it's their exclusive spot? What the heck? Is your name written on this parking space? Immediately, she shouted at the owner of the red sports car. What do you mean by your exclusive parking space? Is your name written on this parking space? Who do you think you are? If you want the parking space, just take it, why claim it's yours? Have some shame. Damn. What are you talking about, woman? Are you working here? I'm telling you, you've offended me. I'm going to fire you. As a result, the owner of the red sports car also got angry and immediately shouted at Shin Mashi. Shin Mashi didn't back down. She immediately laughed out loud. Ha, fire me? Who do you think you are? Don't believe me? What do you think? Alright, then I'll tell you who I am. Listen carefully, my dad is Lin Kanan, the boss of Dewan Group. At this moment, the owner of the red sports car said proudly. It was as if his dad was the most powerful person. Ha ha. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but laugh. Yes, Suchen laughed, they were just too funny. In fact, not only Suchen laughed at this moment, but Shin Mashi and others also laughed. Joking. Shin Mashi and her friends were very clear that Suchen was the first shareholder of Dewan Group. In that case, Suchen should be the boss of Dewan Group. Hey, what are you all laughing at? As a result, Lin Kuan's face immediately darkened, and he got out of the car. I'm telling you, I'm very angry now. Lin Kuan pointed at Suchen and others. I'll give you a chance. If you move your broken Chang'an car right away, and you women spend the night with me, then I'll let you go, otherwise. Otherwise what? Suchen stepped forward. His face turned cold. Originally, Suchen didn't want to argue with this arrogant young man, but now he was going too far. Ha ha, otherwise what? Lin Kuan laughed. I'm telling you, if you don't do as I say, you probably won't leave here today. Lin Hao shouted. Is that so? Suchen looked at Lin Kuan with interest. Not only Suchen, but also Shin Mashi and others. What? You don't believe it? As a result, Lin Kuan was really angry. He had been provoked twice today. And by a group of women. No, it should be a group of people driving a broken Chang'an car. He was really furious. Alright, you wait for me. Lin Kuan took a deep breath, and the next moment, he took out his phone and made a call. Bring a group of people over here, someone needs you to deal with. Not long after. At this moment, you could see a group of people coming over in a grand manner. They were all wearing security uniforms. That appearance, that momentum, it was simply amazing. The leader was a crew-cut man, and when he came over, he first greeted Lin Kuan respectfully. Young Kuan, hello. After that, he disdainfully pointed at Suchen. Young Kuan, is he the one you want me to deal with? Yes, that's right, it's him. Lin Kuan nodded. As a result, the crew-cut man immediately showed a fierce look. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you offend our young Kuan? Are you tired of living? Unfortunately, at this moment, Suchen completely ignored him, and instead looked at the group of people. Are you all employees of Dewan Group? Ha! The crew-cut man was stunned. But then, he raised his eyebrows. So what if we are? He didn't care at all. Ha ha, not so good? Just wait, you'll probably regret it later. Suchen chuckled. Kid, who do you think you're scaring? I'm telling you, do you know who he is? He is the son of our Dewan Group's General Lin, the young master of our group. Are we all going to suffer later? A hint of strong disdain flashed across the face of the crew-cut man. Immediately, his expression turned fierce. Brothers, attack. He actually dares to threaten our Kuan Shao and harm him. This crew-cut man had to admit that this was quite clever. By saying this, he not only saved face for himself but also directly pleased Lin Kuan. The next moment, as soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first. In an instant, those who followed him also charged towards Suchen. With a fierce momentum, it seemed as if they were going to directly injure Suchen. Seeing this, Cold Scorpion immediately stepped forward. However, it was at this moment. Lu Chenglong, what are you all doing? A loud shout rang out directly. In an instant, you could see a man around 37 years old walking quickly towards them. This man was dressed in a brand-name suit. At a glance, you could tell he was a successful person. At this moment, his face showed anxiety.
Yes, it was anxiety.
Because when he came downstairs, he unexpectedly saw a group of people causing trouble.
And the leader of this group was actually their group's security captain? Oh my goodness. How could this be?
So, he immediately reprimanded them. Yes, he was none other than Wang Pengcheng, who came down to welcome Su Chen. He was the deputy general manager of Dewan Group. And precisely because of this, when crewcut man Lu Chenglong and the others saw that the person who came was the deputy general manager of the group, they immediately stopped in their tracks.
They looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. And Lu Chenglong?
His face suddenly turned ugly, but then he chuckled. Manager Wang, why did you come downstairs?
Ahem.
He cleared his throat twice. Manager Wang, it's like this, someone offended Koen Xiao, so Koen Xiao asked us to come help him. He immediately explained. At the same time, he looked cautiously at Lin Koen. Joking aside, if this matter wasn't handled well, he might lose his job this time.
And Lin Koen?
When he saw that the person who came was Wang Pengcheng, his brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't feel a hint of fear.
On the contrary, at this moment, he was still proud. That's right, this kid provoked me, so I had Lu Chenglong come over. Phew! Hearing this, Lu Chenglong breathed a sigh of relief.
But at this moment, he still didn't relax.
He directly looked at Wang Pengcheng. Manager Wang, what do you think? He was treading on thin ice.
At this moment, Wang Pengcheng first looked at Lin Koen, then at Lu Chenglong, and finally at Su Chen. And precisely because of this look, he was immediately stunned. Yes, he was stunned. Therefore, in the next moment, it was just an instant later, his body suddenly stiffened. He immediately bowed deeply to Su Chen. Mr.
Su, I'm sorry, really sorry. Mr.
Su. As soon as these words came out,
in an instant,
Lin Koen, Lu Chenglong, and others were all stunned on the spot.
What's going on? Oh my goodness.
Wang Pengcheng actually called this kid Mr.
Su, and he did so respectfully?
He even bowed deeply.
Oh my goodness. Could this be some important figure?
Lin Koen, Lu Chenglong, and the others were deeply shocked. Yes, Lin Koen, Lu Chenglong, and the others were truly shocked, because Wang Pengcheng's attitude really shocked them too much.
What is this? He actually showed such respect to such a kid? Oh my goodness. Who is he exactly? Among them, it was especially Lu Chenglong.
At this moment, he was completely shocked to the extreme.
He simply didn't expect that the kid he looked down on turned out to have such a big background. The vice president of their group actually showed such respect? Unbelievable. He couldn't even speak. Who are you?
Compared to the shock and amazement of Lin Koen and Lu Chenglong, at this moment, Su Chen was a bit puzzled,
because he didn't know Wang Pengcheng at all.
Well, Mr. Su, I am the vice general manager of our group.
My name is Wang Pengcheng. We spoke on the phone directly earlier. And the reason I know you is mainly because I have seen your photo. Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Wang Pengcheng did not hesitate and immediately introduced himself. Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Pengcheng's explanation made Su Chen understand, but then a playful smile appeared on his face. You came alone?
With these words, Wang Pengcheng naturally understood what Su Chen meant.
After all, being able to hold the position of vice president, could it be that simple?
Therefore, he immediately explained again, well, Mr.
Su, it's like this, Mr.
Lin and the others have things to do, I am relatively free, so.
Alright, I understand.
Unfortunately, before he could finish his explanation this time, Su Chen interrupted him directly.
Things to do? Do you think I'm a fool? Su Chen naturally knew what trick Lin Kanan was playing. To be honest, he was a bit angry at this moment.
But now was not the time to dwell on this, because he had other things to deal with now.
He immediately looked at Lin Koen and the others. Well, weren't you going to teach me a lesson just now?
Su Chen's face showed a hint of interest.
Come on. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenglong immediately coughed twice.
Joking, he was not a fool, he naturally could see that Su Chen was not simple.
So at this moment, he immediately started to explain.
Well, we didn't understand the situation just now, Unfortunately, he really didn't know how to explain. He could only look helplessly at Lin Koen.
And Lin Koen?
He had a certain personality, which had been cultivated, so at this moment, he was still not afraid.
Instead, he was quite arrogant. What? Kid, who are you exactly? From the looks of you, you seem to have some status, right?
However, no matter how high your status is,
can it be higher than my father's? Let me tell you, today, unfortunately.
Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Wang Pengcheng.
Lin Koen, what nonsense are you talking? Shut up. Ha!
Being scolded by Wang Pengcheng like this, Lin Koen was stunned for a moment, but soon he roared at Wang Pengcheng, what do you mean?
Do you really think you're great just because you're the vice general manager of my dad's group? I'm telling you, do you believe that I make a phone call to my father, and you will be kicked out immediately? Yes, Lin Kuan was still as arrogant as ever. However, at this moment, Wang Pengcheng looked at Lin Kuan with a face that seemed to say you're acting like a fool. Lin Kuan frowned. Wang Pengcheng, what do you mean by that today? He scolded Wang Pengcheng. I mean nothing. Wang Pengcheng chuckled, I just didn't expect that the clever Mr. Lin would have such a foolish son like you. Do you know who is standing in front of you? Let me tell you. Wang Pengcheng pointed at Su Chen with his finger. He is the largest shareholder of our Dewan Group, equivalent to owning the entire Dewan Group. Do you understand? What? As soon as this was said, in an instant, Lin Kuan, Lu Changlong, and others were dumbfounded. But soon after. No. Impossible. Wang Pengcheng, you are talking nonsense. The Dewan Group belongs to my father, to our Lin family, how could it be his? You are just talking nonsense. Lin Kuan immediately started shouting. Obviously, he did not believe what Wang Pengcheng said at all. Unfortunately, at this moment, Wang Pengcheng sneered directly, Lin Kuan, let me tell you the truth, your father only owns 30% of the shares in the group, but what about Mr. Su? He owns 60% of the group's shares. Now, tell me, whose is the Dewan Group? Wang Pengcheng chuckled. This. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan was speechless, because he was too surprised. He simply did not expect that Su Chen, this kid, actually owned 60% of the shares of the Dewan Group. 60%! My goodness! This is twice the shares owned by his father. For a moment, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. And Lu Changlong and others? Bang! 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 At this moment, each of them was already kneeling on the ground, and they were vigorously kowtowing. Yes, that's right, kowtowing, because they already knew Su Chen's identity. There was no way, if Su Chen really wanted to deal with them, not to mention their jobs, whether they could keep their lives would be a big problem. So at this moment, they had to beg for mercy. Boss, we were wrong. Yes, boss, we were really wrong. You are magnanimous, please don't hold it against us. They kept kowtowing, almost in tears. Seeing this, Su Chen was somewhat surprised. But to be honest, he had no intention of holding them accountable for anything. So at this moment, he simply said, alright, go to the finance department to settle your wages. This time, I will let it go, but if I find out that you are bullying others again, it won't be so easy. Yes, we won't dare anymore. We will never dare again. Hearing that Su Chen did not hold them accountable, Lu Changlong and the others felt like they had been granted a reprieve, and immediately assured Su Chen before getting up from the ground and quickly running away. And Lin Kuan? He finally realized the reality, and immediately tried to slip away. But unfortunately, Su Chen would never agree to let Lin Kuan go, because all this trouble originated from him. How could Su Chen let the person responsible for all this go? With just a glance, Cold Scorpion immediately blocked Lin Kuan's way. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Seeing this, Lin Kuan was furious and shouted directly at Cold Scorpion. Let me go, can't you hear me? Unfortunately, he hadn't even finished speaking. Ouch. He was immediately grabbed by Cold Scorpion's arm, and knelt on the ground in pain. Trying to run? And because of this, Su Chen immediately walked over to Lin Kuan with a smile on his face. Can you escape? Su Chen said, and after that, he directly gave an order to Cold Scorpion, take him upstairs. Su Hao finished speaking, then turned and walked towards the Dewan Group. And Lin Kuan? He was immediately lifted up by Cold Scorpion. It's as easy as picking up a chick, effortless. And because of this, Wang Pengcheng's eyes widened instantly. Damn it! Who is this woman? Clearly looks very gentle, but why does she look like a warrior? Can't mess with her. Really can't mess with her at all. Wang Pengcheng couldn't help but tremble, and the next moment, he immediately ran towards Su Chen from behind. And so, the group walked into Dewan Group in a grand manner. Inside Dewan Group, under Wang Pengcheng's lead, the group quickly took the elevator upstairs. Inside the elevator, Su Chen looked at Wang Pengcheng and asked, Assistant Manager Wang, which floor is the office prepared for me? Mr. Su, well. Wang Pengcheng's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, he didn't know how to answer. Lin Kainan hadn't prepared an office for Su Chen. Alright, I understand. Su Chen's face darkened. Honestly, he didn't expect Lin Kainan to be so audacious. Well, Mr. Su, the thing is, don't think too much about it. Mr. Lin didn't arrange for you mainly because he said you wouldn't come to the company. Wang Pengcheng explained. Okay. Su Chen nodded, so, please inform all the senior executives of the company to come to the meeting room later, I have something to tell them. Okay, Mr. Su. Wang Pengcheng agreed and pressed a floor button.
Shortly after, Wang Pengcheng led Su Chen to a meeting room.
The meeting room was large and nicely decorated, so Su Chen and the others sat inside and waited. Not long after, all the senior executives of Dewan Group arrived one after another. Even the general manager of Dewan Group, Lin Kanan, also came. And when they saw Su Chen, they were shocked. There was no way around it. Su Chen was too young. No way? How can our company's largest shareholder be so young? Yeah, he looks like he's only 23, right? Too young. That's right.
But in this case, he may not be able to compete with Mr.
Lin. It's necessary, don't you see who Mr. Lin is? An old hand.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We can't rush to speak later. We must first understand the situation. They whispered to each other. But soon, they were dumbfounded. Because at that moment, they directly found Lin Cohen, who had been knocked unconscious.
What's going on? Isn't that Mr. Lin's son? Why is he lying there? Yeah, this is so strange, isn't it? Is he sleeping here? Are you blind? Does that look like sleeping to you?
Really, I don't know how your eyes work. Didn't you see, he was knocked unconscious by someone?
Oh, I see, that's true. Indeed. Wait a minute. What's wrong?
What's wrong? Who dares to touch Mr.
Lin's son? That's right. Then this. Hiss.
At this point, they gasped. Because by now, they had roughly guessed what was going on. They immediately closed their mouths.
Housekeeper Chin closed the door of the meeting room.
At this moment, Su Chen glanced at everyone present, and then immediately gave an order to Qin Mashi.
Yes, young master.
Qin Mashi answered, and in an instant, she walked towards the door of the meeting room.
But what they didn't expect was, she had not yet arrived when a sinister laughter came through. Ha, sorry for being a bit late.
Immediately after, a middle-aged man led a large group of people in.
Yes, that middle-aged man was Lin Kanan.
His face was filled with a sinister smile.
Kuan-er?
However, his sinister smile abruptly disappeared, as at that moment, he saw Lin Kuan lying unconscious. Instantly, his face turned angry and vicious.
He then stared at Su Chen and quickly walked towards Lin Kuan. Kuan-er.
He shook Lin Kuan a few times.
Dad, what are you doing here? Where am I? Lin Kuan, now awake, looked confused. This is the meeting room, Lin Kanan said. But then, he became serious. Kuan-er, who attacked you and knocked you out. Ha! Lin Kuan was even more puzzled. But soon, he realized something. Immediately, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Su Chen. It's him, it's them. Dad, they are the ones who knocked me out. Dad, you have to stand up for me. They are really arrogant, completely lawless. Lin Kanan's face darkened. Kuan-er, don't worry, I will not let you be wronged.
In the midst of the conversation, he suddenly turned to Su Chen. Mr.
Su, don't you owe me an explanation? Explanation? He. Unfortunately, Su Chen laughed immediately. Mr. Lin, what explanation do you need from me? Mr. Lin, what explanation do you need from me? Su Chen looked disdainful and amused. You.
Lin Kanan was furious. You hit my son, Mr.
Su, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Lin Kanan stared at Su Chen. I say, Mr. Lin, if you need an explanation, just say it directly. Really, you keep repeating the same thing. Aren't you tired of it? Unfortunately, Su Chen became impatient immediately.
This made Lin Kanan almost collapse from anger.
You are really going too far. Alright.
Lin Kanan held onto the chair, saying alright repeatedly.
Obviously, he was furious. He was about to say some harsh words. Su Chen, you. However, before he could finish, Su Chen interrupted him. Alright, what?
Lin Kanan, let me tell you, it's meeting time now, so please don't bring up irrelevant matters.
Su Chen said directly.
Then, he paused and turned to Lin Kuan. Since it's our group's meeting time, shouldn't you ask him to leave the room?
What? Lin Kanan widened his eyes. He never expected Su Chen to want to kick his son out of the meeting room and even ask him to do it personally? Unbelievable. After a while, he shouted angrily at Su Chen. Su Chen, are you being too arrogant? Remember, I am the true leader of Dewan Group. True leader? Su Chen sneered. Lin Kanan, are you joking?
Let me tell you, Lin Kanan, Su Chen, own 60% of the shares in the group, while you only have 30%. What kind of true leader are you?
Did I agree to your title of true leader? Su Chen said confidently. His words were firm and powerful.
The meaning was clear. As long as I, Su Chen, did not agree, your title means nothing.
And because of this, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Lin Kanan's mouth instantly. Obviously, he was so angry that he spat blood because of Su Chen. Dad, President Lin. At that moment, Lin Cohen and Lin Kanan's lackeys surrounded them. "Dad, are you okay? President Lin, are you okay?" they asked with concern. Lin Kanan took a deep breath and replied uncomfortably, "I'm fine." However, because of this, a hint of fear flashed in Lin Kanan's eyes. He immediately said to Lin Cohen, "Cohen, you go out first." "Dad." Hearing his father's words, Lin Cohen was a bit anxious. It was really embarrassing. Unfortunately, before Lin Cohen could finish speaking, Lin Kanan interrupted, "I told you to leave." Lin Kanan shouted, "Yes, yes." Lin Cohen shrank back and dared not say anything more. He stood up immediately. Then, he glared fiercely at Su Chen before turning around to leave. "Wait." It was at this moment that Su Chen spoke up, "Did I tell you to leave now?" Everyone was shocked. "What does this mean? Didn't you just ask someone to leave? What's going on now?" "Su, what do you mean?" Lin Cohen asked coldly. "Nothing much." Su Chen raised his hand, "I think you need some education, so I want to educate you on behalf of your father." Cold-blooded. After Su Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the meeting room. Shortly after, Lin Cohen was beaten into a pig's head. It was a completely different look. In short, it was really miserable. Seeing this, the executives in the meeting room immediately showed a look of extreme fear in their eyes, not daring to make a sound. After all, Su Chen, this young man, was really ruthless. As for those who stood with Lin Kanan, their bodies trembled slightly. "Cohen, Cohen." Lin Kanan ran over, hugged Lin Cohen, and gently stroked his swollen face like a pig's head, his eyes red. He secretly vowed, "Su Chen, you wait for me, I will definitely kill you." "Dad, Dad, Lin Cohen couldn't even speak clearly. It's okay, Dad is here." Lin Kanan comforted Lin Cohen, then called a woman to take him out of the meeting room. After the person took Lin Cohen away, Lin Kanan calmed down, found a seat, and said, "Let's start the meeting." "Yes, let's start the meeting," the executives echoed. "Wait." Just then, Su Chen interrupted them directly. "What? Does Mr. Su have something else to deal with?" Su Chen's interruption made Lin Kanan squint, his expression changing constantly. Unfortunately, Su Chen ignored him and said directly, "Those who arrived late just now, stand up." As soon as this was said, those who had just entered the meeting room swallowed nervously. What's going on? Is he going to beat them up too? If that's the case, it would be too miserable, right? After all, Lin Cohen was beaten into a pig's head, and they still vividly remembered it. They didn't want to be beaten. They all lowered their heads and didn't move. "What? No one is standing up?" Su Chen glanced around. "Fine, since none of you are stepping forward, then I'll just have to." But before he could finish, Su Chen suddenly shouted, "Qin Mashi." "Young master, I'm here." Qin Mashi answered. "Get all of them out." "Yes." Qin Mashi scanned the room. With just one look, those who had entered late just now instinctively lowered their heads even more. Him, and him. Helplessly, they couldn't escape as Qin Mashi pointed them out one by one. When he reached the end, Qin Mashi's finger directly pointed at Lin Kanan. However, Lin Kanan showed no fear at all. On the contrary, at this moment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The so-called not punishing the masses, with so many people here, are you really going to beat us all up, Su Chen? Ha ha, is that possible? If you really did that, you would probably lose everyone's support in this moment. After all, if you did that, what's the difference between you and a tyrant? However, what they didn't expect was, "Alright, you're all expelled, you can leave now." "Alright, you're all expelled, you can leave now," Su Chen said lightly. What? This statement stunned everyone present. Yes, they were all stunned. They simply couldn't believe that Su Chen wasn't going to beat them up but was actually going to expel them? Unbelievable. This is truly unbelievable. You see, there were more than 10 people in total, including the general manager. You're just going to expel them like that? Isn't that too shocking? After a while, Lin Kanan shook his head. President Su, are you serious? With this statement, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Su Chen. What do you think? Su Chen didn't give a direct answer, he chose to counter with a question. But precisely because of this counter question, everyone knew that Su Chen wasn't joking at all. Lin Kanan took a deep breath. Obviously, he was deeply shocked. President Su, do you know what positions they hold in the company? Lin Kanan looked at Su Chen and asked. Ha ha, what positions do they hold? Su Chen chuckled. Are their positions higher than mine? Before Lin Kanan could answer, Su Chen continued. Let me tell you, even if it's you, I would still fire you. Su Chen slammed the table. A strong sense of dominance leaked from him. You. Upon hearing this, Lin Kanan's mouth trembled. After being stunned for a while, he finally spoke. President Su, I have to admit that you do have the right to do so, but I have to say, if you fire all of us,
Aren't you afraid the company will go bankrupt? Yes. President Su, if you fire all of us, the company will really go bankrupt.
That's right. What nonsense. Exactly. Nonsense.
Following Lin Kanan's words, others also began to speak up. In response, Lin Kanan looked at Su-chun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile.
Obviously, he was setting up a good show. Unfortunately, Su-chun seemed indifferent and said, if it goes bankrupt, so be it, as if I care. With this statement, the faces of everyone present instantly turned as if they had eaten a lot of flies. Ugly. Extremely ugly. They simply couldn't believe that Su-chun was so arrogant, so indifferent to the company going bankrupt? Unbelievable. Their mouths twitched violently.
It took them a long time to recover from the shock.
Su, don't be too arrogant.
I'm telling you, Damon Group doesn't just have your shares, it also has ours, so don't treat the company as if it belongs to you alone.
Lin Kanan shouted. Yes, that's right, we also have shares. Exactly. In an instant, everyone started to refute. Oh, right. Su-chun suddenly looked as if he had just realized something. So what do you all want? Su-chun said calmly. What do we want? Mr. Su, we don't really want anything, you know?
If we leave the company, of course, we would have to sell our shares. At this point, a chubby man spoke up.
He paused for a moment and then continued, unfortunately, we won't sell them to you. That's right. Not to you, we'll sell them to someone else. Yes, that's the plan. Agreed. I agree too.
In no time, everyone expressed their approval.
Even Lin Kanan agreed. It was all a joke, they just wanted to annoy Su-chun. But unfortunately, Su-chun didn't care at all. So he immediately said, you really don't plan to sell them to me? Su-chun looked interestedly at the crowd. Let me tell you, if you sell them to me now, maybe I can make sure you all get the current market price of the company's shares, but you see, Su-chun said. Of course, he had no intention of actually doing that. After all, he really disliked this group of people, especially Lin Kanan. Su-chun had no good feelings towards him at all. So, Su-chun just wanted to play a little trick on them. But what he didn't expect was that before he could finish speaking, Lin Kanan and the others interrupted him. Ha ha, sell them to you? Dream on. Lin Kanan sneered. Exactly, mister. Lin is right, sell them to you? Dream on. No way. We won't sell them to you. Ha ha ha.
At this moment, Lin Kanan and the others were in a great mood, thinking they had already gotten under Su-chun's skin, probably making him furious. But what they didn't expect was that Su-chun was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Kanan and the others as if they were fools.
Fine, since you all don't want to, then I have nothing more to say.
After Su-chun finished speaking, he turned to Chin Mashi beside him.
Chin, as a double PhD, I believe you can find a way to significantly reduce Damon Group's current stock price, right? Su-chun looked intrigued. Yes, boss.
Chin Mashi said loudly. This immediately widened the eyes of Lin Kanan and the others.
What? This damn guy actually wants to directly shrink the stock price of his own company? Unbelievable. Has this damn guy gone crazy?
After all, this is equivalent to his own company. At this moment, Lin Kanan and the others felt extremely incredulous.
But soon, they laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yes, they did laugh, and it was the kind of laughter that made them double over. Because what Su-chun was saying now was simply a joke.
There was no way to realistically reduce the stock price of Damon Group, given how high its market value was.
After all, how much money would it take to achieve that?
Su-chun had only acquired 60% of Damon Group's shares, and now he wanted to directly reduce its stock price.
Wasn't that a joke? This is a big joke. Yes, this is a big joke. So, they laughed. However, at this time, Su-chun did not pay attention to them, but directly said to Chin Mashi, go and do it for me now. Yes, boss. Chin Mashi replied. But soon, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Boss, what's wrong? Su-chun frowned. Well, boss, actually, we can directly compress the stock price to the limit, but it requires a large amount of money.
Chin Mashi said honestly.
Although Chin Mashi knew that Su-chun was indeed very rich, but Dawa Group is after all one of the Fortune Global 500 companies. If they really want to compress the stock price to the limit, then it's not just a small amount of money, it would require hundreds of billions of funds. Does Su-chun really have it? She was not sure. So, she hesitated and felt embarrassed. How much do you need? Su-chun asked directly. Oh, 100 billion. Chin Mashi said with uncertainty. After all, this is an astronomical figure. But what surprised her was, when Su-chun heard this, he waved his hand. 100 billion? Okay, I'll give it to you right away. Su-chun said quite domineeringly. It seemed like he didn't care at all. But because of this,
Lin Kanan and others immediately started mocking. They just thought that Su Chen was pretending. Joking, do you really think 100 billion is like $100? And, I'll give it to you right away? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Ha, I'm laughing to death, really, I've lived for decades, and I've never seen someone pretending like this, and I'll give it to you right away? TSK, why doesn't he just fly to the sky? Does he really think 100 billion is like $100? Exactly, too pretentious. Does he really think he's the richest man? Talking big without fear of tripping over his own tongue. With 2 big onions stuck in his nose, does he really think he looks like an elephant? What a joke! Lin Kanan and others mocked freely. Their language was really harsh. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't care at all, because at this moment, he had taken out a bank card from his bag. Here, Manager Chin, take it. After taking out the bank card, he directly raised it and handed it to Chin Mashi. And because of this, the black gold card of the oil bank? This immediately surprised Lin Kanan and others. After all, people of their status level could recognize the level of a bank card at a glance. Of course, they recognized Su Chen's bank card. To be honest, they felt a little panicked. But no one paid attention to them. Because at this moment, after Chin Mashi took Su Chen's card, she immediately started operating on the computer. Not much time passed. Just a few minutes. Creak. With the sound of a door opening. The next moment, you could directly see a beautiful woman in a black dress rushing into the meeting room with an anxious and flustered face. Then, she ran to Lin Kanan. President Lin, something bad happened. Someone is buying a large amount of our Dawa stocks. What? With a swish, Lin Kanan immediately stood up from his seat. You. Say it again. He stared at the beautiful woman intently. Ah, the beautiful woman was stunned. Obviously, she was scared by Lin Kanan's gaze. Tell me. Lin Kanan shouted. Oh. Phew. After taking a deep breath, the beautiful woman continued, it's like this, General Lin, someone is making massive purchases of our company's stock, and I suspect. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud noise interrupted her. Suddenly, everyone could see that Lin Kanan had fallen back into his seat. His face was pale. Not just him. Even the others had incredibly pale faces. It was a look of pure fear. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Chen. Unbelievable. Su Chen actually spent $1 trillion to manipulate the stock price? Insane. This is madness. Isn't this just asking for trouble? How could you do this? You know, the company is yours. How could you do this? Lin Kanan and the others could hardly believe it, and at the same time, they were filled with despair. Su Chen's actions were leading the company to ruin, weren't they? Ding. Host detected reckless spending of $1 trillion. Reward activation in progress. Ding. Reward activation successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 times cashback. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership of Super God Technology Limited. Ding. Host's cash assets exceed 5 trillion. System upgrade in progress. Ding. System upgrade in progress. Please wait. Ding. System upgrade complete. Ding. System store opening. Ding. System store open. Just when Lin Kanan and the others were in despair, Su Chen heard a series of sounds from the system in his mind. Su Chen was truly shocked. He never expected this. Not only did he receive rewards and exceed 5 trillion in cash assets, but he also acquired a technology company? Most importantly, the system actually upgraded? Unbelievable. Isn't this too good to be true? After the upgrade, there was even a system store? What could be inside this system store? Su Chen was excited. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, without hesitation, Su Chen opened the system store. Upon opening it, Su Chen was disappointed. Not because there weren't good things in the system store. On the contrary, there were too many good things. These were things he had never seen or heard of before. It was clear that this was advanced technology from the system. But damn, they were so expensive. Outrageously expensive. Physique Enhancement Elixir enhances one's physique, making the body extremely strong and perfect. Price, 1 billion points. Biochemical Guardian, 100% loyalty, martial strength, celestial level. Price, 5 billion points. Divine Medical Skill, user can obtain divine medical skills for 2 hours. Price, 10 billion points. Yes, these were all good things. But the prices were exorbitant. You see, Su Chen only had a total of 50 billion points at the moment. What could he buy with 50 billion? After all, Su Chen wanted to buy them. Therefore, Su Chen was disappointed. But even so, Su Chen spent 1 billion points to buy a physique enhancement elixir. Immediately, he used it. Well, after using it, he immediately felt his body becoming much stronger. Seeing this, Su Chen bought 2 more and used them right away. Not only did his physique improve, but his spirit also improved significantly. In short, he was filled with vitality from head to toe. He was originally a young man in his 20s, but now he feels like the spirit of many young men in their 20s combined. It's just too cool. However, Su-chin did not go on a shopping spree because he had already spent 3 billion points, and the remaining 47 billion points had to be kept for future needs. Immediately, he looked towards Lin Kanan and others. To his surprise, Su-chin suddenly found that they were all slumped in their chairs. It was as if their spirit had been suddenly drained away. Yes, at this moment, Lin Kanan and others indeed seemed to have lost their spirit. After all, at this moment, the stock of Daewon had been completely bought by Qin Mashi. So, what was to come next could be easily imagined. Sure enough, soon, the entire stock price of Daewon Group plummeted. There was no way. Qin Mashi was selling in large quantities. This almost made Lin Kanan and others faint. You see, at this point, they were in dire straits. The plummeting stock price of Daewon meant a sharp decline in their net worth and assets. They had worked so hard for so many years. If they didn't stop it, they would end up with nothing. On the other hand, Su-chin remained calm and composed. He was like sitting on a fishing platform. However, what they didn't know was that in just a short time, Su-chin's personal cash assets had reached 600 billion. So, why should he panic? To put it bluntly, even if Daewon went bankrupt, for Su-chin, it wouldn't have any impact at all. Was he afraid? Not at all. But precisely because of this, at this moment, among Lin Kanan and others, someone finally couldn't bear it and ran up to Su-chin. Mr. Su, I was wrong. I really was. I'm sorry. You are a big man. Please forgive me. He kept bowing and apologizing to Su-chin. Yes, he apologized. Because he didn't want all his years of hard work to end up with nothing. He was truly afraid. Mr. Su, if possible, I am willing to transfer all the 1% of shares in my hand to you. Zhang Su, what are you doing? And because of this, a man beside them saw Zhang Su's actions and immediately shouted. They had just discussed it, but now? Zhang Su had betrayed them. He was angry and scolded Zhang Su, you spineless scum, you are a damn bastard, you actually begged this damn guy for mercy? Hearing the man scolding, Zhang Su was also angry. Ningyu, are you out of your mind? Haven't you seen the current situation? Really, you still curse me, you are a damn fool, do you know that? To be honest, if it weren't for you instigating us just now, would it have turned out like this? Look at us now, we're about to become poor bastards. Get lost, get the hell out of here, if you have a backbone, then don't sell, just hold on to your shares and celebrate the new year. This made Ningyu so angry that he almost spat blood. Suddenly, he wanted to retort directly, but at that moment, he saw many people walking towards Su-chin. They all came to Su-chin's side one by one, just like Zhang Su. As soon as they arrived, they knelt in front of Su-chin and began to beg for mercy loudly, and kept kowtowing. Obviously, they had made their final choice. After all, they didn't want to end up penniless. By coming to beg Su-chin now, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation, at least they wouldn't end up with nothing. In the face of absolute interests, everything will become different. Lin Kanan was in a dilemma at this moment. After all, he had been struggling for most of his life, he couldn't just end up with nothing, right? If that were the case, he would really be miserable. However, he also had concerns in his heart. After all, if he acted like Zhang Su and the others, where would he put his face? How could he face people in the future? So, at this moment, he was really conflicted. Mr. Su, please spare us, please? Yes, Mr. Su, please. Zhang Su and the others kept begging, but unfortunately, Su-chin was unmoved. They were very anxious. Mr. Su, can you give us a word? We really realize our mistakes. Yes, Mr. Su, we were wrong. I'm sorry, really sorry. Apologies? Begging for mercy? They were already extremely humble. Of course, they still believed that Su-chin would show them mercy. But the reality? Ha ha, do you really think that begging me like this will work? Su-chin just chuckled. Seeing this, Zhang Su and the others were dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, but because of this, Ningyu burst into laughter. Are you dumbfounded? A bunch of fools, do you think others will let you go? So foolish. Yes, at this moment, Ningyu really looked at Zhang Su and the others as if they were fools. Of course, he was still afraid that Su-chin would agree to Zhang Su and the others. But now, he was ecstatic. Ningyu, what the hell are you saying? Say it again if you dare? Very angry. Extremely angry. They were not only angry because Su-chin didn't agree, but they were even more angry at Ningyu, who dared to gloat at this point. They all looked at Ningyu. They all wanted to devour Ningyu. But unfortunately, Ningyu was not afraid at all. He immediately said, say it, I might not be afraid of you guys.
Really, funny, a bunch of idiots. You guys are simply too. Ning Yu mocked freely. Enough. But surprisingly, just as he hadn't finished speaking, Suchen interrupted him directly. This. Everyone was immediately puzzled. What does this mean? Why did he interrupt Ningyu? Could it be? Did he agree? At this moment, everyone had such a thought in their hearts. After all, wasn't Suchen's current actions a sign of this? Mr. Su, are you agreeing to us? Zhang Su looked at Suchen, unbelieving. Not only him, but everyone present was the same. Because they really didn't know what Suchen meant by this. Of course, they also desperately hoped it was true. However, two people didn't think so. These two were Ningyu and Lin Kanan. Yes, I can indeed buy back the shares in your hands, but I have conditions for this. Suchen nodded lightly and said, originally, Suchen had no intention of buying back their shares, but this Ningyu? This is really a bit arrogant. Since that's the case, how can I agree to your terms? What? With Suchen's words, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief in an instant. They simply couldn't believe it. Suchen actually agreed? Yes, he agreed? No. Impossible. How could he agree to this? At this moment, Ningyu was stunned as if struck by lightning, standing still in place, muttering to himself incessantly. He really couldn't believe it. He was about to explode. In a flash, blood sprayed from his mouth. Seeing this, Suchen just smiled. You really deserve it. And Zhang Su and the others, after witnessing this scene, were ecstatic. They were very happy. Just now, if Suchen hadn't spoken up suddenly, they would have immediately exploded on Ningyu, but now, well, this outcome seems not bad. Of course, while they were enjoying the moment, they didn't forget the main issue. They all turned to Suchen very seriously. Mr. Su, as long as you buy back our shares at the current price, we have no objections to any conditions you may have. Yes, sure. They all expressed their attitude. Seeing this, Suchen raised his eyebrows. Well, since you all have no objections, let me tell you my conditions. Actually, my conditions are very simple, because I only need you to agree to repurchase your shares at half the current price. What? As soon as this was said, Zhang Su and the others were immediately stunned. They simply couldn't believe it. Suchen was taking advantage of the situation? Now that the stock price is already very low, selling at half the current price would mean a huge loss. So, could they agree? Obviously, it's impossible. Mr. Su, how can you do this? No, Mr. Su, I won't sell, it's too low, I can't accept it. Yes, I can't accept it either. They all expressed their refusal. But unfortunately, Suchen just smiled. Oh, is that so? Since that's the case, then I won't buy. Kidding. If you don't agree, why would I buy? I never planned to buy in the first place. Now you're being stubborn with me? Ha. This sudden turn of events made the previously noisy meeting room quiet down instantly. It was eerily quiet. After all, they didn't expect Suchen to change his mind again and not buy? How could this be? If that's the case, then all their previous efforts would be in vain, right? If that's the case, they wouldn't get a penny. For a moment, they felt extremely uncomfortable. It was unbearable. But soon, after exchanging glances, they made a decision. Mr. Su, will sell. There's no other way. If they don't sell, they won't get anything. But if they sell now, at least they can get something, right? But surprisingly, are you mistaken? I agreed earlier that you don't have to sell, but now? Ha. You want to sell, then it has to be at half the price. What? Upon hearing Suchen's words, Zhang Su and the others almost collapsed on the spot. They never expected Suchen to be so cunning. It was even worse than dealing with bandits, but they had no choice but to agree to sell. An agreement was quickly reached, contracts were printed, and they signed without hesitation. As they waited for Suchen to transfer the money, they left feeling defeated. Seeing this, Ningyu couldn't sit still any longer and approached Suchen, expressing his willingness to sell as well. However, Suchen interrupted him, demanding a lower price. This angered Lin Kanan, who cursed at Suchen. Despite the outburst, Suchen remained unfazed and continued to negotiate. Eventually, Lin Kanan and Ningyu agreed to sell their shares, feeling frustrated and humiliated. They never imagined Suchen would go to such lengths. Suchen's ruthless tactics left them no choice but to comply. They sold their shares and left in disappointment. Suchen then instructed Wang Pengcheng to handle the situation, as the fate of the company now rested in his hands. If he doesn't clean up well, then he shouldn't expect to stay any longer. So at this moment, after explaining some things, Suchen left directly. Of course, as for the stock price of Dewan, Suchen had Qin Mashi raise it back up.
Otherwise, even if Wang Pengcheng has extraordinary abilities, it would be useless. After all, it requires a large sum of money. After leaving Dewan Group, Su Chen and his group directly got on the old Chang'an.
Young master, where are we going now?
At this moment, Qin Mashi spoke up.
Su Chen thought for a moment, then said directly, let's go find a place to eat first. It's true. Up to now, Su Chen and the others haven't eaten yet.
Just right, everything has been resolved, so it's time to have a good meal.
Great, let's eat.
Yes, young master. Led by Qin Mashi, it didn't take long for Su Chen and the others to arrive at a super 5-star hotel.
Cloud Top Hotel. This is a 6-star hotel. Extremely luxurious.
The service attitude is also very good, so when Su Chen and the others arrived, the beautiful female waiters all showed brilliant smiles. Welcome to our Cloud Top Hotel.
Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and nodded, and the next moment, they walked in directly. After entering, the lobby's decoration is truly magnificent.
It must be said, it's really luxurious. However, Su Chen and the others have seen a lot, so at this moment, they were not surprised at all, and went straight to the front desk.
Hello, are you staying or dining?
As soon as they approached, the receptionist's eyes lit up, and she immediately put on a professional fake smile.
Both staying and dining. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said directly, give me 3 presidential suites.
Okay, sir, how long will you be staying?
3 days. Su Chen said directly.
Okay. The receptionist answered, and then she started operating on the computer. Next moment, she took out 3 room cards and looked at Su Chen. Please show me your ID cards for registration.
Su Chen nodded and handed over his ID card first.
At the same time, Qin Mashi and the others also handed over their IDs.
Then, the receptionist went through some procedures. Next moment,
she looked at Su Chen with a professional fake smile. Sir, the total is 700,000, room fee is 540,000, deposit is 160,000.
Okay, Su Chen replied, then took out his black gold card and handed it over.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Seeing this, the receptionist took the card. At first, she didn't pay attention to the card Su Chen handed over, but when she was about to swipe the card, she realized,
oh my god, this is an oil tycoon's black gold card? Damn, this handsome young man seems to be a super rich second generation. So she became more cautious.
Immediately after swiping the card and completing the payment, she nervously handed the black gold card, room card, and ID card to Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen just smiled, and then he and Qin Mashi and the others went straight upstairs. Joking, they were all hungry at this point. So at this moment, as they entered the room, Su Chen immediately called room service and ordered some exquisite food.
They started eating right away.
After being hungry, everything they ate was very delicious.
Look,
a table full of exquisite food was quickly devoured by Su Chen and the others, and they even finished 3 bottles of red wine.
Each of them ate very comfortably, but because of this, they all needed to rest. After all, they had been tired all day. It was time to rest well. In an instant, the women each went back to their own rooms, and Su Chen? He waited for the women to leave, then went to take a relaxing bath.
Just as Su Chen finished bathing and was about to go to sleep, suddenly, a strong sense of killing intent attacked him. Sensing this, Su Chen frowned.
The next moment,
he dodged the strong killing intent with a sidestep.
At the same time, a shiny little knife stabbed into thin air.
Seeing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
Luckily he dodged quickly.
Otherwise, he would have been stabbed in the back.
But who sent the assassin to kill him? Could it be Lin Kanan? Maybe it really was him.
After all, he hadn't offended anyone here. The assassin came so quickly. If it wasn't him, Su Chen really couldn't think of anyone else.
In an instant, Su Chen looked towards the assassin. At a glance, Su Chen knew the person was a woman.
Although she was completely covered in black clothes, her curvy figure revealed her gender. Jokingly, where it should be prominent, it was prominent, and where it should be curvy, it was curvy.
Obviously, she was a woman. At that moment, the female assassin shouted angrily.
Obviously, she was annoyed that Su Chen had escaped her deadly attack just now.
Without hesitation,
she swung horizontally and attacked directly. Her goal was very clear. She aimed for Su Chen's neck.
It would be best to make a single cut.
Unfortunately, her wishful thinking was in vain, as Su Chen wouldn't let her succeed.
If she did, Su Chen would be finished, right? Just as the knife was about to cut Su Chen's neck, Su Chen's upper body leaned back. His foot struck out instantly. Bang! Immediately, his foot kicked the female assassin in the abdomen. She was kicked back repeatedly. Obviously, she was in pain. She immediately covered her abdomen, her face full of pain. Because of this, Su Chen didn't hesitate at all.
he immediately raised his fist and punched her in the face. The speed was very fast. Extremely fast. After all, Su Chen's physical fitness had been greatly improved. Before the female assassin could react, the next moment, a huge fist appeared right in front of her. There was no escape. In a desperate situation, the female assassin could only use her arm to block Su Chen's punch. But unfortunately, she was still a step too slow. Bang! After a crisp sound, clang, the female assassin fell to the ground all at once, motionless. Obviously, Su Chen's punch had knocked her unconscious. Yes, that's right, at this moment, she has fainted. Because of this, Su Chen immediately acted without hesitation and came to her side, directly removing her mask. Damn! Su Chen exclaimed immediately. There was no way around it, her face was too beautiful, and it had an exotic charm. But even so, Su Chen did not hesitate to show mercy. Joking, you came to kill me? Then how could I easily let you go? He immediately tied her up, then went out of the room to find Cold Scorpion. The reason Cold Scorpion didn't show up immediately was that Su Chen had kept her busy. Also, she had a bit to drink. Everyone was quite tired. So, she went to rest directly. Of course, the main reason was that Su Chen directly demonstrated his strength in front of her. Otherwise, Cold Scorpion probably wouldn't have left so easily. There was no way around it. Su Chen's displayed strength was really strong. Cold Scorpion went to rest. But what she didn't expect was that just when she let her guard down to rest, Su Chen came directly to her. And he directly told her about the assassin. This immediately made her nervous. Without hesitation, she followed Su Chen to his room. After a careful observation, she spoke up, "Boss, this woman, she must be a professional assassin." Professional? Hearing this, Su Chen frowned. Initially, he thought she was just an ordinary woman. But to think she was a professional? Damn! It seems someone really wants to harm him. Su Chen immediately said, "Do you think she might be hired by Lin Kanan?" He was just guessing before, but now he seemed somewhat certain. "Well, boss, what you said is not impossible. After all, we are in the big city, and in the big city, you have offended only one person, so the possibility is quite high," analyzed Cold Scorpion. As they spoke, Cold Scorpion squatted down and suddenly, in front of Su Chen, she tore open the assassin's clothes. This left Su Chen stunned. "Damn! Cold Scorpion, what are you doing? Are you trying to seduce your boss? Damn! How can this be allowed? I am a decent person. But it has to be said, well, big, it's really big." Su Chen had noticed it before, but now looking at it again, damn, Su Chen was really shocked. Ahem! Su Chen cleared his throat twice. Although he didn't understand what Cold Scorpion meant, Su Chen was a decent person, and staring so blatantly seemed inappropriate. So, after clearing his throat twice, he turned his head away. At this moment, Cold Scorpion didn't pay attention to Su Chen. After tearing open the assassin's clothes, she began to examine her directly. Then she stood up and said, "Boss, she hasn't been seriously injured, so if you want to ask her something, you can wake her up now." Cold Scorpion was very serious. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you," Su Chen said directly. "Boss, I'm not good at this," Cold Scorpion said. Yes, as she said, the interrogator, she is indeed not capable, but if she is asked to kill, then there is definitely no problem. Alright. Hearing the words of the Cold Scorpion, Su Chen was speechless for a while. It seems that this matter still needs to be handled personally. So at this moment, Su Chen immediately without hesitation directly tied up the female assassin and brought her to the bathroom. Whoosh! In an instant, Su Chen directly threw her into the bathtub without hesitation. Cough! After being filled with water twice, the female assassin woke up immediately. After waking up, she was a bit confused. She looked around in confusion. It wasn't until her gaze fell on Su Chen that she suddenly roared in anger. "I'm telling you, you better let me go right away, or else." Smack! Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, Su Chen immediately slapped her in the face. "Damn it! Are you kidding me? Now you are at my mercy, I hold the knife, and you dare to be arrogant with me? Let me teach you a lesson." This slap. The female assassin's mouth corner overflowed with blood from the slap. "You!" Similarly, the female assassin immediately turned red-eyed. She glared at Su Chen. She looked like she wanted to eat Su Chen's flesh and drink his blood. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't care at all. He immediately spoke up. "Now, I ask you a question, you answer honestly, or I will leave 2 ugly scars on your beautiful face." "How dare you?" The female assassin was furious. He, do you think I dare?" Su Chen chuckled. He immediately used the small knife in his hand to gesture on the female assassin's face. To be honest, Su Chen really had no mercy. "You want to kill me, do you think I will show you mercy? Just as Su Chen was about to leave 2 scars on the female assassin's face with the knife, to his surprise, at this moment, the female assassin remained motionless.
Damn it! Su Chen was really surprised. You know, most beautiful girls care a lot about their appearance, but this woman? Alright, I haven't asked yet. Su Chen pursed his lips. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Su Chen said directly. Humph. The female assassin snorted coldly and turned her head away. It was as if she was ignoring Su Chen. This made Su Chen annoyed. But soon, he smiled. Because at this moment, his gaze was completely on the female assassin, more precisely, on her large assets. At this moment, after a long time passed without any movement, the female assassin felt strange. Immediately, she turned her head. As she turned around, she suddenly saw Su Chen's wolf-like eyes, and for a moment, she panicked. What? What are you going to do? Hee, what do you think? No, you can't do this. I'll talk. Ah, don't come over. 2 hours later, Su Chen sat next to the bathroom. Alright, now you can talk, right? Su Chen said directly. What's your name? Who sent you to assassinate me? My name is Fanny. I was sent by our Dark Knight organization. Fanny replied. There was no way, after being deeply tortured by Su Chen for 2 hours, she had been completely conquered. After all, foreign girls like them really liked extremely powerful men. Dark Knight? Hearing Fanny's words, Su Chen frowned. I don't seem to have any dealings with your Dark Knight organization, do I? To be more precise, I don't even know you guys. Tell me, who is your employer? Well, Fanny was caught in a dilemma. Can you give me a few days? Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer by then. But soon, she made a determined expression. Alright, I'll give you a few days. Su Chen glanced at Fanny and agreed immediately. Then, Fanny limped out of the room. Night. It was past 9 o'clock. By this time, Su Chen and the others had finished dinner. Because of this, Su Chen decided to take Qin Mashi and the others out to experience the nightlife of the big city. It was said that the night view of the big city was very beautiful. Since they had a good time now, why not relax a bit? Joking aside, since they were here, Su Chen naturally wanted to explore around. As soon as he arrived here, he had planned to take a good look around. Now that there was time, why not? Of course, as for Fanny's matter, since Su Chen had entrusted her to handle it herself, he believed that she would give him a satisfactory answer in a few days. After all, Su Chen trusted his judgment. Going downstairs, arriving at the hotel parking lot, as soon as he got into the Chang'an car, Jiang Yan asked excitedly, Boss, where are we going to play? Exactly. The other girls also looked expectantly. To be honest, Qin Mashi and the others had never played in the big city, so they were very excited. Don't you girls like shopping? Su Chen smiled. Then let's go shopping first. Okay, let's go shopping. Great. Hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Mashi and the others cheered, and in the next moment, Qin Mashi stepped on the gas pedal, and the Chang'an car set off. Speaking of shopping, places like large shopping malls were the first choice. So, Su Chen and the others directly chose Dawan Square. Joking aside, it was quite famous. Even in the big city, it was well known. Naturally, Qin Mashi drove towards there. Boss, since we are going to Dawan Square, should we inform Wang Pengcheng? At this moment, Qin Mashi was driving, and she spoke up. Oh, I think we should. After all, the big city is different from our fish market. It must be very lively here, and it would be embarrassing if we couldn't get in later. Jiang Yan agreed. Is that so? After hearing the two women's words, Su Chen pondered for a moment, then he felt that what the two women said seemed right. After all, this was the big city. Dawan Square was so famous, so it was really necessary to inform Wang Pengcheng and make some preparations. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately took out his phone and dialed Wang Pengcheng's number. Mr. Su. Soon, a very respectful voice came from the phone. Joking aside, after witnessing Su Chen's series of methods, Wang Pengcheng admired him greatly. Moreover, everything he had now was given by Su Chen. Naturally, he dared not be negligent at all. Well, get ready? I'm going to walk around our square. Su Chen nodded and said, Okay, I'll arrange it right away for Mr. Su. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Pengcheng quickly agreed. Then, Su Chen hung up the phone directly. The reason for notifying Wang Pengcheng is because Su Chen does not want to keep a low profile. Otherwise, what's the point of having the identity of the boss? Soon, under the driving of Qin Mashi, Su Chen and others quickly arrived near Dawan Square. And when they arrived here, what Su Chen didn't expect was that there were many security personnel standing directly on the periphery of the square. They each directly held hands and formed a human cordon. They didn't allow anyone to approach. And inside? It was directly the managers of the square and some shop owners standing there. They were all on high alert, looking serious. It seemed like something big was about to happen.
Seeing this, Shin Mashi could only park Chang'an on the side of the road and get out of the car directly.
After getting out of the car, seeing such a scene, Su-chen immediately asked a young man, "Hey, buddy, what's going on here?" The young man glanced at Su-chen, did not answer, but his girlfriend, upon seeing Su-chen, immediately looked infatuated. "Handsome guy, don't you know? This place has been closed off. It's said that some important figure is coming here to inspect. Isn't that right? They kicked us out." "Yes, it's annoying. I was having a good time inside, but unexpectedly got kicked out. It's really frustrating." "That's right. I was planning to go to Starbucks to sit for a while, but what happened? I couldn't get in? Oh my god, I won't come again in the future, it's too frustrating." Just because of what this infatuated girl said. The next moment, the people around immediately started talking. It was clear that they were all holding back their anger. And when Su-chen heard this, he was a bit dumbfounded. Yes, he was a bit dumbfounded. Because what caused this situation now was not because of his phone call just now. But thinking about it, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? After all, he was the boss. In the end, this was like an inspection, so it was normal for them not to receive guests. Thinking about it, Su-chen felt relieved. Beep beep. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of a horn. And it was continuous. It was as if he was asking everyone to make way for him. Hearing this, Su-chen frowned and immediately looked over. At a glance, he saw a Lincoln limousine appear. And because of this, those security personnel who were acting as a human cordon became extremely respectful when they saw the appearance of this luxury car. In an instant, they cleared a path for this luxury car. A spacious road. The Lincoln limousine did not hesitate too much, and the next moment, it drove directly into the square. This moment, damn, could that be the important figure? It must be. Haven't you seen what kind of cars others are driving? Joking, anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be a big shot. Yes, because of the appearance of this luxury car, the onlookers immediately started speculating. Yes, that must be it. That's right. You know, this luxury car costs millions. Ha, is it that expensive? Of course, what do you think? Let me tell you, saying it costs millions is an understatement. This Lincoln limousine seems to be able to sell for 100 million. Wow. In an instant, the crowd took a sharp breath. Obviously, they had no idea that this suddenly appearing luxury car was so valuable. And precisely because of this, they suddenly became very clear that the owner of this suddenly appearing luxury car must be that big shot. Absolutely. Confirm and affirm. No suspense at all. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, the so-called big shot was actually standing right beside them. The spectators' reactions. Su-chen paid no attention at all. But Qin Mashi and Zhang Yan and other women immediately furrowed their brows. Because they felt that their boss's limelight was being stolen by someone else. They really felt that Su-chen was being undervalued. The main point is, all this grandeur was set up for someone else, not for their boss, and they were a bit angry. You see, Su-chen is the real owner here. Qin Mashi immediately shouted to Su-chen, "Young master. It's okay. Let's just watch for now." However, before she could finish speaking, Su-chen interrupted her directly. Then, Su-chen looked straight ahead. At this moment, you could see that the Lincoln limousine had already driven in and stopped. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a big back head hurried over, respectfully opened the car door. "Mr. Wang, you're here?" He was extremely obsequious. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Others also bowed one after another. It must be said, this was quite a scene. Very imposing. "Mr. Wang?" For a moment, everyone's faces showed confusion, because they didn't know him at all. "Oh, I know, there's a vice president in Dewan Group whose last name seems to be Wang. Could this Mr. Wang be him?" But soon, someone figured it out. "Yeah, that's right. This Mr. Wang is extraordinary. He became the vice president of Dewan Group at a young age, and his net worth is in the billions. Damn, is this for real? What do you think? Damn, this guy is loaded. You bet. Yeah, no wonder they say he's someone. He really is someone." Suddenly, the onlookers around started talking to each other. But soon enough, some people were not happy. "Mr. Wang, right? I say, Mr. Wang, do you really need to make such a big fuss for an inspection? Do you have to kick us, your bread and butter, out like this?" "Exactly, we are all your bread and butter. Do you really need to show off like this?" "Yeah, he's just a vice president. Is it necessary to make such a big show? Really, why bother?" They argued and complained. But because of this, their commotion immediately caught the attention of the managers of Dewan Square. "Hey, what are you guys talking nonsense about? Who told you to say that?" Security, security.
Now the top executives of the group have arrived here, so as the managers of the square, they naturally have to please the top executives of the group. Immediately, they were ready to have security guards drive away these dissatisfied people.
Wait a minute.
But unexpectedly, Wang Pengcheng spoke up.
Mr. Wang.
Several managers bowed to Wang Pengcheng.
Well, let me explain to them. Wang Pengcheng nodded.
Then, he looked directly at those dissatisfied people and said, everyone, you are absolutely right. You are indeed our bread and butter, but honestly, today's situation is a bit special because a very important person will be coming here next, so we had no choice but to ask you to leave the square. So, I hope all you bread and butter folks can understand our situation a bit more.
Thank you.
After Wang Pengcheng finished speaking, he sincerely bowed to those dissatisfied people.
This move, it made those people feel a bit embarrassed. But soon, someone started joking. General Wang, are you talking about that person with a special identity? Yeah, General Wang, you really look like him. Ha ha. Hearing this, Wang Pengcheng immediately laughed. Everyone, do I really look like him? Let me tell you, in front of that person with a special identity, I am just a nobody. After laughing, Wang Pengcheng felt a bit self-deprecating. After all, in front of Su Chen, he really was just a nobody. He still remembered what happened yesterday. If he hadn't been wise, he would probably be a nobody by now.
After all, Lin Kainan was ruined by Su Chen.
If Wang Pengcheng didn't choose the right side, could he still stay in Dewan Group now? Obviously, it was impossible, right? General Wang, does this mean that Lin Kainan, the owner of Dewan Group, is coming? Wow, that's impressive.
At this moment, because of Wang Pengcheng's performance, the surrounding onlookers began to speculate. After all, the facts were right in front of them.
Immediately, someone directly asked Wang Pengcheng loudly, General Wang, are you saying that the owner of Dewan Group, Lin Kainan, is coming here?
Exactly, is it Mr.
Lin?
That's right, it must be him, he is really a big shot.
His identity is indeed special.
For a moment, everyone was shocked.
But at that moment, Wang Pengcheng sneered, him? Ha, he's not even close. Not even close? This immediately shocked everyone.
They simply couldn't believe that Wang Pengcheng dared to speak like that.
Remember, Lin Kainan is Wang Pengcheng's boss. How could Wang Pengcheng dare to say such things? Unbelievable.
Everyone was deeply shocked. They never expected Wang Pengcheng to dare to comment on Lin Kainan like that. Immediately, someone spoke up, General Wang, are you not afraid that your boss will fire you directly for speaking like this?
Yeah. All eyes were on Wang Pengcheng.
They really wanted to know.
After all, Wang Pengcheng had directly offended his boss.
And this was done publicly.
In this way, wouldn't Wang Pengcheng be finished?
Seriously, he dared to speak like that about his boss. Doesn't his boss care about his reputation? They really wanted to know.
Ha ha. And because of this, Wang Pengcheng laughed directly. Why do you think Lin Kainan has the right to fire me? What? What do you mean? This immediately puzzled everyone.
They were also deeply shocked.
It was like hitting the jackpot. The boss actually didn't have the right to fire an employee? Unbelievable. Has the world gone crazy? Or is it just my limited understanding? Are employees so arrogant now? How could he dare to say that the boss doesn't have the right to fire him? Crazy, you must be crazy.
In an instant, their perception of Wang Pengcheng changed, because they thought he was a crazy show-off. And this madness had reached an unprecedented level.
Alright, everyone, I won't beat around the bush with you.
I'll tell you the truth. In fact, our Dewan Group has already changed owners, so Lin Kainan really doesn't have the authority to fire me. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the onlookers, Wang Pengcheng waved his hand and spoke directly.
Bang!
And precisely because of Wang Pengcheng's words, the surrounding crowd was shocked, dropping things in their hands directly to the ground.
Yes, they dropped everything in their hands to the ground. They simply couldn't believe it. Dewan Group has actually changed owners? This is explosive news. It's almost unbelievable. It's too shocking, isn't it?
In an instant, they were petrified on the spot.
How is that possible? Dewan Group has changed owners? Unbelievable. Are you kidding me? Yes, everyone couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. After all, everyone knows that Dewan Group was built by Lin Kainan, and now you're telling me that the founder has been replaced directly? Can that be believed? Obviously, this is unbelievable.
After a long pause, someone finally looked directly at Wang Pengcheng. Mr.
Wang, is what you're saying true? Yes? Mr. Wang, are you joking with us?
They were all questioning.
I think it should be true, otherwise, would our Mr. Wang dare to say this in front of so many people? But soon, some people started to believe it. Yes, I think it's true too, otherwise, Mr.
Wang might be digging his own grave.
Ha? Really? If this is true,
I have to quickly post this on social media, maybe I'll get some attention because of this. Right, bro, you're right, I'll post too. In no time, many people took out their phones. Joking aside, this is explosive news, a very hot topic. How could it not go viral? Suddenly, various news kept coming out. Daewon Group has changed owners. The vice president of Daewon Group disdains his former boss. The news kept pouring in, sparking discussions. Hey, have you heard? Daewon Group has changed owners? And it's said that the former boss of Daewon Group was kicked out by the new owner. What? Really? No way? Check social media, Weibo, TikTok, and you'll know. This is really happening. Unbelievable. On the internet, this news kept spreading. At the same time, at Daewon Square, the onlookers were eagerly waiting. They all hoped to see this big shot. You see, this big shot is the one who kicked Lin Kanan out. Such a figure? It's like a legend. They naturally wanted to witness his appearance. After all, this will be a great topic for discussion in the future. Blowing one's own trumpet, there's something to boast about. Mr. Wang, when will the new owner of Daewon Group arrive? Exactly, Mr. Wang, are you teasing us? Isn't it? Mr. Wang, I suggest you call your new boss and ask? Waiting like this is also a hassle. That's right. Yeah. At this point, perhaps because the wait had been a bit long, many people were starting to get impatient, so some of them decided to directly call Wang Pengcheng to ask. Alright then. Seeing this, Wang Pengcheng immediately showed a hint of helplessness on his face. To be honest, he also wanted Su Chen to come earlier, so he agreed without hesitation. He promptly called Su Chen. The phone rang twice and was answered. Mr. Su, how much longer until you arrive? Wang Pengcheng suddenly became very respectful. I'm here. You're here? Su Chen's response left Wang Pengcheng stunned, and the next moment, he immediately looked around. But undoubtedly, he couldn't find Su Chen at all. There were just too many people. Mr. Su, where are you? Give me a location, and I'll come to pick you up. Unable to find him, Wang Pengcheng had no choice but to ask, and at the same time, he offered to go pick up Su Chen. No need, just have the security let a Chang'an XXX through. But he was refused. At the same time, Su Chen asked him to let a Chang'an car through? What the heck? This instantly left Wang Pengcheng dumbfounded. Boss, are you kidding me? You actually came in a Chang'an car? He couldn't believe it. Wang Pengcheng was truly shocked by Su Chen's bold move. But soon, his expression turned unpleasant. He was getting really anxious. His boss actually came in a Chang'an, and what about himself? He drove a Lincoln limousine? Wasn't he stealing the boss's limelight and humiliating him? This is a disaster. Yes, it's a disaster. According to Wang Pengcheng's understanding of super rich people, they care a lot about their image. And now, he had done such a stupid thing. He made his boss lose face. Isn't this a disaster? What is this? For a moment, Wang Pengcheng really wanted to smash his own Lincoln limousine to pieces. He made a mistake. Of course, the reason he drove the Lincoln limousine here was that he thought super rich people like Su Chen would definitely drive a car worth hundreds of millions here. But now, what the heck? Is fate playing with him? How could this happen? He could only blame his luck for being too good. But at this moment, he couldn't hesitate. After all, he had to do what Su Chen had entrusted him with. So he immediately made a phone call. Young master, are you sure we should just drive in like this? Qin Mashi, sitting in the driver's seat, asked with some doubt. Of course, she was a bit skeptical. After all, driving this Chang'an in, it would be a bit embarrassing. Yeah, boss, I think we shouldn't drive this car in. It's better to walk in. Zhang Yan also spoke up. In short, they felt that Su Chen driving this car in would definitely embarrass him. They didn't want that. Unfortunately, it's fine, drive this in. Su Chen directly rejected their suggestion. Alright, drive. Seeing Su Chen's refusal, the women wanted to say something, but Su Chen directly asked Qin Mashi to drive, so Qin Mashi had no choice but to comply. So, the Chang'an car set off immediately. Damn, what is that car trying to do? Exactly. How dare a broken Chang'an drive in at this time? Who gave it the courage? Could it be that the owner of this car doesn't know that a super VIP will be coming here today? Exactly, is the owner of this car an idiot? I think so. Exactly, this person is probably a fool. After all, this news is all over the place now, and he still doesn't know? At this moment, they saw a Chang'an car driving straight into the square, and those who saw it couldn't help but start commenting. I bet this car definitely can't get in. That's right, with just this old Chang'an, it would be strange if it could get in. I'm not afraid to say, if this old Chang'an can get in. They were not only commenting but also affirming that the Chang'an couldn't get in. However, what they didn't expect at all was that as soon as this old Chanan appeared, all the security personnel started to act. They directly cleared a path for the old Chanan.
Damn, what's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Why are they clearing the way for the old Chanan?
For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with confusion.
A lot of confusion. They were really puzzled. Hey, do you think the VIP sitting in this old Chanan is the new boss of Daewon Group? Damn, how can you come up with such a bizarre idea? Yeah, how did you come up with that? How did I come up with it? I saw it. Otherwise, why would these security personnel clear a path? Yeah, you're right. That's right, now that you mention it, I really believe that the new boss of Daewon Group is probably sitting in this car. Oh, is that really the case? Then what else could it be? What else could it be?
Let me tell you, if I were the new boss of Daewon Group, I would never drive such a car over. After all, it's too embarrassing, right?
Doesn't he care about his image? You're right. So, who could it be? How would I know? Okay, let's just wait and see.
Amid the commotion, the Chanyan that Su Chen was sitting in quickly drove into the center of the square.
And as soon as the car stopped,
immediately, Wang Pengchang and others hurriedly approached with a look of utmost respect.
With a click as the car door opened,
Su Chen immediately stepped out of the car.
Mr. Su, hello. For this, Wang Pengchang and the others immediately bowed deeply. This moment, the people around were stunned. Obviously, they simply didn't expect that the person sitting in the old Chanan was indeed the new boss of Daewon Group. At this moment, the word shock couldn't even begin to express the astonishment in their hearts. After all, this was somewhat unrealistic. Think about it, how could a super wealthy person travel in an old Chanan? It's simply unbelievable. They were already shocked on the spot. However, when their gaze fell on Su Chen, this time, they were truly shocked. Damn, isn't he a bit too young?
And he looks like a star.
Handsome, young, and so wealthy. Moreover, taking over Daewon Group and bringing down old schemers like Lin Kanan, a man like this? He's simply super popular.
Love him.
I really like him. Me too. Does he have a girlfriend? If possible, I want to be his girlfriend. Get lost, you? Have you even looked at yourself? Really?
Su Chen's appearance naturally attracted a large group of fans.
President Su, let's go inside and talk. After Su Chen got off the car, Wang Pengchang immediately approached with a flattering expression.
Su Chen nodded and walked inside with Wang Pengchang and others.
Someone had already posted the news of Su Chen's appearance on the internet.
Yes, when Su Chen appeared, although the people around were shocked, they didn't forget to spread the news.
So, just as Su Chen, Wang Pengchang, and others turned and walked inside, the whole internet was buzzing. Wow, is this the new boss of Daewon Group? He looks so young. Yes, who would have thought the new boss is this young? And not only that, he's handsome too. Who can resist that? Exactly. Too intimidating. Young, handsome, and rich, this guy is amazing. Indeed, he's amazing.
I really like this young man. I don't care that he's the boss of Daewon Group, I just think he's so handsome.
Yes, me too. Count me in. As a result, Su Chen suddenly became a hot topic. Tonight,
Lin Kanan was already angry twice, and this time he was angrier than ever.
Why?
Because tonight, 2 consecutive pieces of news came out. 1, he was kicked out by the new boss of Daewon Group. This news made him so angry that he almost spat blood.
He, a famous celebrity, now reduced to this fate, how could he not be angry?
He was so angry that he wanted to smash his computer. But what he didn't expect was that his anger hadn't subsided yet. The next moment, his son shouted loudly, "Dad, Dad!"
Cohen, what's wrong?
Upon hearing his son shout, Lin Kanan immediately asked his son. He was very protective and doting towards his son. So, if something happened to his son, he would respond immediately.
And because of this, Dad, it's like this, that Su Chen, yes, that Su Chen, he actually went to Daewon Square.
Lin Cohen said loudly.
What? Lin Kanan was stunned.
But after being stunned, he became very angry.
The reason he was in this situation now was all because of Su Chen. He hated Su Chen to the core. He was filled with hatred towards Su Chen. Dad, this guy is getting arrogant, it makes me so angry, should we find someone to teach him a lesson?
At this moment, not only was Lin Kanan angry, but Lin Cohen was also indignant. Lin Cohen hated Su Chen very much after being severely taught by him. So, he really wanted to find someone to teach Su Chen a lesson.
However, no need.
He was rejected by his father, Lin Kanan.
Lin Cohen was stunned to see his father rejecting his proposal. Yes, he was stunned. He never expected his father to let Su Chen off so easily. Dad,
he said incredulously. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Cohener, don't worry, your old man has already arranged everything. This Su Chen won't last long. Lin Kanan said, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. After all, he had already made contact with the Dark Knight side, so Su Chen would sooner or later be killed by the Dark Knight's assassins. After all, Dark Knight was not to be underestimated. Quite powerful. At the same time, after Su Chen and Wang Pengcheng and others entered Dawan Shopping Mall to meet, they started to stroll around inside. Dawan Mall is a very famous mall nationwide, considered high-end, with relatively expensive items. Because of this, the layout inside is also very good. The entire mall occupies a vast area, with a wide variety of food, drinks, entertainment, and clothing available. Su Chen scanned the area and found that the first floor was mostly clothing and shoe stores. Therefore, Su Chen waved his hand and said, Mashi, Jiang Yan, Leng Xia, you have accompanied me for a long time, so today I will treat you well. Go ahead, if you see anything you like today, I'll pay for it. Is this true, boss? Upon hearing this, Qin Mashi and the others looked incredulous. What do you think? When did I, Su Chen, ever joke? Su Chen pursed his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. Ha! Qin Mashi and the others were stunned at first, but soon, they became extremely excited. They were about to jump with joy. They never expected. They really didn't expect that their boss would be so generous. They were so touched. Even Leng Xia was the same. She was also very touched. Although she was a bodyguard, she was also a woman. Buying good things, she also liked it very much. If it weren't for the lack of money, would she not buy it? Now that she had such a good opportunity, she was certainly happy. At the same time, she was very grateful to the boss. However, what they didn't know was that Su Chen had already planned it out, because once they made a purchase, no matter how much money they spent, Su Chen would immediately receive a rebate from the system. After all, the system had already been upgraded. In that case, why wouldn't Su Chen do it? Next, Su Chen led the few women into a jewelry store. Hello, sir. Hello everyone. As soon as they entered, a beautiful lady with a smile on her face walked over. Well, hello to you too. Su Chen replied with a smile. Sir, are you here to buy jewelry from our store? Shall I give you a detailed introduction? The beautiful lady said respectfully. Jokingly, she already knew that a big shot was coming to their mall today, and now? This young handsome guy came in under the guidance of their store's boss. So, the big shot must be this handsome guy in front of her. She couldn't afford to be negligent. She had to provide enthusiastic service. No need, we're just browsing. Unfortunately, Su Chen directly refused her. After Su Chen finished speaking, he immediately said to Qin Mashi and the others, Alright, go ahead and take a look. Don't be polite. If you like something, just ask her to get it for you. Alright, go ahead and take a look. Don't be polite. If you like something, just ask her to get it for you. Su Chen said generously. Upon hearing this, Qin Mashi and the others didn't hesitate at all, and immediately started looking at the displays in the jewelry store. But as soon as they looked, their faces immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Because things here are so expensive. Yes, really expensive. The cheapest one costs over 100,000? Although the boss said he would pay today and they could buy whatever they wanted, right? But the money still belonged to the boss, so they couldn't be so reckless, right? Suddenly, they just stood still. What's wrong, ladies? And that's why Su Chen walked over to them. Qin Mashi and the others looked at each other. They didn't speak. After all, it was not easy to say. However, Jiang Yan finally gathered the courage. Boss, the things here are too expensive. How about we go to another store? Yeah, boss, I also think it's too expensive. No need, let's go to another store? Okay. Qin Mashi and Leng Xie also agreed, but it was clear that they really liked the things here, as their eyes glanced at the counter when they spoke. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled. Why did he choose to enter this store first? Because Su Chen knew that every woman loved jewelry, no matter who she was or what profession she had, they all had no resistance to jewelry. So he came. And now, they actually found it too expensive? It was clear that they were considering themselves. They were all good women. Su Chen waved his hand. Alright, ladies, didn't I already tell you? I'll pay for you today, just buy whatever you want, regardless of the price. Boss, this won't do. Although you're paying, it's still your money, right? So let's go look for cheaper options. But as soon as Su Chen spoke, Leng Xie immediately refused. Qin Mashi and Jiang Yan also nodded vigorously. Seeing this, the owner of the jewelry store stepped forward. Ladies, our boss Su finally came to our store today. How could I let him pay? His visit to my small store is a great honor, so feel free to choose. Whatever you ladies pick today, our store won't charge a penny. In the eyes of the jewelry store owner, this was a great opportunity. Jokingly, if they could get close to someone like Su Chen, they wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future.
After all, Su Chen was someone who even outshone Lin Kanan. So, being able to get close to Su Chen would definitely bring many benefits. She was willing to spare no effort. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't refuse. After all, she said it so seamlessly and naturally. But what she didn't expect was, "Boss, do you know which is the most expensive piece of jewelry in your store?" Su Chen asked directly. What? This surprised the jewelry store owner. She never expected Su Chen to be so greedy. When he heard about a gift, he actually wanted the most expensive one? Honestly, at this moment, the jewelry store owner felt uncomfortable. And very uncomfortable. But there was no way out now. Because she had already said it, she had to grit her teeth and gestured to the salesperson. The salesperson pointed to a piece of sapphire jewelry. "Su boss, this is the most expensive jewelry in our store, it is made of." She was about to introduce it to Su Chen. But unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, she was interrupted by Su Chen. "Alright, just tell me her price directly." Joking, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to her rambling. Since they had decided to buy it, just give me the price directly. Ha! Interrupted by Su Chen, the saleswoman was obviously stunned. But then she spoke up, "Mr. Su, the price of this jewelry is 5 million. 5 million? Upon hearing this, Qin Mashi and the other women were shocked. Of course, they really liked this one. But the price? It's outrageous. They dared not say anything. 5 million? Well, that's acceptable. How about this, give each of them one of this jewelry. Su Chen, of course, noticed the performance of Qin Mashi and the others, so he directly said to the saleswoman. After finishing speaking, he turned directly to the owner of the jewelry store. "Boss, I believe the decoration here, this jewelry should not be the most expensive in your store, right?" This moment. Damn, what the hell do you mean? The owner of the jewelry store's face turned black upon hearing Su Chen's words. Her heart was also in a state of confusion. Damn it, you're asking for something worth 1.5 million directly from our store, and you still want the most expensive one in our store? Are you too greedy? Why is your heart so dark? The owner of the jewelry store almost spit out blood directly. Su Chen, you're too much, aren't you? In fact, not only did she think so, but so did the others present. They all thought Su Chen was really dark. And because of this, how could Su Chen not know what they were thinking at this moment? Moreover, the expression on the face of the jewelry store owner was so obvious. He. Suddenly, Su Chen laughed, and the next moment, he said to the owner of the jewelry store, "Boss, rest assured, I will pay you the money as agreed, not a penny less." This made the owner of the jewelry store blush. She thought Su Chen was trying to take advantage of her, but she didn't expect that others didn't even have that idea. She was a little flustered. She immediately explained, Mr. Su, what you said. Alright, don't say anything more, I understand. Now, just bring me your most expensive one. I don't want to waste any more time. Unfortunately, Su Chen interrupted her directly, and he was getting a little impatient. Seeing this, the owner of the jewelry store immediately forced a bitter smile on her face.